For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back to our program Teachers World. You are still watching the Achievement Channel here in the School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, and we're still with Miss Sarah Ndu Adanna, our educational psychologist.
Thank you.
Miss Ndu, before the break, we were talking about how you gave us insight into how teachers can observe when a student actually needs support and what to do about that. So earlier on, you had told us you had shared your own personal story. But as a follow-up, could you share a particular thing done by maybe a specific teacher that helped you out of that situation, or something that could help that we could learn from?
Yeah, thank you. Back then in my primary school, I think I would have to just give a good background story. So it was quite difficult for me to assimilate, and that was because the way I was being taught was not my learning style. So that's where the educational psychology of children comes in. It wasn't my learning style, meaning there are different ways children learn, and there is a teaching method applicable for that learning style. So because of that, I found it difficult to learn. So for instance, I'm a visual learner. I learn better visually. I rather see what you're teaching me than just giving me theoretical, aspect of what you're teaching me. So that affected the way I learned and assimilated knowledge, which now made it, hard for me to read and write exams and have good grades. So fast forward to when some teachers, a particular teacher paid attention, and she called me, what is this? What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Is there anything at home? And is there a problem? And all of that. And what she did was so profound to me, because after she had a conversation with me, I didn't even know, because I was young. I didn't even know that, I had that as a challenge. So after she now realized that it's actually the way, and it's not like I didn't know how to read, write, and I did that, but I needed a better way to learn, which was a visual aspect of learning. So what she now did was that she now involved my parents, and, told them that it's better off that, they get involved in my academics by, helping me to, having technologies like, other things to assist, like after schoolwork, whatever thing that's been done from school, my parents should be able to, help me visually to learn, probably with a phone or something, just so that I can, be able to, and that helped for a while. That helped for a while. Also, I was not able to, now understand better what was learned. And with that, that now made me understand that I learned better visually. So fast forward into my secondary school and university days, I now understood that whatever is being taught theoretically, because of the Nigerian system of education, they do what they can do, the lecture method, give it to you and you're out. So I now understood better that this lecture method is not going to stick. All I have to do is that I go on YouTube, look for means to get what was taught in class. And trust me, when I do that, watch those videos, and when I do that, I'm able to understand every single thing that was taught in class, and that way I had better academic performance.
Beautiful. This is a powerful example of how one teacher, the care taken by one teacher actually made a huge difference in
Yeah.
your life. Thank you so much for
You're
sharing
welcome.
this story with us. Now, let's talk about self-care for teachers.
Okay.
Teaching is a demanding job.
Of course.
You agree, and I
Yeah.
know that because I have the experience. And teachers also need to prioritize their own mental well-being. So, what advice do you have for teachers for they themselves?
Okay, thank you. Teachers, first of all, you are not a therapist. It's not in your role to want to act the role of a therapist to every child. But I tell you, it is most important that you also prioritize your mental health, because if you are affected mentally, you cannot give in your best to every child that needs your support. So I would advise that prioritize your mental health as a teacher. Seek support if need be. Go for professional therapeutic sessions with mental health practitioners. Have one-on-one sections with them, and get to understand your own mental health and whatever I think you are struggling with, and the solution that will be perfect to you. Prioritize your mental health. Take out time. Don't even overload yourself with work. It's hard, of course, as a teacher. It's hard. You need to, it's demanding. You need to meet the needs of every child in the school, but make sure you take out time for yourself. There are a lot of teachers that want to do a lot of things at the same time, where they, they are after the school activity, after the school time that they've had in school, they still, have extra lessons in, with students. It's not wrong to have that. But most times, most teachers do that to, like, in different houses, home lessons. Yeah, they have home lessons over the week, over the weekend,
Weekends.
all of that, just to, like, meet up with things. But most times when you overwork yourself as a teacher, you would realize that when it's the first day of the week, that's on a Monday, you are stressed out. You wouldn't put in so much for the students that actually need your help and support. So make sure you prioritize your mental health. Reduce every stress as possible as you can. Reduce it, because whatever you have is what you can give out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Sundu. So
Thank
finally, for the teachers who are watching us today, what is your message, your
Okay.
takeaway message for them, at least just in one
Okay.
sentence?
All right. Thank you very much. So my takeaway message to teachers is this: you play a vital role in the future of every child. You either make their future or you destroy their future. No child should be left behind. No child is a dullard. Please put in the best efforts that you can in making their future, and they will thank you for how much effort that you did. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure, Miss Sundu. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for
Thank
being
you.
on the program with us today. And we've gone away with this insight: no child should be left behind. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
That's it for today on Teacher's World. Remember, small actions can make a big difference in a child's life. And by prioritizing mental health, you're not just shaping students, you are shaping futures. Would like to hear from you. Share your thoughts, experiences, and questions on social media using the hashtag Teachers World. Let's keep the conversation going. Follow us at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for daily doses of inspiration, exclusive content, and behind the scenes updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. Stay inspired, stay focused, and keep seeing possibilities on the Achievement Channel, where we see possibilities.
Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Every morning we're told in Africa that the gazelle wakes up with a clear determination that it must run faster than the fastest lion in order not to be eaten alive. Every morning we're told that the lions also wake up determined to run faster than the slowest gazelle, otherwise they will starve. Well, there's a moral to this anecdote. It is simply this, that it doesn't matter whether you're the lion or the gazelle. What truly matters is that when morning comes, you had better get up and get going. It's the dawn of a brand new day, and I'm here with your aspirations. What sort of difference are you seeking to make in whatever it is you've chosen for yourself to do? My job is to challenge you to perform. My job is to inspire you, to energize you, and to bring to you all of the resources that you will need so that you can indeed say to yourself that, yes, I had this morning with Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Walt Disney, the founder of Disneyland, once said that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. We're going to be discussing what I consider my favorite subject matter. It is the subject matter of dreams. The subject matter of setting goals for yourself, of aspiring to achieve the impossible. Most times, what we think is impossible is actually something waiting to be done by someone else. In fact, as Napoleon once put it, that impossible is only a word to be found in the dictionary of fools. And I know you are not a fool. So when we talk about dreams, what are the 4 major things that you need to know in order to live a successful life driven by the power of dreams? Number 1, you must dream big dreams. Dream the dreams of giants. Dream a dream that might look so impossible at the outset, but you need a dream to be so big so as to enable it to challenge you, to inspire you. It's always very important to realize that you were not made for small things. As a matter of fact, every one of us is made to do something big at one point in time or the other in our lives. So dream a dream that stimulates you, that excites you every morning to want to get up and go. That's the first principle. Number 2, you must draft the dream. Put it down in writing. Maybe you need to sculpt it, paint it. In whichever way you can, put it out there. Make it tangible so that people can see and relate to it. And number 3, you must declare your dreams. Tell people about your dreams. We're not asking you to discuss your dreams, but I'm saying to you, declare it. Let people know what it is you are seeking to accomplish in your life or in whatever field of human endeavor that you set out to do. And then finally, number 4 is this. And this is where it all comes together. You must do what the dream demands of you to do. If the distance be not traveled, the destination will never be reached. Dreams will remain pie in the sky if we do not take action. So what actions are you taking? Set goals. Specifically begin to outline what you need to do so that you can begin to work towards them. I leave you with the words of a young lady who was challenged and people felt her dreams were impossible. In fact, they said to her, "Your dreams are not real." Then she replied by saying, "The dream is real. It is the failure to make it happen that is the unreality." Dream big dreams.
Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Career Success on the Achievement Channel, where we delve into the stories, strategies, and secrets of remarkable individuals who are shaping the future of industries and organizations. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and today we have an incredible guest, a man whose expertise in leadership, strategy, and organizational transformation has propelled senior executives and companies towards unimaginable success. He is none other than Dr. Maxwell Uba. Is a highly sought-after consultant specializing in strategy, leadership, cultural alignment, and organizational transformation. He is the CEO of Strategy House. Dr. Maxwell holds the prestigious Sloan Fellowship in Leadership and Strategy from the London Business School, and that was in 2011. He is a graduate of medicine and surgery from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, Akoka, in 1997, where he graduated with a distinction in physiology and was the best medical student in basic medical sciences in 1992. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, United States and in Canada. Is also a fellow of International Management Consultants Board, that's also in the United States, a chartered management consultant, accredited management consultant, and a member Institute of Training and Development, and also learning development specialist, learning and development network international. That's quite a robust one. And today, guess what? He is here to tell his career success story and share insights that will inspire and empower you to unlock your potential. Welcome once again to the program. Guess what? Drum rolls, and we have Dr. Maxwell Uba here. Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to Career Success.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Happy to share my story with the audience. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay. First of all, let me say this. You know, whilst I was reading your profile, I believe our viewers will be thinking I'm expecting to see somebody like 10 feet tall, huge, big and strong. You, of course, you look huge, big and strong, but it looks like you appear like physically like a model. So I don't know what you've been doing that, to keep yourself on shape like this, but I'll advise that you keep on doing that.
Thank you.
So, straight to business of the day. Where did it all start?
I think it started well in Lagos, because that was where I was born. I was born in Lagos. I did my primary school in Lagos, in actually a local government that you call a Jeremy Fellow local government.
Ajegunle?
Yes.
No way.
Some people don't believe this particular
No,
side
I can't.
of the
You don't
story.
look it.
Because and for me, it's also a message of hope that your background doesn't have to define you. It doesn't matter where you were born. You can actually become what you want to become in life. So it was in a Jeremy Fellow primary school that I did my primary school. But something significant in primary school. I was an average student in primary school. I remembered my first time primary one was 14. Second, 13, third, 14. But somewhere in primary 5, there was a major turnaround. And what happened was, I saw during the PTA, Parent Teachers Association Day, where the best student was given an award, and I saw my classmate walking down the aisle and everybody celebrating them. And there and then I said to myself, in primary 6, I'm going to win this prize. That was what I said to myself internally. And guess what? For the very first time in my life, it was in primary 6, first time primary 6 that I came first. And one lesson I learned is that I took from that experience that the decisions you make actually propels you to greatness. And a lot of people are not maximizing their potential because they've not gotten to that point where they say to themselves, this is who I want to be, or put in another way, I deserve more. So you can be comfortable with your result. The day you get to that point where you say to yourself, as an individual, I actually deserve more. The people that have been promoted after every 6 months or 1 year, why can't it be me? And that was what I said to myself in primary school, and it started the journey. Then to secondary school was where the major success story happened. I did my first GCE in JSS 2.
What school was that?
From Reservation Secondary School.
Ah, no way. No way. The reason why I'm saying this, because if you know where Jeremy Felodun Primary School is, that's in Ajegunle. I'm sure you've heard stories about that place. And let alone Reservation Secondary School, that should be in Apapa.
Yes, Tolu Schools Complex.
Tolu Schools Complex.
So for people
it's a dangerous area for secondary school students at that point in time.
At that point, yes.
You could hardly tell if those students have any vision or plans of becoming someone in life. I'm just trying to paint a picture. It's coming from somewhere very deep. And for the fact that he has emerged the way he is now is something to be applauded.
Yeah, thank you. So the school was Reservation Secondary School. Like you said, in the 80s, the Tolu Schools Complex is notorious for gang activities, criminal activities, and all that. But I was fortunate, blessed, lucky, whatever you want to use, to have a teacher who, his name is Mr. A.B. Adelusi, who called me and some other boys and said to us in JSS 1 that we should go home and tell our teacher, our parents, that we're going to write GC in JSS 2. In fact, when I went home and announced that I was going to write GC in JSS 2, I didn't really know what GC was. This was 1980, 86 there, but I didn't know what GC was. I was just excited about announcing GC to my parents. I remember what my late elder brother said. He said, because of you, WAEC will create F10. And I asked him, I asked him then, what is F10? He said, F9 is 0 to 39, but your result will be so bad that WAEC will create F10 because of you. Cut the long story short, the teacher started preparing us for GCE. Eventually, I entered for 3 subjects in 1987. I did my GCE in 7th Avenue Primary School in JSS 2. I did maths and physics and English in JSS 2. And I had a C4 in maths, a C6 in physics, and a C6 in English in JSS 2.
Wow.
By SS1, 1989, I was the second best science student in the whole of Lagos State. So in
wow.
Yes, in 1989, I represented Lagos State in a national quiz. The overall best came from Queen's College. Then I need to mention it from Queen's College. Then I was in SS1 and the lady was in SS2. So we represented Lagos State in national quiz. And the lesson for me also is that even in a bad situation like Tolu, I had a teacher. And everybody can benefit from having a model, a mentor that can shape your future academically or in your career. So that's what happened in secondary school. And I wanted to do, I know because people will ask.
That's an excellent story, I'm telling you.
Thank you.
Please go on.
Thank you. So in 1989, so when I wrote my papers in 1989, my first choice was to do engineering because physics was my easiest science subject. But those days, if you're very intelligent in the sciences, you are pushed towards medicine. And so I said to myself, I like challenge, and University of Lagos was the highest cutoff mark. And if I can do GC in JSS 2, I should be able to enter University of Lagos first time. And I wrote my GC in 1990, entered. 1990 was the year they cancelled English, and I scored 244 over 300. I had
244?
Yes, I had a 90 in physics, a 78 in chemistry, and a 76 in biology. So I entered University of Lagos, and in my second MB, which is what they call the most difficult exam then in school, I don't know about now, I had a distinction in physiology, and I was the best student in my class. And I won the University of Lagos Prize, the College of Medicine Prize, the Provost of Medicine Prize in 1992. But somewhere along the line, I had to make a detour from medicine.
Okay, now before you move on or start telling us how you detoured and what prompted that, this is quite inspiring. Your foray, your movement from primary, from that environment, secondary school, then university. So now I'm going to say you're a medical doctor. So you kind of decipher what's wrong with people's health and how you need to fix them up so they can be healthy and go about their daily lives. But now you have to fix organizations. First of all, what made you study medicine Secondly, why the detour?
Two very important questions. Why did I study medicine? I think I mentioned it the last time. I wanted to do engineering, and in fact, even in school, I will now when I say this, some people are surprised. I read Nikon and Packard, the physics textbook, from the first page to the last page. I read Abbott from the first page to the last page. So physics
that
was...
name sounds familiar,
yes,
Abbott.
Abbott. Physics, I knew physics at the tip, you understand. I knew physics very well. It was the easiest for me science subject. I wanted to do engineering. My daddy, late of blessed memory, wanted a doctor. And since they said intelligent, the best science students should read medicine, so societal pressure with that of family expectation pushed me into medicine. But I remember what my late mother said when I was filling my JAMB form. He said, do you think you have the mannerism, the attributes, the personality traits to become a doctor? I said, Mommy, I can. He said, it's not about your intelligence, it's also about your character, about your personality and all that. So med school, I was in med school doing well academically. Second MB did well, never failed any exam in med school. But somewhere in my 5th year, my daddy died. So the motivation for medicine also died with him, because it was the primary reason then that I was doing medicine, coupled with the fact that I had a bit of that clash between my personality and the practice of medicine. So I just said to myself in 5th year, I think I need to find something else that aligns with my passion, or something that aligns with my personality, and that was why I made the change. So why did I start studying organizations? It was in that 5th year when I decided I was going to leave medicine. I started asking myself questions. My professors are people we revere, we worship, we idolize, because we need to read their textbooks to become doctors. But I noticed that when they are given positions, HOD, Dean of Basic Sciences, Dean of Clinical Medicine, and all that, or provost of the college, we noticed that they couldn't lead well. And I started asking myself in 5th year med school, what does it take to lead a group of people, an organization, a department well? And that was what led me to start reading Peter Drucker's book in 5th year med school.
Okay, now, sorry, I need to stop you now. I know we are due for a break, and my producer is trying to prompt me for that, but I have to just take the risk to ask you one more question before we do that. What was motivating you, pushing you on the inside in all of this? Because it sounded adventurous, and also you sound like you were enjoying it. So what was the motivation for you?
I think the first motivation for me then in school is that I want to be the best that I can be in any field I find myself. That's the first thing. And secondly is that I wanted to play to my strength. And thirdly is also I want to help people. It might be in medicine, it might be arts of medicine, but ultimately I want to help people become, because what do doctors do? Doctors help people become better in their health. I help people become better as leaders and lead the organization. So that's my own way of helping people and contributing to society. At the end of the day, that's the things that motivate me. I want to be my best. I want to maximize my giftings and my talent. And ultimately, it means nothing if it doesn't help somebody become better.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. We're going to go on a break. And when we are back from this break, Dr. Maxwell Ubah is still going to be here. He's going to start talking to us about his foray into the next part, which is talking about leadership, strategic thinking, and organizational reforms. Then we're going to be looking at some of the challenges he faced whilst he was doing that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome Welcome back, and many thanks for joining us right here on the Achievement Channel. And this is Career Success. Still have in the studio with me Dr. Maxwell Ubah. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
Now, so you were going to delve into how you got into organizational transformation and your intention for that purpose. Yes.
So I said it was that 50, and I said, okay, what can I do? And in that process of asking, why is it that intelligent people, professors with different degrees, cannot lead a department, a unit, the school of medicine? And that was what led me into strategy and leadership, saying, okay, how can people lead better? How can people lead better? And so I started reading Peter Drucker's book. So and there's a similarity. You know, in medicine, one of the postings I did in medicine was dermatology. So we are all dressed up, suited. In dermatology, we're dealing with skin diseases. And I found out that when you remove the clothes of some people, there's a lot of things that people are going through, and they need help. Same thing with organizations. You see the big building, it looks all nice and fancy and the rest. If you go internally, you find out that people are going through a lot of challenges, and those challenges stems from poor leadership. And I said, Maxwell, can you become like an organizational doctor, helping organizations and dealing with those people-related issues in that organization? And for me, that's one of the greatest joy I have, helping organizations become effective.
How do you think people can learn from this? Because you sat down by yourself, and from what you got from reading other people's books, you were able to decipher what you think, or the path you think you should take for now. But right now, as we speak, reading is a culture that is dying in our society. So how can you inspire people to take this line again to discover more?
So if you put everything I've said today, let me start by saying that you can become anything you want to be in life, but you cannot become everything. So when we try to motivate people, we need to let people know that they cannot become everything, but they can become one thing, and you can become the best in that one thing. So the first thing I need to say to the person is that you need to find that one thing that you can become the best in, that one thing that plays to your strength, that one thing that is in line with who you think you are. That's the first thing you need to start. What is that one thing? If I need to reduce my life to one sentence, what would that one sentence be? That's the first thing I need to say here. The second thing I need to say here is that you require the role of a mentor. You took the teacher, the example of the teacher that I said, to help me discover that. Then you come to the point of personal decision. I also made a decision that this is what I want to do with my life. I made a decision that I am going to become, I'm going to come first in premises. I'm going to get a distinction in physiology. It's a decision that I made. Then you support that with every other thing about hard work and all that. So reading, of course, you need to read, because you need to discover what others have discovered. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Medicine, I think the discipline of medicine is that it forces us to read. That's what the discipline of medicine. Our textbooks are quite big. You need to find out what are the root causes of the disease and all that. So in any field that you have chosen, you need to read. And there's a common saying that is out there, the 10,000 hour principle, that if you invest 10,000 hours in anything, you become an expert in that particular thing. So go back again. You need to choose the field you think you can become the very best in. You need to find the right mentors. You need to make the right decision. Then you need to read.
Okay. In all of this, just listening to your story, it sounds so inspiring, and some other people could feel like, let me just jump on it and ride on it. But were there some difficulties? Were there some mountainous problems and challenges you encountered? And if there were some of them, how did you maneuver?
I think the challenges I encountered was when I was trying to make the transition from medicine and out of medicine. A lot of people did not understand why would somebody who did well in medicine wants to leave medicine. And the truth of the matter is that not everybody will understand your dream. Not everybody will understand your goal. Elon Musk, for example, had an opportunity to do PhD in Stanford, and he deferred his program and never completed it and pursued his entrepreneurial dream. Some people might say maybe because he wanted to remain in America, but more of his entrepreneurial dream. Same thing with the owners of Google. Am I saying you should leave university? No, what I'm saying is that you need to be in tune with yourself. You need to face rejection. that rejection of you want to leave medicine, the ridicule, you want to leave medicine to do something else. For a lot of people, it did not make sense. And sometimes when you want to pursue your dreams, not everybody would understand it. Not everybody would appreciate it. You need to be in tune. Yes, listen to our advice, but at the end of the day, follow that path that speaks to who you are. And a path that at the end of the year, at the end of your life, you can look back and say, I lived a fulfilled life because I pursued the cause that was there. I also faced rejection. So moving from medicine to the financial services sector, I started at the very bottom. I had to learn the ropes. I made mistakes, but I bounced back from it. And that's the concept of grit and resilience, that you need to be tenacious. I think for me, one lesson people can take from me is that I have made transitions in life, and you can also make that transition, but you will face challenges, just persist, and you will overcome it at the end.
Were you scared?
No, I wasn't. I think that maybe the classic David killing the lion and the bird, and he could face Goliath, because I had done GCE in JSS 2 at age 13, an exam that is for people that are older. I think it emboldened me somehow. I wasn't scared of failing. In fact, my greatest fear is not living up to my potential, not failing. Okay. I can accept failure, and failure is maybe you are not maximized, you did not make the target. What I cannot accept is not trying. And that's for me my greatest fear. Try, give it your all, go out on a limb. And at the end of the day, if you don't meet the target, learn the lesson, but not what you call failure. Failure is an event, not a person. So I wasn't scared of failing. I was scared of not trying. That's what I was scared of. And I said, Maxwell, it is when I try, then I'll know whether I'm capable of it or not. So I tried GCE, I found that I was capable. I did it in SS1, I tried it, I found that I was capable. It was when I tried and I can come to that fact of, is it a problem of capacity? Is it a problem of motivation? Is it a problem of discipline? But I'm not scared of failure.
Okay. Now, some of the pictures you sent me, I saw you were standing in the midst of some of your clients or some of your students whom you're tutoring and you were teaching, and I saw that there was also a picture where it's like you were exchanging pleasantries with the commissioner of police, and so when you encounter these people, you deal with people on a daily basis in organizations, what do you think is the basic problem about people and getting to the pinnacle of their career, and how can that be solved?
So I think it depends on the context you want to look at it, you understand? So I've been privileged to speak before governors, I've been privileged to speak before CEOs and great men in the Nigerian society. But performance challenges, so you can look at people have performance challenges, and it is broken down universally into five buckets for performance challenges. Number one is clarity. Number two is capacity. Number three is motivation. Number four is resources. And number five is consequences. At the end of the day, every performance challenge that people face will fall in one of these five. So from an organizational standpoint, it's in one of these five. From an individual standpoint, maybe the person is not motivated. Maybe the person thinks he doesn't have the resources. Maybe it's a problem of capacity. The person doesn't have the skill sets to do that. Maybe the person is not even aware. Or maybe the person doesn't understand the concept of consequence management. At the end of the day, every problem that an individual faces, we can drill it into one of these five. The reason why people will keep doing things that are wrong is because there's no consequence management in the Nigerian society. Okay. So I think for me, the way forward is the individual to decide that this is what I want to do and I want to achieve in my life. You know, Stephen Covey says you can be an island of excellence in a sea of mediocrity. So in spite of the challenges I see in the Nigerian society and these five problems, there are one or two individuals who, in spite of these challenges, in spite of the resource issue, in spite of this, are still succeeding. Okay.
Now, I want to know moments where success emerged in your face, career-wise and otherwise, where, you know, maybe promotion and maybe where the plaques, the gifts, the accolades came in. At what section of the career did it came in, and how did you receive those? I
think my career is also, in every place I've worked, I've been commended. So I worked in banking, you understand. I was promoted when I was in banking to an assistant manager in 2004, you understand. So in every place in medicine, we don't have that promotions like that because I didn't stay so long in medicine. But my professors commended me. So what I would say for me is, if you do a good job, so even some in other banks that I worked, I got offers. I got people who wanted me to come and join them because they had the work I was doing. But I am not particularly, let me put it this way, the first joy I derive from my work is the joy of doing a great job. And so when somebody, today I did a presentation for a company and the person said, Maxwell, where's Maxwell? Call him, he's never late. That's the first joy. The joy of people knowing that I do a great job. The second joy is not the joy of the external reward that comes. But and did I have it in a lot of my career? Of course I did. And when it comes, because I was expecting it, it didn't come as a surprise. The only that organization I told you where there was a delay because they didn't believe in rewarding excellence, and I said to them, if it doesn't happen when I want it, I'm going to leave. So that's how I respond to that particular question.
Okay, so lastly, tell us, what advice do you have for Nigerian youths, the young people of these days who are somehow trying to, like, okay, where do I go from here? What do I do? Should I study medicine? Okay, should I go into this business? Am I going to resign from my jobs and take up entrepreneuring? Or what should I do? They are confused.
Okay, so let me speak to, just quickly, because of our time, I'll speak to people at work. Let me speak to people that are already working. Somebody asked me, if I want to give an advice to a young person starting his career, what would I say to the person? I said just 3 things. Number one is, wherever you find yourself, do a good job. That's the first principle I tell you. Make excellence your watchword wherever you find yourself. Number 2 is develop skills for the future. The fact that you're in a particular job doesn't mean that that job will be relevant for the future. So you need to make sure you develop skills for the future. And number 3 is that you find a great mentor or a sponsor for you. If you put it to somebody deciding his career also, or a young person about to go to school, yes, I know that you need to ask yourself in the future what courses or skills will be relevant, and you can make the decision right now. So if I find myself in a particular course, jump, it's okay, it's fine, but develop the skills that will be relevant for the future, because in the future we know that some courses will not be as relevant as they are now in the future. So whatever decision you make, whether it's medicine, whether it's law, whether it's psychology, just make sure that whatever course you want to study and career path you want to choose will be relevant in the next 5-10 years. And if you find yourself in that place, make excellence your watchword. Thank you.
Excellence, develop skill for the future. And lastly,
find a mentor or a sponsor.
Find a mentor or a sponsor. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Dr. Maxwell Ubah, our incredible guest this morning. It's great having you with us today on the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for honoring our invitation. Now, Sam Adeyemi said, successful people are the failures that refuse to quit, while failures are the successful people that quit easily. So, for you, I am saying don't give up on your career goals, your academic goals, your family goals, and all other aspirations you have. If you hold on a little longer, you will arrive at your predetermined destination. I am Oyin Priye Krumale saying bye for now.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel, the show where we celebrate extraordinary individuals making a difference, transforming lives, and inspiring positive change. We're broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio in Lagos, and today's episode is nothing short of remarkable. Joining us is a man whose life embodies resilience, innovation, and the power of vision, Dr. Cosmas Maduka. From humble beginnings as a teenage hawker to becoming the founder and president of the Coscharis Group, a powerhouse conglomerate spanning automobiles, agriculture, and technology. Dr. Maduka's story is a masterclass in turning challenges into opportunity. With over 4 decades of entrepreneurial excellence, he has not only built an empire, but has become a beacon of hope, proving that dreams fueled by hard work can change lives and communities. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo. You're in for an episode filled with wisdom, inspiration, and actionable lessons. Let's get started.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome, Dr. Cosmas to Champions of Change. It's so good to have you here.
Thank you, Pamela. It's my pleasure to be here on your show.
Thank you. So this is a show where we honor people who have been doing inspiring things in their communities, and beyond your business acumen, we know that you are a fantastic philanthropist, a mentor. And so I wanted to ask you about your philanthropy and what you think of, corporate social responsibility and how you use that to lead your group in Coscharis.
Okay, well, thank you, Pamela. Again, it's my pleasure to be on your show this time. Corporate social responsibility is at the heart of our company, because if you get to know Coscharis and what we stood for, the inspiration was to create an institution that will be timeless in its relevancy and value. So it's not about me, it's not about whosoever, but it's about building something that outlasts the founders. How then are we going to do that? We came up with a mission to say Coscharis will deliver excellent product and services, giving our customers the highest value for their money, and will contribute to societal development by plowing resources back into the immediate community, growing stronger and waxing bigger into the future, and create a sense of pride in its employees. So, in the ecosystem, corporate responsibility is captured in what we set out to do. We never even said where we are going to be without it being part of the foundation of our organization. And that shows you how important it is. So it's at the very heart of our organization to plow back resources into the immediate community and society.
And I love it because I know that you lead by example. So that's an excellent thing. So in terms of, I know that Coscharis has expanded in terms of the different things that you offer. And one of the things that you did a few years ago is to get into Coscharis Farms in Anambra. And I know that your initiative there is to create about 3,000 jobs for people in Anambra. Can you tell us a little bit of how that has been going and what transformation you have seen in Anambra State in that community because of that?
Okay, it's important that people understand that Coscharis, in all our business lifetime that is close to 5 decades today, we are not one of those rice importers.
Right.
We never did. So, but Coscharis Farm was also not an accident. It's all about vision and plan. Because where we are today, the property that we acquire, that we are doing the business of farming in Anako, in Anambra State, started over 30 years ago.
Wow.
My daughter would turn 33 this year, but that was when my wife went to give birth to her, that we signed the agreement. Was a different piece of property that we were acquiring. Omeka Omerowa was the governor of Anambra State then, the military administrator who signed the certificate of occupancy. So it was something we had always planned that we are going to do. But you know, my grandfather used to tell me that when you want to choose certain animal, you need to get the right gunpowder. Because if you take a borrowed gunpowder to shoot a chimpanzee, he will collect the gun from you and kill you. In other words, you don't get into farming without having the muzzle, the capacity to be able to take it. So over a period of time, we are in different kind of business, but we have never really get into, you know, real sector of economy where you add value, because buying and selling is not really how the economy grow. It's part of it. But the buying and selling is a starting point for you to grow, but keep your eyes on the big picture where ultimately you want it to be. By 2012, 2013, we started planning to go and develop this farmland. It's quite a piece of property. Because some people ask me, is it real that you have 3,000 hectares in Anambra State? Because that's like a village. Where does such land exist? We acquired this property from different people. We bought Rogeni property, piece of property, 310 hectares. We bought Bravo property, 610 hectares. We bought Librewele, and then before we now get the villagers to give us additional portions. So it was an area that was like a forest that never have been cultivated. If I start telling you the things we made developing that property, we didn't just make big ponton there. We made different kind of animals there, whether it is alligators and all of those things, because it was a thick forest. Clearing it cost us ₦1 billion. That was in 2015.
Wow.
But what had happened was that when we wanted to go and develop this property, the villagers looked at us. We became their captive market, like a container they clear. Anytime we come, they want to collect money. So it becomes challenging. But when Obiano became the governor of Anambra State and called for stakeholders forum, I sat in one of the meetings where he shared his economic plan for Anambra State. And one of his 7 pillars of economic transformation was agriculture. It was very interesting. So I listened to it. And at the end of the meeting, I asked him, can we have a private sector, meeting, which he consented to. I said, look, I have this piece of property that actually located in your village, but unfortunately, each time we want to develop that piece of property, it was like we are a container that have landed, and this is becoming very irritating. He said, when are you ready to start? I said, tomorrow. He called his commissioner of agriculture, set up a committee, and said, please go talk to my people and tell them that they will be the people that is stopping him, because all he's looking for is to attract an investment in Anambra State. So that's where government is important, because they are catalysts to provide the enabling environment.
That's right.
So they had to do the community meeting and get the people to say, please, hands off. So we moved into the land, started the land clearing in 2015, because rice is a grain that grows on a mud. And for such large kind of property, for us to really do anything meaningful, we have to clear every wood, every stick. It has to be a bare field completely, because the window of replanting is very short. We actually have 4 excavators to be able to do this within 3 months to be able to replant. But we started the first time on rainy season farming, which is not, you are not in control. You are only subjected to the mother nature, whatever it provides to you. Whether what we did, part of that 2015, 2016. But by 2017, we made huge investment to take water from Iju River to about over 9 kilometers from the place to do major canal to bring water, and then started doing the secondary canals that had to put water into each of the farm. Like I said, rice is a grain that grow on a mud. Right. So it need water. Water is part of its life. So you do a much more controlled farming in a dry season, because you give the farm water when you need it, and be able to put all the inputs that will help it become successful. Rice also is a wheat that matured in 120 days. Every 4 months you can harvest. So if we plan very well, we can master three cycle, which other people in other countries are doing. But currently we are doing dry season that usually start from December, and we harvest in April, and plant again. And because we have had flood,
right? Yes.
3 consecutive years that really wipe off the entire farm when the Cameroonians reduce their, release their dam. It go all the way from Benue State and come back to Anambra State. And if the flood exceeded to go beyond the tail of the seed, everything would die unless it recede within 7 days. So what we have done now is to make sure we harvest lettuce by September. Right. Before you are getting into the late part of August, September, we are out on the field, because we have find a time that you have to only use canoe to go through the farm. The fact, the building we have in the farm, we have heard when the water come to the top of the roof, to tell you how bad it is in those areas. So what we have done to touch the community in Anak, where we are, is that the first 1 year we were solely on our own. By the second year, we started looking for art growers, where we teach the community what to do, give them some input, help them to farm. We built the first 2 years 5,000 art grower.
Wow.
Yes. There's a company called IDH, American has it. They all support us with these farmers to be able to support them with input, sometimes fertilizer. So what we do now is to train these people. We've been able to grow about 15,000 art growers today. And because of the training we give them, the input we made, sometimes we can also harvest for them with our harvester. Sometimes we can mow for them with our mowing and all of that. So we now have an accord with them where we have the first right of refusal of buying their crops.
Okay.
Before, we have to go all the way from north, bringing Kebbi and all of those areas to be able to get our raw material, which is basically what you call paddy. Okay. Right. But today we've been able to create a capacity that we are getting our raw materials in Anambra State, and that's how we have affected the life of the communities where we are working in a very productive way. Today, the farm get better yield and get better takeoff. The off-takers are we. They are not waiting for some other person, unless where they can get a better offer. But if you look at rice and the way it works in this value chain. Transportation is part of the cost in logistics system,
Sure.
but between where they are to where we are is not more than 235 kilometers. So they leave themselves and go to our mill. We have a storage of over 25,000 metric ton where we store the paddies to be able to produce seamlessly around the year. So I won't say truly that we have made profit in this business. And I knew from day one that we are not going to make profit. The feasibility study we made was that we will take us 5 years. Our idea is that we will broke even by 2021.
Right.
And because we did things proper, the way it should be done, we attracted international investor. Sahel Capital invested into our farm.
Sure.
But their system is that every 5 years they divest, they have to, move on. That's their business model. They don't get there to stay. But all the agreements are put in place. So they put their first 5 years, and when they were willing to sell, we bought them over. And today it's managed and held solely by Coscharis, but we're still willing to accept any other international investor. We have not yet mastered build the maximum capacity in terms of the yield, because rice profitability in it, agriculture today has become scientific completely.
Right.
Like I said, we have had 3 consecutive years where we had flood that totally, destroy our crops. And unfortunately, the Nigerian agriculture insurance is not matured.
Sure.
They only want to pay you for the what we call the seed, the planting seed, but all the inputs, the fertilizers, the diesel, we burn 33,000 diesel on a weekly basis. You need to be in this farm because the 2 ministers of agriculture have been in our farm. The first was Audi Ogbe, was there with the former governor of Central Bank, the Kebbi State governor who represent the president. We had the second governor. This farm, the total road network we created in the farm is about 200 kilometers. 3 hours you are in our farm, you haven't end from beginning to the end of it. So it's a masterpiece. Actually, the best way to look at our farm is to come by helicopter.
Wow.
When late Herbert Nwigwe visited, I think we rented the helicopter of your agency, and he came by air.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe himself because that's the only way you can be able to tour the farm under 1 hour or 30 minutes from the up to see everything. Really professional the way it's done abroad. I am very proud that as an Ambararian, because I'm a capitalist, and as a capitalist, you need to, go for business opportunity where it presents itself.
Yes.
But a lot of people say you must do something in Anambra State, but you can't do, as a capitalist, you cannot make investment based on emotional attachment. Today, I am confident that we are taking the Eastern market, a captive market, to deliver rice. We have the best quality rice that exists in the market today, and we sell at a premium.
Fantastic, sir. So, Dr. Cosmas, what I love about what you just said about your rice story is the fact that you have created jobs and changed lives. 15,000 people is amazing. And it creates a sustainable community.
That's right.
The fact that they can now grow their own crops, and then you get the first pick of buying from them. So you've created a sense of livelihood for them. So that is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely.
Great. So we'll take a quick break right now, and we'll continue with this wonderful conversation with Dr. Cosmas when we come back.
Champions of change, paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking. Call 0802-303-2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Champions of change, paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome back to Champions of Change. I'm right here with Dr. Cosmas, and we've been having a wonderful conversation about his CSR, his farm, and just his incredible wisdom. So Dr. Cosmas, tell me, I know that you are a phenomenal mentor.
Thank you.
And you are also a man who empowers people.
Absolutely.
And I know you have empowered so many young entrepreneurs.
Sure.
Namely Stanley Uzochukwu of Stanel Oil and Delbra. So tell me, what do you look for in somebody you want to empower or mentor, and why is mentoring quite important?
Well, I am a great advocate of mentorship. You can call it mentorship, you can call it apprenticeship. I am a product of apprenticeship, and that's where you learn under somebody and be tutored on all the rudiments that you require to run a business. University is a very good place to do that, but the only unfortunate thing is that there's no hands-on. You know, it's you have theoretical knowledge about things and become a great intellectual on it, but hands-on experience you lack. But under apprenticeship or mentorship, somebody guides you step by step for you to learn what to do. Having lost my father at the age of 4, and my mother became a single parent with 4 kids to take care of, life was not fair to me. But I have a determination. And what is that determination? It's hunger for success. I tell a lot of young people today, it doesn't matter what it is. Nobody can teach you how to be hungry. It's something that has to come instinctively. You need to, crave for it. Recently, I was mentoring some group of young people, and I was trying to encourage them to stop procrastinating, to take action and take a step of faith. And one of them raised his hand and said he wanted to ask a question. I said, what is it? He said, look, his belief is that they have been over-mentored but have been underfunded.
Right.
So I tell him to shut up. Because if you claim to be an entrepreneur, your first ability or sign of entrepreneurship is to create capital. Capital doesn't fall from heaven. You can take a job, whatever you need to do to earn money, and we watch you to see how you have deployed the little money you have in a sustainable manner. There's nothing that convinces an investor more to put money into what you are doing than for you to let him know you took this thing from ground zero to A, from A to B. He could see through that process. You don't need to speak too much because manifestation is the interpretation. He has seen you have the drive, what it takes. Then the help will ordinarily come.
That's right.
A lot of young people or business people have misplaced positions in life. And everybody tell you, look, what my lacking is capital. If I have 1 billion naira, if I have $10 million, you will see me, I will be. No, it doesn't work like that. Many people don't know that this thing we call money have 5 levels of money. The least level of money is what people focus about, and that's what you call cash.
Right.
The first level of money is what we call credibility. The second level of money is what we call credible relationship. You may not have money, but you have somebody that have money. The third level of money is what we call integrity. The fourth level of money is what we call character. The fifth level of money is what we call competency. The other one is the least level of money is what we call cash. Right. But young people are only interested in cash. Let me explain to you. Credibility is not integrity. Credibility is where you are able to record a process of what you are doing. The things you are said, the things you are doing can be verified. There are evidence and proof of what you have done. It can be verified, not just what you said. There are records of that. Now, if Dangote comes to Kosharis to take a Rolls Royce that costs 1.4 billion naira and he didn't have cash, do you think we can let him go with the car? We will. No doubt we will. Why? He's credible.
Right.
We can verify him and his source of wealth. He had a credible position that you can, that worth money.
Right.
Now, if Pamela come to Kosharis to take a Ford Explorer and she doesn't have cash, will we give her?
No.
The answer is no. Now, if Pamela knew Dangote and Dangote put a call across Kosharis and say, please let her go with the car, we will let you go with the car. Yes. The obvious answer is yes. Now, it's not the cash you brought, but you leverage on the healthy relationship you had with Dangote. So he value his credibility that become cash. So many people don't know this, that when a wealthy man or a rich person give you cash, he has cheated you. What you need is relationship.
That's right.
That you need is relationship, that he can put a call and open door. So let's come back to the question you asked me, what I do, how I help young people. It's the same means. Like I said, I've said it in open air everywhere. I used to go to see Goodluck Jonathan, and I saw this young boy hanging around, you know, and I became very weird of him, like, treat him like, keep him on arm's length. It's like, I don't want to be him to contaminate me, because there are too many clever young people. We don't give them benefit of that. But each time this young man will greet me presently, you know, there's something bubbling in him that is looking for life. But I was very careful, you know, not to, you know, fall for his whatever it is. And over a period of time, I keep on, you know, taking back seat. But one day, I was coming down from Hilton Hotel in Abuja. By the elevator, this young man grabbed my 2 feet. I said, what is it? He said, look, he regarded me as an angel, that I'm a messenger from God. I should lay hands on him to pray. I said, why? Here. Let's get to the corner. I said, please here. Please here. He held my 2 legs. Please here. A boy that was well taught, that believed in what he has been taught. I laid hands on Stanley, and I was praying. Suddenly, I felt a hand inside my purse. I heard it like this. I thought he was trying to be funny.
From you.
He stuck 50,000 naira on my pocket. I finished with him, entered car, going back to the airport. I keep on wondering, what a hell is this? Why did this boy put... In fact, you know, I acted superstitious. I removed the 50,000 so that it does not contaminate all that money I have, and kept it away. Because a young boy that was supposed to ask me for money is giving me money.
Right.
It was different from everything that I knew. But I keep on pondering about it. It wasn't long. Friendship was born. People don't know principle, how life operates. A gift is a distraction to a king. When you People gave me Rolex watch, things like I never opened their pocket for 2 years because I'm busy. It's a distraction. So that gift that young man did connected me with him, and we became friends. As a matter of fact, I still remember I was in a Jaguar SJ driving, coming into Abuja, and my phone rang, and it was Stanley, because he already have access to me, that he can call me and I take his call. Oh, sir, please, do I know anybody in First Bank? I said, what is it? Oh, that he used to deliver diesel to Julius Berger. There was a guy that used to phone him. That guy had a motor accident and died, and is dead. Now, Julius Berger has given him a contract to supply XYZ metric ton of the diesel. He didn't have the money. If I could put a word for him, somebody in First Bank where he had an account. I said, so do you have an account in First Bank? He said, yes. I said, please, can you send me the account? It's not something I planned. It was not in my plan. It was not something I was thinking. But the Holy Spirit told me to wire some money into his account. And I sent a message to my accounting officer in Access Bank to send 150 million naira to that account.
Wow.
And that exchange rate as of then was 150 naira per dollar. That's $1 million. He told me when he received the money, the alert, the phone fell off in his hand. And he ran to his pastors, Paul Elenchi, to say this is what happened. And the pastor told him he hadn't seen anything. So that was my connection with Stanley. Of course, the agreement was for him to return the money under 6 months. He didn't return it until about 1.5 years or 2. But he returned the money. We didn't call police. We didn't go to court. We didn't discuss anything about it. And the friendship was born. Today, I took pride that Stanley is a billionaire. He's not the first billionaire that I have raised, frankly speaking. You can count in my finger. There are more than 30 young men that are billionaires that, in fact, some of them are even becoming bigger than myself, that I knew the role I played in their life.
Wow.
I've done that all my life. You know, we are called for different life. It's about not duration, how long you live, but are you living a purposeful life? It's about donation. How empathiful have you been into people's life? And I can tell you that by the grace of God, I pride myself in this. Some people tell me you trust people too much. It's not about trusting people too much. There's a responsible urge in every one of us. If there's a deep in you calling after a deep, there's a deep somewhere to respond to it. If you are determined to succeed and you follow principle and do everything that you need to do to succeed, God will send you a destiny helper along the way.
That's right.
Quite a number of people sit back and say things went wrong. Like I could have sat back and blamed everybody around me, including God. Why did he took my father when I was 4 years? But wealth is not about, success is not about education, frankly speaking. Success is not about any other thing but about mindset. Changing the narrative of the way you think is the key to success. My mother looked at me at the age of 4, looked me straight into the eye and said, Cosmas, believe in yourself and believe in God. You will go places in life and you will be successful. I said, thank you, Mom. I grew up with optimism. I believe no door closes before me. My mother was my inspirator who really discovered my entrepreneurship, because she would fly Akala in the morning and give me to sell 1 pan and 1 for my senior brother. I would sell 2 3 pan before my senior brother sell 1. Why? Because I move with confidence, smiling at you before I say buy Akala. And you said, no, you don't want to buy. If you want to go, I'll hurl your cloth. And you said, is it by force? I said, Mom, tell me nobody says no to me. Exactly what you are doing now is what they would do.
Right.
The person would, just smile, giggle and said, wow. Where did this boy confidence come from? Who taught you this? Then he will abuse his own child. Say, if this one is by me, he will not have sense. Oh, yeah, put 5 pence on. That's how I sell.
Right.
So we went to the same market, the same akara with my senior brother. I sell 2-3 pounds before he finished selling one. So I grew up with that optimism that people like me, people will do things to me. So when people tell me this thing is impossible, I'll be laughing. I'll go, you tell me this door is closed, I tell you it will open when I get there. 99.9% as I'm getting to this door, somebody will open it from the other side and I will close. So that has been my life.
Amazing,
Thank
and thank
you.
you so much for the nuggets
Thank you.
that you just shared. So, Dr. Cosmas, it must be so rewarding, knowing that you've helped so many people. I mean, I can't imagine making people billionaires.
Sure.
What is the most rewarding experience, in your opinion, that you've had of helping people?
I think I would like to share 2 of them.
Okay.
Recently was a young man I met outside of this country. Let me keep his privacy. It was on December 24.
Your birthday.
My birthday. He got to know it was my birthday. He bought a bag that is a Gucci bag that he used. He removed things on it and said he's sorry he didn't know it was my birthday and gave it to me.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he forgot his international passport on it.
Oh my God.
Inside it, but which I later discovered, and I was able to give it to him before I left that country. On my honor, friendship was born. After that event, the young man called me one day and told me he had a challenge. I said, what is the challenge? And he just got a contract of $120 million. And he need to do something to show commitment to be able to secure that contract. And we had a discussion. I said, put it on email. And the discussion went on. On my honor, I wired $2.5 million to him. He got that contract, show performance. After 6 months, he got the first performance payment of $5 million.
Nice.
And he returned my $2.5 million. He had finished that job. The person that got the second job did not perform. He's doing a contract, a project of $1 billion United States dollar today.
Wow.
From that help. So how do you sit back and hear things like this, the kind of fulfillment you have on it? The second one is a young man from my own state. I started giving credit of 10 million naira to 50 to 100 million. Today, he's so big, he built a factory. He also produced for Kosciaris certain product that we buy from him now. And recently, he told me he has 44 billion naira. He's looking for what to do. He has built a factory in Sokoto, built a factory in Lagos. I told him the next one will be in Anambra.
Wow.
And when Soludo called for Anambra Economics Summit, I told him I came with an investor, signed his certificate of occupancy. The factory is under construction now.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's an amazing story.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed this session, Dr. Cosmas. Lastly, what I want to ask you, I know one of the things I really admire about you is you are one of the most humble people I've actually ever met.
Thank you.
I want to ask though, what keeps you humble and what are you most grateful for?
It's important everybody that cares to know. I'm a Christian. I don't feel embarrassed to say it. I'm traveling on tomorrow. I'm heading to Pakistan. I'm going to wear this badge. If you don't like me, send me back to my country, anywhere I am, whether I'm in Saudi Arabia or in Dubai. I met Christ at a very tender age of my life before I turned 15, and that gave me a different view of life, that God of all creature humble himself and enter into the womb of his own creation. That's humility. God humiliated himself. the way up is down. What people wonder about me is that they thought I'm a rich man who became a Christian. No, I am a Christian who became rich.
Right.
Somebody God could trust with money. So my Christian value comes first in everything I do. And that's where my humble disposition comes from. I don't tolerate people, like you are up there and they're all down there, live haughty like you know everything, other people don't know anything. It is absolutely the grace of God in my life that I enjoy, and that's why I try to express it, so that if I can't preach to you, you can look at my life and maybe have cause to say, God, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cosmas. It's been amazing to have you on the show.
It's my pleasure, Pamela, to be here, and please feel free to call me any other time. If I'm available, it will be my pleasure to put my shoulder to the wheel and anchor your show.
Thank you so much.
God bless you. You're welcome.
I'd like to thank Dr. Cosmas for joining me on this episode of Champions of Change. His incredible journey reminds us all that success is born from vision, discipline, and a willingness to persevere against all odds. I am Pamela Igbo, and we'll see you next time here on the Achievement Channel. Until then, stay inspired, keep making a difference. Bye for now.
So please keep watching Achievement Channel to keep learning. Thank you.
I just want to advise you, it is best for you to keep watching the Achievement Channel.
Okay, shout out to the Achievement Channel. Keep watching the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Mighty Moms, the show that celebrates incredible women balancing the wall of motherhood and success. This is Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. Today's topic is focused on moms who build empires, entrepreneurship, and motherhood. And we are so excited to have with us someone who exemplifies this beautifully, Pamela Igbo, a beautiful leader and mother who has not only made her mark in business development, but also as the former executive director of Obi Jackson Foundation. Pamela, we are happy to have you on the show today.
It's great to be here, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Pamela, you've had such a rich and diverse career in business development and leadership. Can you walk us through the journey, especially as a mother raising a daughter and at the same time navigating the world of entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Sarah. I think for me, you know the saying that goes, necessity is the mother of invention. So that was typical for my case. I never really thought about being an entrepreneur. I was just going to do the 9-to-5 pathway journey in terms of my career. But I found myself a single mother going through a divorce when my daughter was pretty young at 18 months. And so I had to sort of decide at that moment that I wanted to be there for my daughter, and I did not want to miss any part of her growing up, especially now that I was no longer part of a nuclear family and I was going it alone. So that started my journey of entrepreneurship, deciding to not do a 9-to-5 job and look for ways of earning an income and still being very, very present in my daughter's life.
That's great. You were You were once the executive director of Obi Jackson Foundation, which tackles critical issues like health and education, particularly in the rural areas. How did your role influence your perspective on leadership and social impact, especially as a mother and an entrepreneur?
Great question. Like you said, the Obi Jackson Foundation, a great foundation. I used to be the executive director. We work particularly with rural women in the eastern part of Nigeria, particularly Anambra State. I think as a mother, you're always a mother in whatever circumstance you find yourself, and meeting women who they were obviously entrepreneurs in their own way, doing it at a very low level. It was good to be able to find ways of supporting them and creating avenues where they could have inclusion, financial inclusion through microcredit, or just supporting them and giving them information on how they can make their lives better. So in that way, it was a very fulfilling and rewarding time there.
That's great. Pamela, you created Hannah and Hugh. You started Hannah and Hugh Limited when your daughter was just 18 months. What were the toughest challenges you had to face at that time? And how did you overcome them as a mother?
Okay, so first of all, I want to say Hannah and Hugh is a natural skincare company. So the story behind that is when my daughter was a baby, she had eczema. And we're talking, she's 18 years old now, so we're talking 18 years ago, there wasn't much about natural skincare. Particularly when I lived in England, you would go to the doctor and they would give you steroid creams. And so being very frustrated, I decided to go and take a skincare course. And that's how Hannah and Hugh was born. And so I took my recipes to a manufacturer and decided to create a range for children, particularly children born with eczema and parents who were looking for an alternative to the steroid creams that were in the market at the time. And so obviously, being a single mother, it wasn't easy. I think living in Nigeria gives you a certain support network that you don't have when you're living abroad necessarily. So trying to juggle not having much of a support network and trying to start my company, my skincare products, that was the biggest challenge. I think not having as much support as I do now that I'm back living in Nigeria, but also trying to be focused and make sure that this was going to work. So that was, I would say, the biggest challenge that I faced at the time.
How has the business been so far?
Yeah, it was very successful in England. I was able to sell it, take it to market, and it was stocked at different natural skincare stores. And I was also selling it at Health Plus here in Nigeria. It took a bit of a break during COVID, but we're getting ready to relaunch it in January again.
Wonderful. This inspiring conversation comes up immediately after our break. Please stay tuned. Motherhood is a transformative journey that shapes our children and us. It's filled with joy, challenges, and profound growth. Today, we honor the unsung heroes, our mothers, whose love and dedication lay the foundation for our achievements. Motherhood teaches resilience, the strength to wake up each day with purpose, despite sleepless nights. This resilience empowers us to overcome obstacles and reach our goals. It fosters creativity and problem solving. From soothing a crying baby to managing a household, mothers develop invaluable skills that drive success in ever-changing environments. Today, we celebrate every mother who has doubted herself yet continue to push forward. Your love, sacrifices, and commitment are the true markers of success. You are the heartbeat of your family, and your influence reaches far beyond your home. Today, to all the mothers watching, remember this: your journey, filled with love and perseverance, is the foundation of all-round achievement. You are raising the next generation of dreamers, leaders, and innovators. Your role is powerful. Welcome back to Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. Pamela, when you reflect on your journey so far, both as a mother and a career personnel or entrepreneur, what do you think are the most rewarding aspects of both?
That's a great question. So I think for me, it's, being able to be an entrepreneur, but also be there for my daughter. I think the time that it gave me to do things at my own pace, and also be able to be there for very important parts of her life, knowing that I was doing it on my own, was really, really important to me. So being able to be there for her netball competitions, taking her to her school plays, parenting meetings, or even just lots of play dates that I took her to. I wouldn't have had time if I had a structured job. So I think that was very rewarding for me, knowing that I was able to see her grow up and I didn't miss any parts of it. In fact, I was thinking a couple of months ago, she went over for summer to England, and that was the first time in 17 years that we had been apart for longer than like a week. And she was away for 2 months. So that for me has been the very rewarding part of it, knowing that I was there for her, every important part of her life.
That's great. Most of our viewers are mothers having dreams of beginning or starting their own businesses, but really do not know how or what to do. What would your advice be for mothers who want to begin a business, even with little or limited resources?
Yeah, so my advice would be just start. If you have a goal or a dream, no matter how small you think it is, just start. The Bible reminds us, do not despise the day of small beginnings. Yeah. And I think that as women, sometimes we can look at other women and think, oh, wow, they are at the top of their game, not remembering that they started from somewhere. So we always see the finished product, but we don't see the struggles behind the scenes. We don't see the days they wanted to give up. So I would say, first and foremost, start. Secondly, I would say surround yourself with like-minded people who are trying to do what you're doing, not necessarily in the same line of business, but trying to be entrepreneurs themselves. Get a network of women who can support you. I think that is really, really important. The third thing is there's so many resources these days in Nigeria for your small businesses. So I can think of SMEDEN, which is the Small, Medium and Enterprise Development Agency. They're there to support women in business. There is Enterprise Development Service at the LBS. There's WIMBIZ. There's Gaia Club. There are so many different groups that you can join today that can give you that support that you need. You don't need a lot of money to start a business, particularly in this digital age. You can start with very little resources and just start somewhere. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much. It's been so refreshing listening to your story, Pamela. I wish we could go on, but this is where we wrap up the interview section. Viewers, we'll be right back. We are going to take a short break, and when we are back, we will listen to Pamela's final thoughts on Moments on Connection.
My name is Dr. Mrs. Wumi Olatunji. I'm an environmental and safety professional. I had a very wonderful experience right from day one to the very end. That's the second day to even up to this moment. It has really improved my public speaking. It has built confidence in me. It has improved my ability to speak even in public without much accessory, if at all I need to use anything, just maybe a paper. Before I'm so much endowed with use of PowerPoint, I must have a computer in front of me, or I must have a paper and read directly from the paper. But now I can boldly present or discuss with people in public with or without accessory. I so much appreciate this, and I know it will go a long way with me, and it will improve my performance in my profession. I want you all there to come over and pass through this school. Don't need to procrastinate. You have a lot to benefit and none to lose. Speak with power.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. Now it's time for Moment of Connection, where we hear from our viewers. We've had a lot of responses from moms who have shared their experiences of balancing motherhood and entrepreneurship. Let's read a few comments. From Jane Akintola on X, starting my own business while raising my kids was one of the toughest things I have ever done. But the freedom it gave me to be present for them was worth it. The second comment is from Bola Danjuma on X. I'm still in the planning stages of starting my bakery business, but I get overwhelmed sometimes and I question if it's even worth it. How do I stay focused and motivated through all the challenges? Pamela, what are your thoughts?
Great. I mean, like I had said earlier, it's a rewarding adventure to be able to have your own business and be there for your children, your family, and balancing that. So I really can relate to the first comment there. The second one about starting her own business and staying focused, I would say, like I had already said, get a network of women who can support you. Get an accountability partner that will keep you focused. I think that's really important. I think for me, I have a bunch of accountability partners, and so they help me stay focused with my life and business.
Pamela, thank you so much for sharing your inspiring story with us today. Moms like you remind us that it is possible to build your business and also raise a family, and at the same time, take care of yourself.
It's been inspiring to be here. Thank you.
That brings me to my final question before we wrap up. What do you do for yourself, for your me time?
That's a great question. Thank you. So I think as women, we tend to take care of everybody else but ourselves. And I've found that we need to be really, really intentional in building that me time into our schedules, no matter how small it is, whether it's an hour or 4 hours. For me personally, I like to go once a month, go and have a massage, go out with friends, or just go to my favorite coffee shop and chill. So for me, that works for me. So it could be different things for different people. But what I would say is for every mother out there who's trying to balance business and family, to try to intentionally build that time into their schedules.
That's great. So you take care of your business.
Absolutely.
Take care of your family. And also create time for yourself.
Very important.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Imagine stepping into a world where every breath refreshes your spirit. Our premium diffusers transform any space into a sanctuary using only natural, non-toxic ingredients. With quality-absorbent reeds, they deliver long-lasting, soothing scents that eliminate unpleasant odors, promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance your mood. Choose from tropical mango to a refreshing mountain breeze. Elevate your environment and discover a non-toxic way to improve the air you breathe. With Christian Creations, your home becomes a personal escape to paradise. Experience the freshness today.
And to our viewers, I hope today's episode has encouraged you to pursue your entrepreneurial dreams, no matter the challenges. I'm Sarah Roberts. Don't forget to join us for our next episode, where we'll continue to celebrate the incredible strength of Mighty Moms. Until then, stay strong, stay inspired, and keep being the mighty mom that you are.
Hello and welcome to Achievers Book Club on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos. I am your host, Sarah Erime Esekwe. Great minds are built by great books, and this is the show that brings the most powerful ideas from best-selling titles to life, helping you turn knowledge into action. Today, we are diving into a vital conversation, the arts of the lifestyle shift, transforming your mind, body, and business. We are exploring how determination and self-belief can help anyone rise above their obstacles. Joining me to discuss the roadmap to a total life transformation is a powerhouse guest. She is an award-winning photographer, entrepreneur, and author of the life-changing book, Lika's Lifestyle Shift. Please welcome the creative director of ClickArt Photography, Lika Ahunsi. Stay tuned. Hi, welcome to the show, Lika Ahunsi.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, I trust you're doing great.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we're just going to dive right into the questions now. So the first question I have for you is now the 4Fs framework. In your book, you introduced a unique framework for change called the 4Fs, right? Yeah. Which is fitness, food, fashion, and facials. Most health books only focus on the first two. So why was it important for you to include the outward elements like fashion and facials as part of a deep internal lifestyle shift?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Funny enough, I've never been asked, but it's so let me give a bit of background, how the book came into existence. Okay, so it was during COVID. We all stuck at home. The need to work out kind of became a thing because people were getting bigger, just staying at home, not feeling like they're doing any activities. So before then, I used to just post my workouts and stuff like that. And I don't know, I would say more people were engaged. Pretty much because we were now stuck at home. So I think that increased the engagement on my page. So one day I decided to do a live, and it was just a ask me any question. And based on that live, in fact, then I don't know if it's still the case because I don't really do lives anymore. But after an hour, it cuts off. So after 1 hour, I had to start all over again because people were like, I still have questions, you've not answered my questions. So it was so engaging, it was amazing. So majorly the questions, because I was taking notes on the questions I was asked and answering as much as I could during the live. But I realized that most questions revolved around these 4 Fs. So people asked me questions about my diet, what I was doing to, what I did to lose the weight, and what I have done or had done at the time to keep it. There was also a lot of questions regarding what kind of workout do I do, what are my schedules, and how is it possible to do this workout or still be active with my lifestyle shift, even with my everyday life, right? So that already answered the 2 major ones, which is fitness and food. Then I got a lot of questions about my outward look. So if you check the book out, I'm going to be referring a lot to the book.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah. So in page 16, in page 16, there's this picture. There's this picture here. Okay. And you could see how dark I was there and how my skin tone had changed. So a lot of people just going through my page, watching my videos were like, your skin has started glowing. Like, what did you do? What are your secrets? What facials do you do? Because you don't seem to have a lot of breakouts. You know, when I tell people that I'm over 40, it's very difficult to believe because they're like, you don't have wrinkles, this, that. So as much as I would say a lot has to do with, we like to call it my parents and my background. But I also do a lot with facial care and skin care to also be able to give tips on that. So I decided that the book, I didn't want the book to just be your regular fitness book. I just also wanted to make people see a bit about my journey and my story. And that's why I even called the book my name, Lika's Lifestyle Shift, like the raw data on everything I have done and all the changes I have made to be where I am today, which also included fashion changes, knowing what fitted my body type and stuff like that. So advising people also on fashion tips, colors that fit you. Some people just wear things randomly and they don't even really appreciate why they use the color tones that they use. So just giving a bit of information on fashion, what fits the different body types that we have, and colors as well, what colors that complement your skin tone. So so that's why fashion and facial became really important to put that in the book.
That's amazing, because it's not enough to just lose the weight. It's important that your body all round, what you wear, how you appear, your skin, that's amazing. That's good. And honestly, you do not look like you are 40. Above 40, right? Above 40.
Let's put that caveat there.
That's amazing.
Above 40. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that leads us to the next question. You've described this book as a raw and inspiring journey. Yeah, you just talked about that. It's your personal lifestyle, right? You open up about very personal topics like family, grief, mental health. Was there a specific chapter or memory that was particularly difficult for you to write down? And why did you feel it was necessary to share it with your readers?
Okay, so it's still even quite difficult to talk about. I lost my dad last year.
So
and thank you. And that's what led to me doing a revised version of the book. Because I wrote the book during COVID, which was roughly 5 years ago. And when he died, I decided to do this revised version because I wanted to add a bit more information on managing grief. Because I realized that a lot of people are so insensitive to, insensitive to understanding what grief is and how people manage it differently. So talking about losing him was also kind of like my love letter to him, right? How much he meant to me, how much he helped me in my own journey. My dad was my biggest cheerleader. He was the one that would see one fitness tip and send it to me. He was always sending me forwarded messages of different things to do, different health decisions, nutrition, and so a whole lot. He was an inspiration for fitness. I have never known any time that my dad wasn't working out or just constantly taking care of his weight. So it was really sad for me the way he died, because he just slumped, right? He wasn't sick or anything like that. And what even makes it a bit more challenging is that he slumped doing what he loved the most. He was playing golf. And I talk about that in my book. If you go through, so I call that managing mental health. Okay. So managing mental health, that's from page 29. And so basically a lot of the talk around this chapter is about my dad, about his journey, about how much he made me love fitness, how much he was into fitness, not just even only fitness, but nutrition. He was very particular about what he ate. So for him to die the way he did, it was really difficult for me. It took me over 3 months for me to get over it. Like, for me, no, of course I'm still not over it, but for me to go back to the gym. Because for a long time I was just like, hey, this man did it all and he just slumped and died. No explanation, nothing. So why am I stressing myself? Why am I doing this fit life, right? So there were a lot of questions I had to ask myself, and also, is it worth it? Yeah. Should I go back to Should I do this? What's the point? I could just slump and die. So what am I telling people to do better? So writing that particular chapter was very difficult, because I asked those questions even in the book, like, what do you people think? Like, how do you get over that? And I would say I'm still not over his loss. I don't know if I'll ever be. But in the book also, I speak to people who are experiencing similar loss and how they can manage it. I realized that when finally I was able to go back into my routine, I gained a lot from it. I could use that as a way to just release my energy, tension and sadness and stress. Right, especially with taking walks. I never really liked taking walks. I thought it was a very slow pace workout. But I realized that in this time, that's what I needed. I just needed something really easy. So I would just take those walks and listen to like motivational speakers and just try to put myself in a headspace that it's life, this is what it is, right? And just try to accept not having him with me anymore. Yeah.
Wow. I'm really sorry about the loss of your dad.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's important that we understand how to grieve, because most times when we have such a sudden loss, most people tend to express their grief in different ways.
Yeah.
That most times they don't even come out of it. Like, for instance, what you explained about how you started asking questions. Is it worth it? Should I go back to... There are most people that at that point, that's the end.
Yeah.
They now begin
they
to
can
eat.
Never,
They overeat unhealthy meals and they become fat again. And, they just lose everything, right? That's amazing. Okay, so that also leads us to the next question. The subtitle of your book is Discover the Pathway to a Lifestyle That Changes Everything for You. In the early chapters, you talked about teenage struggles with weight and confidence. What's the biggest lie you believed about yourself back then that the process of writing this book finally helped you debunk?
Okay. Okay, so I would never really say that I was not a confident person.
Okay.
But I always kind of struggled with weight, like my weight gain. I was never, if you read the book, I was never a skinny child. I was always chubby. And I have a sister, like my immediate elder sister, who was always skinny. In fact, we were like opposites, you know, so she was always skinny. I was always the one that was bigger. And so you refer to us and you can easily refer to me as, oh, the chubby one, right? So will I say it bothered me as a child? No. But as I got older, it became a thing, right? Guys, you started liking boys from the age of 15, 16, and you're like, okay, how do I look? So I think it was at that point, and just before I was going into university, that it became a bit important for me, or I became conscious of the way I looked, and it mattered to me how I looked. So yeah, I talk about that in the book, and how I started starving myself because I wanted to lose weight, right? And so, not to, you know, give a very long answer, but I would say that I kept doing different things at different points, trying to lose weight. So I would lose the weight, gain it back again, lose the weight, gain it again, because I think that in my head, there was this part of me that felt you're supposed to be fat or you're supposed to be big. You're not. Your body is not structured to be a certain way. I also have lines around my neck. And when I put on weight, it's like the first part that just becomes really chubby, my cheeks. So my facial change is the first thing you notice when I lose weight. So sometimes I even look bigger than I am on the scale or generally, but just because my face would always have that big look. So because of that consciousness, I would say, it made me always feel that. So I think what I would say I was afraid of is putting the weight back on. Okay. So it took me 5 years from when I lost the weight. I lost weight primarily around the last quarter of 2015. Oh. Yeah, so let's say it took me 6 months to really be comfortable with my weight, and let's say in a year, so in 2016, that's when I felt I was where I wanted to be weight-wise. I was toned out, I had done the work. But in 2015, I'd already lost a significant amount of weight. Okay. So I think my fear really was, okay, what do I need to do to remain like this? So even when I initially would post things, I was still very scared to post because I always felt, what if I gain it back? So I think my fear was not about just being like indecisive or not sure of myself or a bit timid. I was never that person. I was someone who had like self-care or, you know, appreciated how I looked. But I think my greatest fear was the weight coming back.
That's maintaining what
maintaining. So that's where the lifestyle comes from. So it was until after 5 years that I had stayed without the weight, which was, you know, supposedly now COVID year. That's when I was ready to speak about it, because I felt, okay, now I'm where I want to be. And I have been able to do this 5 years. So it means that it will take a lot to get me back to the Lika that I was before. Of course, it helped my self-confidence. It made me feel much stronger, even if I think I already had self-confidence, but it definitely boosted me to be like, oh, you've done this for 5 years, you can do another 5 years. And now this is the 10th, 11th year really since I started, because I started in 2015. So it's already 11 years since my journey. And I now even play around with my weight. Sometimes I gain weight purposely because I want to do a particular kind of thing with my body or something like I am so much in control now
of you.
Yes, that I would say that is the thing I've been able to change. You know, I've been able to get to a point. Do I still get scared once in a while? Yes. You know, I just told you about my dad and that fear of me just losing interest and just saying what's the point, and you know, just going back to relaxing, and that fear of losing it all, like just going back to being chubby and big and just, you know, like you wrote a book, like what's wrong with you? Why do you look like this? You know, so those fears, they are there. Yes. They would remain there, I guess. But I think I just consistently put in the work because it has become my lifestyle, that I do not really see it happening. Yeah. But you know, never say never.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So it's not just about the losing weight for you; it was keeping it to it consistently.
Yeah, it was that was where the lifestyle
came about. Yeah. All right, it's been an amazing time with Lika. Let us go on a short break. We will be right back.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078, or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. Okay, Lika, so the next question I have for you is this. You write that this book is more than a guide to weight loss. So for the reader who picks this up and is already physically fit but feels mentally stuck or unfulfilled, what does Lika's lifestyle offer them in terms of mindset and resilience?
Okay, so first off, for someone who is already physically fit, that's one job already done. So kudos, be happy, you know, you're already doing well. As we already said, it's more about a lifestyle shift. So it's not about just losing the weight, but keeping it out. And also the health benefits of not having weight. That's so not just having fats, excessive fats in your body. So for that mental shift, I would say a lot of it comes from confidence as a person. There are some people that even after they have lost the weight, they just still look at themselves and still feel, I'm not good enough. I'm not, you know, I don't feel that I'm good enough. So in my book, I talk a lot about self-care.
Okay.
The last chapter, in fact, I'm going to just read something very quickly. I said, always remember that, so that's page 83, always remember that self-love is not the same as selfishness. After COVID, that's when I decided that I was going to travel more. So every year, I always try to do one personal trip, just me. Because for me, it's a way to just balance all my emotions and just find a way to live in the presence. So that's for me. You know, travel was the thing for me. For other people, it might be something that they have just put, as I said in my book, on the back burner. Decide what it is that gives you even that anxiousness, because some people suffer from anxiety. So what is it that causes that? And just find a way to say, okay, I want to be better. I don't want this to be an issue anymore. you're already looking good, right? So you've done the work. So what are those other things in my life that brings me down? What are those things that I'm not comfortable with? And you start making that mental change, intentional change, to be like, I want to be better. So that would be my advice. I would say that self-care, don't always have excuses. You know, people will say, my family, I have little kids. I have a friend who would put her baby on her back, put the other one that is a bit older on a stroller, and she will take her walks, right?
There are no excuses.
No excuses, just make time out of no time. So yeah, so when you're able to have some structure in place and you see it's working, that can start even helping your mental health. So it's that mental health of deciding that you matter, you are enough. And I speak a lot about that in the book. So it's not about just the fitness change, it's about a mental change.
Amazing, amazing. So one of the best parts of the book is that it's packed with practical tips. If a reader could only implement one strategy from your book this week to start seeing a difference in their life, which one would you point out for them?
So I like this question because people even ask me this. So what I will say is the first step, and even for my clients, because I have people that I train from time to time, and the first thing I always tell them to do is the water detox. So if you go to page 64, you will see the water detox is explained a bit in detail, so you know what it has to do or what it means. A water therapy would help you to just cleanse your system, right? It would help you in a whole lot of ways, and there's like an explanation there of what it entails. So if you could do just one thing, that's what I'll tell you to start off with. Detox.
Okay, so the book is an invitation to stop holding back. When you were sitting down to write the final pages of this book, who was a specific person you had in your mind's eye? Who is the one person that needs to read this book right now to start their own next chapter?
Anybody who is just struggling with weight loss, anybody struggling with mental health, especially when it relates to your outward look. I think those are the two people I would say should read this book. If you are struggling, especially the second person, you're just struggling with being comfortable in your skin. Just being comfortable with who you are. Read this book, because that's my story. You know, my story, it really explains how when I made this decision for a lifestyle shift and kept to it, how it affected every aspect of my life, because there was just this boost of confidence that I could achieve anything. And I think that's the person I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to that person that is struggling with being the best version of themselves. They are just constantly questioning, constantly asking, am I enough? What I have tried to do in this book and what I've tried to consistently say is that you are enough. You are smart enough, you are fine enough, you're good enough, you're everything. You just need to believe it in yourself. And if making that body change would help in you deciding that you're good enough, then please, let's do that together. Read Lika's Lifestyle Shift and make that change and start believing in you today. Thank you.
Yeah, so Lika, how can readers get this book now?
Okay, so the easiest way to get the book is through my Instagram page. If you want a hardback copy, the revised version, because the revised version is quite new, so you can get the revised version if you send me a DM on two of my Instagram pages. The first one is dedicated completely for the book. It's LLS, so Lika's Lifestyle Shift, so LLS_Fit Life. That's on Instagram. There you see tips on workouts, you see so many information there. The other one is just at Lika Ahunsi. With those two pages, you send me a DM, we can arrange for book sales everywhere, all around the world. Then for soft copy books, we have ebooks on Stella. You would also see the link on the Instagram page. So yeah, with those two platforms, I guess you can be able to get the books. The old version of the book is still available on Amazon. We haven't been able to put the revised version there yet, but we're working on that.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Lika.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's an amazing time we've had, and we want to thank you for writing this book because it indeed would help a lot of readers struggling with weight loss and even mental health. So thank you, viewers. One of my take home is self-care is not selfishness, okay? So it is important that we put in the work no matter the things that happens. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. What an incredible, raw and insightful session we've had today. We've learned through Lika's journey that a true lifestyle shift isn't just about the physical. It's a commitment to self-love, resilience, and a total transformation of the mind. A big thank you to Lika Ahalsi for reminding us that we have the power to stop holding back and start creating the life we've always dreamed of. Pick up your copy of Lika's Lifestyle Shift and begin your own 4F journey today. To our viewers, remember that the books you read today shape the achiever you become tomorrow. Don't forget to follow Achievement Channel across Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more transformational stories and expert insights. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities to join the conversation. I'm Sarah Erime Esekpe, and this is Achievers Book Club. Until next time, keep reading, keep growing, and keep seeing possibilities.
Hey, this is Habiba Balogun, Chair of the 11th Champions of Talent Development Conference by Learning and Development Network. Shout out to who? The Achievement Channel.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tayo Luole, and I want to say a special shout out to the Achievement Talent. You guys are doing great thing, and you are really, really inspiring us with most of the content you are churning out. And I am proud to even say that you are our partner in progress with some of the things you are turning out. Thank you very much.
They're khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve. This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make most of their NYSC journey and beyond. I'm your host, Madu Dennis Uchechukwu, and you are watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's theme is one that truly captures the energy of our generation, the new Nigerian youth, purposeful, productive, proud. We are flipping the script from lazy youth to leaders in motion, young Nigerians who are building change, shaping narratives, and contributing meaningfully to nation building. I'm joined by two amazing guests. Our first guest is Egwo T. Favor, a fresh graduate and newly called barrister currently serving at the prestigious School of Eloquence, Ikoyi. She is passionate, disciplined, and committed to using her legal knowledge and values to make a positive impact during her service year. Our second guest is Dimba Onyekachi, a creative and passionate social media manager with a flair for crafting compelling digital content and building strong online communities. She represents the new digital-driven Nigerian youth who are shaping conversations and inspiring change through creativity.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome, Kachi. Welcome, Favor, to today's episode of Corpuscan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A lot of people do see Nigerians as being lazy youths and not being able to kind of like cultivate or be productive. Kachi, how are young Nigerians proving we are not lazy?
I feel like now there are a lot of youths out there that are into content creation, that are into personal businesses. Like we have people that start up a pastry business, or they start up like fabric business, like into like textile and everything. We have people that are into drop shipping, like people that they are the middleman when it comes to like other like business ventures and all of that. Then for content creation, it's something that's very rampant now. There are a lot of youths out there that are into content creation, because apparently from TikTok, people make money from TikTok, from going live, from even selling their products via TikTok or other social media platforms in general. So apparently youths now are trying their best to put their hands in everything that they can lay their hands on, like business-wise, tech-wise. Some are even like going out of their way to study like online courses that will help them tech-wise. Some are into like IT. A lot of things are actually going on. Some are even in the market. Those that find it difficult to like, you know, go to school, they're actually in the market hustling into businesses. Like some Igbo people now, they are into money. They love business. So some young guys prefer to follow their dad to the market, their mom to the market, and all of that. So personally, I feel like youths now are very, very impressive when it comes to putting their hands into something that will be lucrative, something that will help them, something that will be as like to lay a foundation for their future. So I believe that youths now are actually doing well, unlike before or years ago.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Favor, do you agree, or do you have another idea or another thought on how Nigerian youths are proving not to be lazy from your own point of view?
Okay, I totally agree with what she said, because it's very true. And I relate it to the economy now in Nigeria. The youth these days, nobody is relaxing. Everybody is hustling. There's no laziness anywhere from any corner, whether boys or girls, no laziness anywhere. Every youth is trying to learn one or two skills, both online or physical. You understand what I'm saying? So they are not lazy. There's no laziness in the body or in the spirit of Nigerian youth these days, because you see girls, no matter how little it is, whether it's learning how to make nails or makeup or hair or tech, learning how to repair computers or phones, any little thing, everybody is just trying to strive. You understand? There's no laziness at all.
Yeah, and also to add to what you said, once you see your neighbor, once you see your mates doing well, you will be forced to mellow down and actually work and actually help, like do something for yourself as a person, because you will not want to be in a situation whereby you have a friend group where everyone is doing well, they are making it happen, but you're just there and you're just being a burden to whoever is catering for you. So now youths are actually putting down their head and actually making things work for themselves, unlike before where people are always reluctant and just, you know, waiting for things to come, not actually moving forward to make things happen. So yeah.
Quite interesting and good to note. And from what you said, I could portray or foresee some situations whereby you have Nigerian youth sitting at home and expecting from daily bread to come from their parents. There are some people who, by the way, each time are kind of like still like waiting for mommy's pets, waiting for their parents' food and clothing and handout most of the time in everything they want to do, whereby there are a lot of opportunities outside for anybody to kind of like key in, join in, even daily pay works. There are so many daily pay work outside, but Nigerian youth these days are kind of like not trying to key into that. So thinking on trying to put a way whereby this scenario or this fact can be changed, I think and I believe that maybe there should be more of sensitization. There should be more of government coming up through policies, communication and broadcast media in ways by which everybody will be on the know or of the ideas of ways at which they can come out and do something and not just sit at home. So this brings me to the next question, and I would like to put it to you, Favor. Laziness, Nigeria, and trying to bring out the youth to come out and be active into the nation building, which we should be bringing about patriotism. And patriotism might look like a big word to every other person. But to you, what do you feel or what do you think patriotism can mean to every Nigerian youth and yourself, per se, at first?
For me, patriotism is not about just raising the flag. You're just raising your flag. That's not... You can find patriotism in the tiniest things, the simplest things. It might be just you helping out your community around with anything at all. It might be, sanitation, picking one or two things like deaths on the road, or it might be helping children, maybe buy textbooks or pencils or anything, or helping
volunteering.
Yes, volunteering just for anything. You understand? Like, let me say, for example, NGOs. There are so many young people now in charge of NGOs. Yes, and they help children that do not have homes, children that don't even know where their next meals are going to come from. That's patriotism, because you are helping your fellow Nigerian. You are helping them. You are mentoring other people, and as you are doing it, other people are seeing you and are learning from you. So it's not a big something. You can't just say, it's patriotism. We are saying that's a big word, and maybe you're finding something big. You don't have to do something that's so big. Just from the simplest things that will change somebody's life. That's patriotism.
And also, like, people feel like once you bring in patriotism, it means that you should bring yourself to the lowest of the low to get things done. And obviously, because of how the government system is, people don't want to actually do things for their country and everything. They feel like, why should they do that? But at the same time, to prove people wrong, there's one guy like that. I think they aired him on NTA. I can't remember, but they aired him somewhere on one particular broadcast. He was still a copper. He was still serving. He actually built a particular like hall kind of thing for like the market women at the particular PPA he was posted. He was posted to a very, very local community. So during his service here, he now consulted the government. They provided the funds and everything. He erupted a particular, like, it was given like shade where market women can actually stay and like set up their business, because apparently they're outside and obviously sun and everything. So because of that act of care and patriotism for that particular area, he was like, he put it upon himself to actually see this kind of thing to happen and work. So also another example, my sister's friend actually runs an NGO, as you said earlier. She runs an NGO where they help. I think I don't really know like the content of the NGO, but I think what they really do there is they help young people that don't have money to fund themselves. They also help grown adults who don't have really enough to like cater for themselves. They contribute, and anything you have, even for the young kids. Let's assume now I don't use some clothes again or shoes. You bring it to the NGO. They go out and give people that will need it. Do you understand? So all these little things are simple acts of patriotism that people don't actually feel like it's actually anything. They're like, you just gave clothes to somebody, but it's actually you're actually giving to the country, even if it's one person. It's actually a very, very simple act of being patriotic to your nation. So that's.
And I also want to add something. You don't have to spend billions, or start constructing roads or anything, or building statues of governors, past governors or past leaders of the country before you know that you're a patriotic citizen. Just from simple things. From simple things, you can change somebody's life. You never know. From simple things.
Because those women that they were very happy. I think the government even gave him an award, and I think he got a lot of opportunities from just that little act of kindness, that little act of concern for those women out there. So that alone can really take you places without even, and he didn't even spend a dime. It was the government that provided, that funded the whole thing, but he had the idea. The idea was his own, but the funding was from the government. So that alone really took him a lot of places.
Yes.
Yeah.
And most people, they do it because they want to get a reward at the end.
Yeah.
But that's not the real spirit. That's not the objective. That's not how it's supposed to be. When you want to be patriotic, you do it from your heart.
Yeah.
You don't do it because you want to get something in return.
Yes.
So even though you don't get a reward at the end, you are doing it because you are helping a fellow Nigerian. You are helping a fellow human being.
Helping one Nigerian is like helping the whole Nigeria.
Yes. So that's,
basically. So yeah.
Thank you. Patriotism, from what you both had said right now, I could pick the word selflessness.
Yes.
Kind of like giving out your all for nothing, not expecting anything.
Yes.
That's a good one. And to add to what you are trying to bring up, talking about patriotism, there is one particular program that is coming up, that is ongoing at the moment, which is a collaboration of the Lagos State Government, Ministry of Health per se, and the NYSC, whereby corpers are kind of like asked to enlist to help in the polio vaccination stuff. And a lot of corpers are into it. You know, sometimes when I pass through the streets of Ikeja and along, you see corpers, some on their khaki, some without, carrying this polio vaccination stuff and going from house to house. It's kind of like, it shows selflessness, especially as we are serving. It's not just serving in each other's PPA, it's also coming out to the community where we are serving and making an impact, helping out. That is great. That's wonderful. Thank you. Right now, our dear viewers, we will go on a short break. When we come back, we will continue on the topic. Stay tuned.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome back. Before the break, we were discussing on how the new Nigerian youth can be purposeful, productive, and proud. Continuing the discussion, you know, in our country, Nigeria, where everybody is hustling and trying to survive, collaboration or teamwork is always taking the back seat. So I'd like to ask, how does shared values and teamwork help unite Nigerian youth? I would like to hear from you, Kachi.
Okay. So from the question you asked, you said, how does shared values and teamwork help unite Nigerian youth, right? Basically, teamwork helps the dream work. So apparently, I believe that once youths come together and they stand by, okay, this is actually how things are meant to be, and they agree upon themselves, let's work together as young people. Because apparently in NYSC, you go there, you meet different people, different personalities, different tribes or ethnic groups. So apparently I believe that from that experience alone, you should actually have that mindset of, I can work with anyone. I should be able to adjust with anyone's belief and their values. Because obviously I'm Igbo. The same values I have in Igbo as an Igbo person will be different from someone that is Yoruba or someone that is from Itesekiri. So apparently, once you get into that space, you should be able to adjust and not just be someone that dominates, that wants to be like at the helm of affairs. You'll be like, okay, since I am Igbo, I feel like I should dominate this particular crowd. I believe that whatever I say stands, or whatever values I have should be what should be in place or in practice. But it should not be like that. It should be a thing of, I'm Igbo, I'm a table. You feel the people from different ethnic groups like, okay, I'm here, Yoruba person's here, some from Fulani, some from Hausa, some from, Yoruba, like that. As I were together, I'm like, okay, drop down your opinions, drop down what you think we should do.
We pick up ideas.
Yes, we share our ideas, we put it down together, and then that's teamwork. That's basically teamwork. Teamwork is basically you being able to understand and accept people's ideas and opinions and views, Do you get? So I believe that once people come to terms with, I am not the only person in the room. There are people there that are also there to share their opinions. Once people have that in mind, that they're not the ones that should, be the dominating presence, teamwork will definitely fall in place. So I believe that as you're a human being, you should be able to understand people and also adapt and be able to take people's opinions and views to heart, and not just take it as something that is shallow and something that is less important. Everyone is important. So that's basically that. Yeah.
Thank
Do you have anything to add?
Yes, I have a little thing to add.
Yeah.
What I want to say is, I think tribalism that is kind of creating that barrier for teamwork in Nigeria amongst Nigerian youths. Tribalism.
Basically, as I said,
yes.
Once you think that you're the dominating lead,
yes,
it's hard for you to accept people for what they are and what they truly believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just change that mindset. Nigeria has over 250 more than cultures, and they are so beautiful cultures.
Yeah.
So we should, like you said, adjust. We should all try to learn each other's cultures. It's a good thing. We should all learn to accommodate people. Yes, accommodate cultures, because Nigerian cultures are it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
And teamwork, everything will just be fine.
Yes.
That's what I have.
Thank you so much. That was a nice one from both of you. From what you portrayed out, I was able to take adaptability.
Yes.
I see it as a keyword there.
Yeah.
You should at least be able to adapt to every situation. You can't be just a Southeasterner from Nigeria and then the kind of lifestyle, the goods, the livelihood you are used to in the Southeast. When you come up to Lagos or maybe Abuja or another part of the country, you kind of abhor or look down on other people's cultures, values, and way of life.
Yeah.
So I believe adaptability is the keyword there. Yeah. But moving on to the last question on my table, I would like to know, as Nigerians, we all want to make it, but we also talk about purpose and impact. So I'd like to know, how do you personally balance chasing your goals with helping to build a better Nigeria for all of us?
You can chase your goals, quite all right. But when you get there, or when you feel you have gotten there, you also have to involve other people. That way, you're also helping. I mean, you have achieved your goal, and right now, you want to accommodate other people in what you are doing. But you can become an employer of labor, yes. And you have involved other Nigerians, you understand? So this way, you chased your goal, you got what you wanted, and now that you have made it, you are employing someone else. You are giving that person something to do.
Being an employer.
Being an employer, and the person now your employee.
Okay, yes. Kachi, what do you have to say about that?
Okay, to add to what she said, apparently I believe that once you have already established yourself, a point will come when, as she said, you will now be able to give people employment. As well, this topic has been centered on lazy Nigerian youths in quotes. But once you're there and I can be able to help and give a lending hand by giving people employment, by releasing work loads to people, they get occupied, which gives that sense of we don't really have lazy Nigerian youths again. People are now occupied, people are now busy because you have created employment for people. So that's basically all.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Well, these are all nice points, but all in all, one might be wondering, you are a lazy youth and you are growing. How do you grow? How do you create employment? The only advice I have for our dear viewers and fellow core members out there is that don't just depend on what is available. Seek help, find support, take loans that you can pay, and have ideas, think more, build yourself. In building yourself, you're building this country.
This is Corporate rising to serve, rising to lead.
Thank you, Favor. Thank you, Onyekachi. Today's conversation reminds us that the new Nigerian youth is not waiting for opportunities. We are creating them, we are focused, we are driven, and we are proudly building the Nigeria we want to see. I am Madu Dennis Uchichukwu, and this has been Corper Scan on the Achievement Channel. Until next time, Copper Scan, and Coppersville. Thank you.
This is Corperscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
What is your name?
My name is Ngozi Ochuba. I'm a pharmacist by profession.
Okay, so how has Achievement Channel inspired you in the past year?
Okay, thank you. You know, I actually came to Achievement Channel as a panel in Inspire Her. So I came the first time. I just thought it was like, let me just come and see what it's all about and see what I can offer too. But going on after the first episode, it made me go back, to reassess, rethink, and I saw it was really something noble, because through this platform, I see myself also being able to proffer solutions to the problems, everyday problems we see in our society, especially with women, because I'm on the Inspire Her panel. So, the everyday problem women face, the challenges women face, and how to add value not only to yourself, but to the society in general. And you now understand that you can make change from wherever you are. You start from where you are, with the resources you are, and the ripple effects over time, it's there.
Hello, ma'am. What's your name?
My name is Gwen Abiola Oluke.
When you think of the word achievement, what comes to mind?
Well, first of all, there must be tangible results. There must be growth. There must be impact on others. And there must be sustainability. So in other words, you can replicate that same event, and positive impact on others.
My name is Esther Budage.
What impact has Achievement Channel had in the past 1 year?
Well, Achievement Channel has done so well. It's an inspirational channel, a motivational channel, and also an educational channel. So a lot of people are happy with the channel because there's so much to learn on the channel. And talking about speaking up and confidence, the channel is doing so well there because from what we do in Achievement Channel, a lot of people are now beginning to have more confidence and they can now speak with clarity. And that's very good. Also in the area of women taking lead in their businesses, women are now beginning to take hold of their businesses and also doing well for themselves. So the channel is doing so well and I'm proud of the channel. Thank you.
So your name?
Hi, good evening. My name is Ayodele Oluwole.
When you think of Achievement Channel, could you describe it in one sentence?
One sentence, I would say Achievement Channel, we see possibilities. It's a place for possibilities to be seen. Because if you look at what we're trying to do on the Achievement Channel, we're trying to bring in achievers. We're trying to highlight, some of those basic principles that they applied that has helped them to be where they are today. So it is seeing possibility in people, seeing, identifying potentials, seeing how people have been able to maximize their potentials and, make the best use of it. So it is a very good channel to watch. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Ewudagi.
How do you see Achievement Channel growing in the next 1 year?
I see them achieving very great achievements. Greater heights because they have started a very solid foundation. And with what they have been able to do in 1 year, I believe they can build on that and achieve something maybe 4 times what they have achieved this year.
Ma, please, your name?
My name is Ambassador Mrs. Imelda Honosuji, the founder of Women and Modesty Global Initiative, an NGO that kicks against indecent dressing and indecent acts in the society.
What does Achievement Channel mean to you personally?
Oh, it means a lot to me. We have many channels, but I picked interest in this because it is educational and it is informative. It is a channel that while watching it, you forget yourself. You learn a lot from channels. Yeah.
Mafi, your name and what you do?
My name is Helen Onwa Odeleye. I'm a broadcaster, I'm a teacher, and what else? A media executive.
Okay, so what does Achievement Channel mean to you personally?
Achievement Channel for me is like everything put together that suggests success, that suggests progress, that suggests achievement, if I'm using that word again. And so if you're looking at achievement, it's like a very small word, but the channel has come on board to expand it. And it's come to say to us that the Achievement Channel is that channel that brings you the A, B, and C through the stories of several people for us to understand better in practice what success means in every facet of life, in every profession, in relationships, in humanity, and so many more. Thank you. Hi there, my name is Helen Odeleye, and I am so excited and proud to be associated with the Achievement Channel. Achievement Channel is everything that you would ever want in a television program, in content development, and you know, when you are looking for those things that you don't find everywhere that leads you to that path of success, self-actualization, and entertainment. Yeah, it's not only just talking, oh, there's a lot of entertainment and a lot of excitement on the Achievement Channel. So please make sure that you're tuned to this channel on YouTube and on all the other platforms on a regular basis. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anika Ade from K Treasure. I'm asking you to keep watching Achievement Channel, looking for a powerhouse for motivation, inspiration, warmth, and vavavoo. Achievement Channel. Keep watching.
My name is Ambassador Mrs. Imelda Osuji, the founder of Women and Modesty Global Initiative, an NGO that kicks against indecent dressing in Nigeria and the whole world. Keep watching Achievement Channel. Keep watching Achievement Channel. It is educational and informative.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Hello and welcome to Style to Success, the show where style meets strategy on the journey to professional excellence. I am your host Ayodele Oluwole, and you're watching Style to Success on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studio right here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. On this program, we celebrate bold, stylish and visionary individuals who have transformed their passion for appearance, fashion and self-expression into thriving careers and meaningful achievements. Today's guest is a dynamic professional with over a decade of experience in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods industry. A seasoned sales and route-to-market expert, she currently serves as the National Sales Manager at Unilever Nigeria PLC. Her name is Augusta Ihigebolo, a powerful voice in leadership, innovation and growth, with a bachelor's degree in economics and statistics from the University of Benin and a master's in general management from the University of Lagos. Augusta combines insight, presence, and professionalism to drive results, mentor teams, and build a personal brand that truly stands out. Augusta, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you so much.
It's nice to have you on Style to Success.
My pleasure.
I mean, I understand how your schedule can be, but at least you made out time to come.
Yes.
And it's nice. And I'm sure a lot of people can't wait to hear your story and how your style has, inspired success. So I want to start with this. Let's talk about identity. Beyond the professional title.
Yeah.
So let's talk about your personal background and your journey.
Okay. So thank you once again, Olu, for having me here. It's my pleasure. From the personal side of things, I actually did not live my life in Lagos. I actually came to Lagos to, like we say, hustle. My entire background was in Benin City. I had my nursery, primary, secondary school, and then university from the Great University of Benin, where I studied economics and statistics. I'm actually the last child of my mom. I grew up in a, well, I call it a single home, right? My mom raised the three of us. Yeah, my dad was not around, but we see him once in a while. So I think growing up in Benin, those people who grew up in Benin can relate with the lifestyle and all the things that go around in Benin City. Benin City builds you up in a certain way. You become a certain way in terms of having courage, having strength. So that sort of formed the kind of individual that I became. So I think sometime in 2008, I went to do my NYC in Abuja, and my entire life was to work in a bank. I used to like bankers, the way they, deck up in their suits, move from place to place. But maybe I didn't understand the whole work that goes into that space. But I just, as I read economics and statistics, if I mentioned earlier, and my ambition was to become a banker. I got that opportunity in Skybank when I went to serve in Abuja. I did my NYC there for 1 full year, and I was in marketing, right? So somehow I achieved my dream. I don't think that the experiences there deterred me from not being a banker, but somehow, I think the financial crisis of 2009 affected me in not entering into the bank. If I look back today, I'm excited I didn't go into banking, right? So I stayed 1 year, and then I was looking for a job, in Lagos here. I don't know how it entered my head that shipping was another big thing. Wow. So I was looking for a company that does shipping. I wanted to work in Maersk. But I didn't get the opportunity. But I got the opportunity working in a company called IAL. We're into relocations and removal. So when we have expatriates coming into Nigeria and they want to bring their personal effects into Nigeria, we're responsible for ensuring those effects come safely and in good condition. And then if they wanted to also leave Nigeria to their home country, we also help them to pack their personal effects. So I did that. As I got there, I spent about a year as a sales executive, and then it entered my mind again and said, you are selling services, you don't see what you are selling. Why don't you look for a company where you can actually do sales and sell physical products? And so I saw an advert, I applied, I didn't know the company. And people who are in Lagos are very exposed, right? You know so many things. Like, I know you grew up in Lagos, so you can relate. You know so many things about career, about industries. But those of us who are coming from, if you don't have elder ones who have come into Lagos, who sort of expose you to what's happening in the industry or what's happening in the economy, you might be really blindsided. There's certain industries that you could play. So I didn't know about companies like Nestle or Unilever or PZ. I had no idea. But I just knew that I wanted to sell a product, a physical product. And so I saw the adverts for looking for sales people, and then I applied, and then passed the test, did the interview, and then the second interview leg was when I now found out that it was Unilever, right? So I did the interview there, met with the sales director, and eventually got the job. It was a stream, a sales stream. So they called us a sales army, like the first sales army. So we got into that job. And that's how I started my journey in sales, and then also in FMCG industry.
That's great. I think that highlights the fact that you follow your passion. I love the fact that you said you are happy that you didn't end up in banking. That it simply shows that okay, you are now fulfilling your purpose. You are like fulfilling your passion.
Yeah.
And it is it is imperative to have passion for whatever you're doing, which is one of those things that affect your overall productivity.
Absolutely.
So talking about passion, so let's talk about, you chose the FMCG industry. So I want to know, how did you develop that strong passion for sales and strategy?
I won't say I developed it. I would say I stumbled into it. So if I go back to my desire to work in a bank, before we entered the bank, we used to hear how difficult being a marketer was, right? So most of us avoided, that space. So if you were going to go in the bank, you wanted to be in operations, right? How I got into sales is, I can tell the story, quite short. When I got the opportunity to work in Skybank, right, I was posted to a branch. And in that branch, I was working in the operations where they do check. So I sat down. It was like it's a back-end department, right? Nobody sees you. Sales, marketing is quite front-end. So people really respect such spaces. But operations is back-end. So we're doing the check. And some ladies there were telling me that, why are you here now? Don't you know that if you are here, after you finish your NYC, people will not remember you. There's people who are in sales that they will actually remember to retain. Like you are just at the back end, nobody remember you. So I was like, it doesn't even matter. Let me just do my 1 year first. I mean, God can do anything, But because we were coppers, they wanted us to open an account in the branch where we were working and then send the account to the head office. But that day, I don't know what happened. My branch, their system was down. So I couldn't open the account. I'm like a young copper and I needed money. And they said that if I didn't bring the account number, let's say maybe one particular day, like 3 p.m., they were going to send the names to Lagos and my name would not be among the list. So I took permission from my branch, which was on Aminu Kano, if you know Abuja very well. And then I went to the head office in Gimbia. That was where the head office is. So as soon as I entered to talk with the guy who was sending the list, I can't remember the guy. I can remember his first name, but his name is, he sat down, and as soon as I entered, he called me and said, come. Well, you know the one I interviewed about 2 weeks ago? I said, yes. And why are you now? Which particular branch are you? I told him. What unit are you in? I told him. He said, no. He said, you have a very good aura. You have this confidence about you. Why will you be in operations? You will not shine. You will not shine. He just called another guy. Come, no, I want this girl. Change her. Let her go and meet this other person who is opening a new branch. She should go there and go and do sales. And that's how I was a bit scared. I was afraid that, but he told me you can do it. There's nothing there. I said, okay, let me just follow him. And that was the last day I went to that other branch. And I went to the new branch. And that's how I started working in sales. So I stumbled into sales, but I found out that sales is what we all do every day. Right now, we're all doing sales. We're selling ourselves. We're talking about different things. So my passion for it, coupled with the personality that I have, because I love to talk with people, I love to meet people, I love to socialize a lot. And that's how I just found myself in sales. And years down the line, I'm grateful for it.
Good one. It's good to hear that very inspiring story. Yeah. So, you mentioned something like, the aura and everything. So I want to ask now, talking about your appearance, at what point did you, realize that your appearance and your personal brand, can really influence leadership success for you?
Yeah, I won't say I realized early, right? So I won't say I realized early. I think you get those moments as you go along the way. It's not something, there are some people that are very blessed. From the get-go, they know how to put themselves together. And then if they are blessed, they have the right economics to make sure everything adds up. But along the way is when I found out that you have to be dressed for the part, right? But this dressing is not just physical, right? Your dressing must start from your mind. You must understand who you are. And it's from translating who you are that you're able to express yourself when it comes to whether it's fashion, whether it's how you put your pieces together. Some of us dress to please others. I dress for comfort. I dress the way I feel, not necessarily because I want somebody else to see me and like me or say I like what you like. It's what makes me comfortable, and what I think will make me comfortable throughout the day is what I put on. So I think having a good dress sense, understanding that it's not necessarily about the, how will I say, it's not necessarily about maybe the what of what you are wearing. It's how you piece them together. It's how clean they look. It's how you have put everything, whether it's color-wise, whatever you have done, is actually selling you. That's the first thing that people see before you even start opening your mouth to talk. So I think it's very important. And I would say that it's something that I won't say I've just gotten that, I have it. No, it's something that I learn as I go along in my journey.
That's a good one. Good to hear that. So where do you see the intersection of style and confidence in, high performance workplaces like Unilever? I know how, I'm sure you know that confidence is vital when you are working in such a place. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's number one. I think confidence is number one. Not confidence in what you are putting on. And some people know how to style themselves, and that's just it. When you see them, they look good. But when it comes to delivering on the job, they're almost empty. So I think two of them have to go hand in hand. So if you are good on your job and you complement it on how you show up, then that works greatly for you. So you can't have one, and then leave the other, right? It has to be that it's something you are deliberate and intentional about, both on your performance and both on the way that you appear, the way people perceive you, So if you have confidence, fine. But there are other things that help you enhance confidence. So I give an example. Somebody is very confident, but he's going to a meeting and he comes in with a shirt that is not ironed. Somehow, even though you have confidence, that particular glitch that day will impact the way you present yourself. True. So you have to know where you are going to. You have to know who you are talking to. So there's a dress sense for every event. It's not like you can just tie Iro and Buba and go somewhere and you're having a proper meeting. It's not that you can't do it. That can even be a style. In a sense, it can become your style. Some people can just define, and this is the style I want to be known. There was a guy in my office. Every time you see him, he was putting on, a complete, like what you are wearing now with cap, fully dressed. If that becomes your identity, then it's very good, and you have the confidence to carry it through. Fantastic. So it can help you define who you are. Everybody just knows that, oh, this is your signature. And it has to be something that speaks for you and complements the confidence that you have.
That's great. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. So, I want to ask this because I read in your profile how important, self-development has been to you. So, why is self-development, innovation, and entrepreneurship very important to you? And how has this impacted, your career path?
So, three very important concepts. So self-development,
yes, innovation, entrepreneurship.
And entrepreneurship. So I, for one, believe that the greatest investment you can ever have is an investment in yourself. And that's where self-development comes into play, right? At every level, whatever took you to that level is not what will keep you on that level. So you have to continuously improve on who you are, whether it's the way you talk, whether it's the way you deliver on your job, whether it's the way you dress, whether it's the way you express yourself in a meeting. It has to be continuous development. Because as we are now, we are told that the world is moving. We're just not moving with it, but it's moving. Like the earth, let me not say the word, the earth is moving, right? So that means everything is in constant movement. So if you don't stay in one place. If you stay in one place, you're not developing. You're not staying in one place. You're actually moving backwards because things are moving forward. So you can't say I'm in the same place, right? So self-development for me is critical if you really want to achieve your dreams. You even have to sharpen on the values that you have every point in time. You have to redefine yourself in terms of what values define me, right? And those things come with self-development, right? You also mentioned innovation. Self-development has to be innovative, right? If you say you are going to develop yourself, the way you develop yourself changes with time. And the things you are developing yourself changes with time. So everybody now is speaking AI. That's innovation that you have to plug into it. But for you to plug into it, you are self-developing yourself. So those things go hand in hand. Innovation for me is trying to do things better. There's something I tell my kids every day. Leave things better than you met it. So that it becomes a way that you live your life. You can't pass this place now. And somebody says, Augusta just passed this place. See how scattered the place is. Because I've just written my name on the. But if I pass here and I clean it up, they say somebody who passed here. I've left a very strong impression about myself. And that's what innovation is about. About adding value. About doing things better. Getting things done faster, more efficiently. So innovation is very critical in the way I think. I don't like to think in a in a static way. I like to think in, okay, what can we do better? What can we do?
Think ahead.
Not necessarily think, just think differently. Like, okay, this thing now, is there a different way we can do it? I like to surround myself also. I get very excited when I hear big things that people are doing. When I was, the first time I became like a manager for other managers, as an area sales manager, right? I used to tell my team that, come on, Omo. They say people should go and sell Omo. You can't sell Omo. What about people who are opening people's head and removing blood clots? Those are big things. What are people are going to the moon? Those are mighty things. So when you think of what people are doing, then you start seeing what you are doing as small compared to what they are doing, and you start challenging yourself. And that's why you have to self-develop. That's why you have to innovate. And then the last one is my very, and you know me, very extremely dear to my heart is entrepreneurship. Not all of us will be entrepreneurial, because entrepreneurship, I used to think it's anything business. If I sell this cup, you're an entrepreneur. But I think in one of the classes that I had while doing my MBA, they redefined it as, adding value to what so you want to do this cup now, you can't just carry it and sell it. You have to add something on top of it. That's adding value. That's you becoming entrepreneurial. So you see how innovation, entrepreneurship, self-development, all of them work hand in hand. So for me, it's good. Not everybody will be an entrepreneur, but you can be entrepreneurial even where you are working. So you can be thinking of what is the best way within a company that I can do something. What is bringing value to this company that I work for? What are the new things that we can do that can help us drive business growth? That way you are actually tuning your brain to think like an entrepreneur.
That's a very good one. And I think that's the concept they call the intrapreneurship. Yes, practicing entrepreneurship in an organization.
Yes.
So it's a good one, Augusta. Thank you so much for sharing this insight. And viewers, we still have Augusta in the studio. We'll take this very short commercial break, and when we're back, we'll hear more from her. Please stay tuned.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, educative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
So you're welcome back. It has been a very nice session with Augusta, and we still have her on the show. Augusta, you're welcome back.
Thank you so much.
So I'm going to take you straight into the next question, and this has to do with you know, your personal values, your authentic self, and you know, creativity. So I want to find out that how do you maintain a personal style, you know, that aligns with your, you know, corporate role without losing authenticity, creativity?
Thank you, Olu. I think quite an interesting question. In my mind, the first thing is you have to define what your values are, right? So before you say you're authentic, what makes you authentic, right? If you don't understand that bit, then every other thing is just you are dancing around the circle. If I, as Augusta, does not know what I term as a value, so for me, having or being a very courageous person is a strong value for me. And when I say courageous, in the sense that if I go into a meeting and I have something to say, I will say it irrespective of the fear that I feel, or maybe I might mess somebody up or something. So that for me is a strong value. I also believe in having integrity. So that means if somebody wants me to do something that I do not feel will give me sleep at night, I will not do it. Once I've defined what makes me as an individual authentic, then every other thing I can build on top of it. So that means how I show up is, so I can choose. I'm coming today now. If I were to put on a suit, it will not be my authentic self, because on a regular you will not see me on a suit. You will see me dressed like this. This is my authentic self. This is how I want to show up. However, if I have, to your question, how do you match that to your corporate role? If I'm going for a board meeting, or if I'm going for something external, then I cannot necessarily dress like this. I have to sort of tune myself to the environment that I'm going to meet. So that's how you create that balance. Not necessarily losing yourself, but understanding the audience that you are going to be meeting in the event that you are going, and the role that you also be playing in that event, right? So being a corporate professional does not stop you from being who you are, but it also makes you to know who am I first, and how do I want to show up in that event, and what is necessary for me, what is required for me, you know, as an individual. And once you can put those things together, it helps you to show up in your best self.
Oh, great one.
Yeah,
great one. And you know, as a woman leading in a very competitive, you know, field,
highly competitive,
it can be a Herculean task.
Yes.
I perfectly understand that.
Yeah.
So for you, what are the challenges? What are those major challenges you have faced as a woman, you know, operating in such a highly competitive field? And how has your presence, not just your performance, helped you to navigate these challenges?
Yeah, I think I've been blessed with the company that I work with. I don't think that in the company, in Unilever per se, we sort of create any dichotomy between, oh, you're a man or you're a woman. It's about performance, right? It's about what you bring to the table. So I've not worked in a lot of places, right? So I mentioned only 2 places before I worked in Unilever, and I've worked in Unilever now for about 14 years, right? The environment created in that place encourages you to bring your best self to work, irrespective of your gender, right? And you know, most organizations talk about this gender equality, but not every organization practices it. I can say for Unilever, we practice it. So it's not about your gender, right? It's about what you bring to the table. And the organization creates an environment understanding who the woman is. I mentioned before that what I'm talking about, I have 3 kids, right? And I'll tell a very funny story. My first child, I think I had her in 2014, and I just come back from mat leave, right? So maternity leave was like 4 months, and then in the 11th month, so I just had a child, and then 11th months after, I found out I was pregnant again, right? And I wasn't thinking, in my mind, I was like, I just came back from mat leave, you know, 4 months. and now I want to go for another one maybe in 9 months time, and I was, you know, I was crying, I was feeling bad, and I said, who do I talk to? So I went to meet my line manager. I was like, why are you feeling bad? Something this good? No. You know, he encouraged me, you know, through the process. So that's the kind of organization that we, and nobody will make reference to that fact that, oh, this person just got back, oh, this person's rating should be like this in terms of performance. So it's about the environment that you work. Is it encouraging enough as a woman to help you thrive? I have been blessed to have that kind of environment. So it helps me to manage my home and also manage work and give my best, you know, to those both sides of my life.
I think it's so good to hear this, you know, having superiors that can motivate you, that can support you, that you can, you know, that can give very good advice at such a point, and that it is very important. And I'm so happy for you that you're blessed to be in such, you know, an environment that can encourage you to overcome some more challenges.
Yeah, but if you find that you are not in such a place, you have to choose your battles. What I mean by choosing your battle, you know, as a human being, first of all, you are the machine that does the work. Now, if the machine does not work very well, that means the work cannot be done. So my point is that you prioritize yourself first. So as a woman, let me speak for myself, I don't know, but I know most women will always prioritize family over work, right? So if you are in a place where you are not given the opportunity to, you know, my son has something to do, can I take just a few hours to do it and come back? Or my daughter has a prize giving day, and you are not in that environment that encourages you to play those roles as a woman, you know, to get home early. Then you have to, how will I say, you have to wait. What is my priority, right? Is my priority about having enough money, or my priority about being there for my family? And it can be at a certain stage. Maybe you have younger children, so you have to now make those choices, right? So it's not everybody is best to have an environment or a workplace that helps you, you know, manage those two sides of your life. But if you are not in that kind of environment, then you have to make a choice to say, what is priority for me right now, at this time of my life, at this stage of my career. You know, family, you will never get back the time that you lose. For career, you can manage. You can leave career now, come back in 2 years, 3 years, but every hour, every time you're missing your kids, you might never be able to get it back.
Good one. Right. Well done. Yeah. It's good to hear that. And this takes me to the next question, and I will be talking about mentors. Basically, you know, when you are in a career path, in a very distinct, you know, career path, you have people you look up to. Some of them are mentors. They can be, you know, the same people in the workplace. It could be people that are, you know, are working outside your you know, territory. So what I want to say basically is, who are those people that you can, you know, consider as mentors? And you know, that I'm sure in many ways looking up to them could have helped your leadership success. And what are those lessons, those specific lessons you've learned from them that has helped you to grow to, you know, where you are today?
It's a very tough question for me to answer, because really I struggle with mentorship, right? I struggle in looking up to one person to say, but at every point in my life, I've had people that I respected a lot, and I loved the way they had delivered on their job and who they are. So one of my bosses then, Nkechi Omozeji, that's her name. She was my first regional manager, first female regional manager, and she was my line manager. You know, I love the way she led, you know, with this, you know, somebody leads you with love, still scolds you when you don't do the job, but is very interested in your growth, you know. So that was one person at the beginning of my career that I really looked up to. As I grew, you know, it's not necessarily any particular figure. I can, per time, it can be Oprah Winfrey for me, just looking up. Sometimes it can be Michelle Obama. I don't say this person, no, I'm so fixated on what this person is doing. No, for me, it's about, I pick my mentors from books. I pick it from, maybe I go to somewhere, somebody talks about somebody, I go and check the person and see what they've achieved. And so this I find very inspiring. So that is one person I have loved in my career, to say, I like the way she had led, you know, she led very well. not taking away the empathy, but still doing the job. So that's something I keep reflecting to say, as a leader today, yes, you can still do the job and you can still show care to your people that you are working with. So I would not necessarily have people and names to call, but per time it can be anybody that I just look up to.
Good one. You've mentioned the points, and at least you've answered the question in a very good way, because at least one or two ways you picked one or two things from them, which has really helped you to grow.
For me, it's about people who are doing great things, actually.
Yes.
People who are changing the world. I don't know if I can change the world, but I just know that some people are doing and sometimes they can be very silent. You might not know them. You can just stumble on them and you hear their story and you say, wow, so somebody is doing something this impactful, you know. So those are the kind of people that really, you know, sometimes I can even get excited by a priest. You know, somebody who is just, I'm living my life for this purpose, and nothing can shake me away from it. Those are the kind of things that inspire me. Maybe not something I can achieve personally, but I love looking at people who achieve such great things.
So how do you balance, you know, fast-paced demands of national sales management with self-expression and wellness?
Okay. So anybody who does sales will know how high pressure it is. And like you said, very, very fast-paced, in the sense that every day comes with its own challenge. So it's almost like you are putting fires every day, right? So for us in sales, you say, I've delivered September, but Q4 is here. So the next day, 1st of October, you're already chasing something in October, right? And you cannot, it's a job that you cannot, being in sales, you can't go home and just be sleeping carelessly. It follows you into your dreams. You are just thinking, how do I meet the numbers? So it's highly pressured, very fast paced. But how I got, I don't want to call it like a light bulb moment, no. Sometime in 2019, I experienced something that actually, you know, jerked me out of, you know, fully immersing yourself in a job with your emotions and everything, that is then starts affecting your health, right? So that's why wellness, when you are doing any job, you have to be able to separate your emotions from the job. That at the point where you are doing the job, you give your all, but when you step back to relax, you have to actually relax, because if not, like I mentioned, you are the machine. If the machine is not working properly, you will never bring your best self, and you never bring the best performance that the company deserves, right? So for me, it's about giving my best while I'm there. But if I have a time to relax and spend time with the people that I love, or do the things that I love, I also give my all to that time, right? I'm still struggling on it. I'm not saying I'm there. Sometimes I'm at home and I'm working. It's not something I would like to leave the office and come home and just chill, right? So I think that we have to be very intentional in that space. What I do is that I don't do everything myself. So you might not find me that during the day, or let me say during the week, I'm the one sweeping my house and cleaning. So I have some things I have contracted out. So if God blesses you and you have the means, you can get a driver. So by the time you're inside the car, you are resting your brain. You have people that clean your house, so that you don't overstretch yourself, because you're not superwoman. So the things that I can get other people to do for me, I make sure that I get those people to do it for me, so that I have enough time for myself. That's how I create that balance. Also, we talk about healthy eating, exercising. I try to infuse it in my busy schedule. You know, take a walk. You know, listen to things that excite you. Music. I'm not a TV person. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I read books, I listen to music, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and those things just give me that balance that I require. So in a very high pressure day, once I'm done, when I come home, I know, okay, this thing will not kill me. You know, it won't kill me. Let me just, tomorrow again, we pick it up. So it's about mindset that you have, you know, knowing that if anything happens to you, the job will move. So you first are priority. Focus on that priority, and then every other thing will follow.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so good to hear this. And I think what you're trying to highlight is it is very important to, take your wellness. You shouldn't take it with levity, basically. At least you should deliver the job and still make sure that you are in a very good state of mind, because it is very, very important. Thank you so much, Augusta. So I will ask you this last question, but not least, and it has to do with advice. What we're trying to do is to inspire the young generations to come. So what advice have you for young professionals, especially women who want to match their personal style with a very huge career growth?
Okay. So I'm just trying to take my time to respond. So I might not speak to everybody, but I think the first thing is to set your mind on where you want to go, right? And then when you set your mind on where you want to go, then you now define, how do I get there? And then every day you are doing something, you are asking yourself, what I'm doing now, does it take me to where I want to go? Not everybody will aspire to lead companies. Not everybody will aspire to own businesses. Some people, and I'm saying in my next life, I just want to be a housewife. I'll just chill. One is to iron clothes and to take children to school. It's very fine, but you have to define who do I want to be? How do I want to get there? And then every day you are saying, this thing I'm doing now, does it take me to that place? Right? Because if you don't have that sense of clarity, you might be doing so many things, and eventually you see you have born 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and you say, I've just missed, I missed this thing because I didn't know. So I think it's good for young people, especially for women, to define very clearly, what's that thing? What's my North Star? Where am I going to? Once you have that clarity, then you start defining, okay, what values will I carry as I go along? So that every wind will not pull you, right? Because you can say, I want to be the MD of a company, but you don't have values that are defined, and then somebody tells you, come and do this, so that you become this, or come and do that. Because your values are not defined, they can pull you everywhere. So be clear on your destination, be clear on how you will get there, be clear on the things that you require, the tools that will be in your toolbox that will help you as you navigate that journey, right? And give yourself some, breather. Don't put yourself under too much pressure, right? Life is not, if I knew some of the things that I know now, some of the things I did I wouldn't have even, Then pick up skills, right? Very important for women to have very diverse skills. Don't be too singular or one way in the kind of skills that you have. It can be different things, hand skill, brain skill, anything. Just have different things that can help you build your economy, right? If you have those things, and remember that you're not alone on the journey, get a lot of people to support you. Don't do it in isolation. Don't do it alone. Get people, family members, friends, let them join you on the journey. You can't make it on your own, right? Because you have so many things. A woman has 1 million jobs, but the men, you people cannot relate to it, but a woman is always thinking of so many things at the same time. So if you are the one that wants to do everything, then you will break down, right? But if you have people who are, journeying with you, then the load becomes a bit lighter. So those are the few things that I would say. And they are basic things. The thing is that we don't do basic things. There are things that takes you just a few days. You can clearly say, this is what I want to do. They are basic, but just that we don't do basic things. When you do the basic things, set the foundation, then you can rise from there.
Thank you so much, Augusta. Yeah. So it is important for young professionals to have clearly defined purpose, which will, inform the path that they will tread in life.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Augusta. And it's been an amazing session with you. Thanks for making our time to come to Start Success.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I do appreciate it.
Hey, this is Habiba Balogun, Chair of the 11th Champions of Talent Development Conference by Learning and Development Network. Shout out to who? The Achievement Channel.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tayo Oluwole, and I want to say a special shout out to the Achievement Talent You guys are doing great thing, and you are really, really inspiring us with most of the content you are churning out. And I am proud to even say that you are our partner in progress with some of the things you are turning out. Thank you very much.
Augusta, it's been such a pleasure having you on Start to Success. Your story is a reminder that leadership isn't just about what you know or what you do. It is about how you show up. Thank you for inspiring us. And to you watching at home, remember this: how you carry yourself can just be as powerful as what you carry on your CV. Style isn't just surface, it is strategy. Thank you for joining us on Start to Success here on the Achievement Channel. Let's continue this important conversation. Follow at the Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more Start to Success updates. Use the hashtag we see possibilities and share your thought with us. I am Ayodele Oluwole, and see you next time.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Teachers World, where we celebrate the heroes of education. Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Teachers World. I'm your host, David Obianyo. Today, we have a special guest who is making Nigeria and all of Africa proud. She was recently named the best teacher in Africa by the African Union. But more than the awards, she is known for her heart helping girls, supporting students with disabilities, and teaching us all how to live in peace. Please welcome the amazing Adeola Adefemi.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back. I have with me in the studio the superstar Adeola Adefemi. Trust me when I say she's a superstar. It's good to have you here.
The pleasure's all mine. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so I have it on good authority that you're not just in the classroom, and that brings us to our topic, teaching beyond the classroom and helping every child succeed. You're also into peace, and that's where your peace podcasting comes into play. So with that, I'm going to ask you, how does this help children in terms of bullying and tension in the classroom?
I like this particular question because I've been asked so many times that why peace podcasting? Why don't you go for symposia, workshops, have conversations with teachers, adults taking over? But the thing about young people, children, they find it easy to work with things that are interactive. And when it has to do with student to students, it's interactive. But when it comes to adults, they see it as a lecture, so they're not always very forthcoming. And we know when it comes to our society, forget about bullying, let's look at it from conflict side. It is a thing of we're all different and our diversity is very fine. Now, for every classroom, we're a reflection of who we are as a society. We can see this in our classrooms. Our students are coming with their diverse, lived experiences. They're coming with their trauma, and they're all different. And we're always very quick to label the students, oh, this annoying boy, this Yoruba girl, this Igbo boy. So we tend to give them these labels. But when it comes to peace podcasting, the students tell their stories. Albeit it's, however, it's very, very discreet. We make sure not everybody can be seen because they're not comfortable. It's about traumatic things. The truth about the issue is that with this podcast, we can remove the labels and replace them with stories. So you are listening to those kids, you are listening to their stories, they're telling their true stories. So you take away the labels, the unserious boy, the annoying girl, and see human being with real stories, with real problems. And from there, the bullying stops because they get to put themselves in the position of those that are telling those stories. So that's one thing it helps. And it helps with, and another thing it helps with is empathy.
Empathy, I was going to say that.
Yes, it's deep for the students when they talk about their stories. It's deeper for even the adults around. And when you're talking about things you've experienced as a child in your society, in your community, or you're experiencing right in the classroom, everybody, at that point, people want to empathize with you. Like, they're not looking at it from the angle of, okay, maybe because he's unique in his way, this is his attitude, this is a me problem, or this is a person problem. This time around, you're seeing yourself in these individuals when they tell the stories. And I think the most important one for me, it gives everybody a nuanced understanding of our differences. You know, we are all different. I mean, different in everything. But when the students tell their stories, you get to understand that being quiet doesn't mean arrogance. Being you know, we're quick to label these kids when we're in class, you're teaching, and it's a particular quiet child in your class, and you feel, oh, maybe he's quiet because he doesn't want to talk, because he's rude, is this, is that. I'll give you a very good example. Just recently, one of the schools I'm working with, there was a particular student that was reported, and everybody labeled him as rude. And I kept asking them, what is it about this boy that you see as rude? Now, the problem, before the boy started talking about his issues, I mean, during the podcast, was they felt that, okay, after every offense, you need to apologize by prostrating. I mean, this is a Yoruba culture, and yes, it's in the Yoruba community, but this child is not Yoruba. This child is from the north, and he doesn't see things like that. Before he can apologize to you, he has to feel wronged, or feel that he wasn't wrong. Yeah. Or he was wronged. And it was, the teachers expected him to just apologize, because the other people that offended alongside apologized by prostrating, and the boy didn't. And everybody labeled him as rude. And before we could say Jack Robinson, his name was placed in the black book. And I kept asking, have you asked questions? Before the boy joined, that was the first thing I said, have you asked questions? Have you gotten to know what is wrong, why he did that? Because this is a very brilliant boy. He's represented your school in different competitions. And now you're labeling this boy, and probably you may even ruin his future because you've labeled him as rude and you've placed his name or put his name in the black book. And at the end of the day, the boy was told to write a letter, which he did, and he explained himself that where he comes from, you have to ask questions before you can apologize, because apology for him is deeper than just surface level. And at the end of the day, the teachers were impressed because the letter was very deep. Even before the boy started talking, the letter was to every teacher that was there during the issue. So at the situation, yeah, at the end of the day, they had a change of mind. If I'd not been there, I'm probably sure that boy's name will remain in the black book. So sometimes I think it just gives you a nuanced understanding of our differences, of our diversity, and it's coming from the angle or from the lens of a child. Okay. So also, I think the most important thing is it gives them a voice. The visibility gives them the voice. Like, there's some people that are very quiet. They really do not like talking, not because they don't want to talk, but because they're too shy to talk.
And now, their voice increases their confidence.
I think that's the most important one. One of our students, also from the north, don't know a Nigerian. She had the same issue too for a long time. She would never say anything. And now for the Peace Podcasting, it's not just about English. We're not talking about English. You can say it in your language, and there will be someone there to translate. So you can do it in Hausa. We usually do Pidgin, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo sometimes, because we don't have an interpreter for the Igbo. So we do more for Pidgin. But now we have words. Yes.
That's a podcast I would have loved to be a part of, trust me. It's something I can already relate to, thinking about it. And something you said is the fact that the classroom is like a microcosm of the society, how diverse we are. And as a teacher, if you can handle what goes on in your school and in your classroom, it speaks more about your character.
Most definitely.
Well, I've always told you I like the way you speak, the way you sound, and it's so good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
So, you've worked in various schools in the public sector, and I can imagine, as a teacher myself, I have been in the private sector, and I know the discrepancies between the public and the private. So, for teachers who are working with children with disabilities, with limited resources, how do you think you can speak to them to help handle the situation better with children with disabilities?
Okay, I'll speak from my own experience. First as a child and as an adult. before I became a teacher, I told people that knew that I did not want to be. I told people that I did not want to be a teacher. But if eventually I become a teacher, I'll be the teacher I, as a child, needed the most. That was the thing I had then. I said I'll be the teacher that I needed the most. And why did I say this? I think the most important thing when it comes to a child that is divergent is to be seen. I'm not saying give them visibility, see them. These are human beings, not just people in uniform. This is a real person with real emotion and with real issues. So I think the most important thing is just make them feel seen. Let them feel seen. Let them know.
Not feel ignored
at all. So it could be something as minute as changing their seat positions or asking their permission before you call them in front of the class to answer a question. Do you feel comfortable with this question? Do you feel comfortable standing in front of the class? Do you feel comfortable speaking to your friends? It could even be an apology after you offend them. I have a child, not had now, like I have a child, Samuel is in my class, is someone everybody complains about every time. But this boy reminds me of myself, and I know that it's a bit different. I don't think it's difficult for any teacher to know when a child is different. Different is not bad. It's just uniqueness. So I think it's very easy for you to see that, oh, this child is different. It could be something as small as maybe shaking their legs, shaking their hands in class. And everybody complains that you distract my class, you're a ball of energy, you're this, you're... But for me, I keep telling him, whenever he's not around, I tell him, where is Samuel? I ask everybody, where is Samuel? When he's around, I keep asking him questions because he enjoys it. He's different because he's very active, hyperactive. And I know that's the issue teachers have with him. But for the fact that I always ask after him, if he's in class, I speak to him directly. It makes him feel very good. And now Samuel is doing very fine. I mean, it went from writing the way that is not legible to being legible because it's trying to impress someone that sees him. So it's just about seeing them. You don't have to diagnose a child. You don't have to treat the child. You're not a doctor. Just make them feel special. Make them feel like, I see you, you're here. I hear you. And it could even be a slight change to some of the activities. You can't control the scheme of work. You can't control the curriculum, but you can control your activities to suit every child in your class. Maybe not the totality of every child, but at least to manage every child in your class. You can bring in activities that is very diverse. So you know that you're feeding those that are more into the psychomotor side. You're feeding those that are more into the visual, the audio visual, and all that. So it is as small as that. You're not. Your job is not there to say, I think you have
diagnosed thing.
Yeah, you are dyslexic or something. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is just make them feel sane. I think it's as important. If someone had made me feel sane, I'm pretty sure I won't be struggling with anxiety right now because everybody was always over me. No matter how many times I cry in class because I was always in my shell. I knew I was very brilliant as a child, but my own brilliance wasn't towards academics. I was very good. I could manage everything. I could balance. I come from a family of people that would probably memorize stuff and shake their heads in the exam and get everything. I mean, perfect score. But I wasn't like that. And I knew I wasn't like that, but I could manage it. But the difficulty I had in school was I was more creative with my mind than the academics, and nobody noticed that. And so I kept retreating into my shell. I was just going deeper and deeper until it became an issue. I mean, a big issue that was being taken around, trying to get a cure to whatever it is that they felt was wrong with me. So I see every child, and I think that's okay. Tweaking here and there, touching this and that, and just making them feel that I see you. You're my friend, we're in this class together, we're in this together, you're my partner in learning, and I'm ready to help you is enough, but not for you to diagnose a child or do too much.
All right, educators, you've heard that. It doesn't have to be a diagnostic thing every time. It might just be the little things that bring out the confidence in your children. Can I ask, what grade do you teach?
You call it grade. We call it, we call it as senior secretary, we don't use grade and but if I'm going to put grades, it's not 13 or something, but we call it SS1, SS2, SS3.
Okay,
so it's always
I'm
difficult.
so used to work with my international
but I think it's about 13
so
or 14.
We do all the grade and everything. Yes. Can I ask, who are some educators that have inspired you, like since you became and you said you never wanted to be a teacher or you didn't want to be a teacher. So when you go into the profession, who are some educators that you have looked at and said, okay, I like this person, or I like what this person is doing, or I'm inspired
by this person.
Could
be different people for different reasons. I'll start with my mother. She was too, I think I took so much from her, the empathy. Yes, I think that's from my mom. She actually loved what she did prior to our retirement. She enjoyed, and so by the time I started with my programs, I do not like going for grants. I don't enjoy grants. I think there's a lot of pressure on trying to, prove I did this, I did that. So I do my things naturally. So I learned so much from my mom how to manage that. And then she's always very supportive. I mean, giving me everything I need. Once I spend my salary on the students, she's always there for. I remember the day she actually retired, she faced me and said, I don't have money for you again. But it's a lie. Every time I go to meet my mom, she's always like, okay, another child, another issue, right? And she's always ready to help. So I think that's the first person I'll have to mention, my mother. And the next person would be our Permanent Secretary to the General, Permanent Secretary, Dr. Barrister Sholari. She is the definition of a teacher. She doesn't just teach by words. She's a total teacher, like everything you can think of. I don't think I can do half of what she's doing in the education sector, or she's retired as well too, but what she did while she was there, no, I don't think anybody can take her place in my life. And another person that actually inspired me is a man, Mr. Odusoya. He's not as active as, I don't know what happened. He's still doing beautifully well, but I learned so much from him. I think it was his dedication that actually helped me to do what I do right now. I saw a teacher, I was new at the job, and I saw a teacher that was going all the way, dedication 100%, attitude 100% with the students. It was about the student for him. It wasn't about the monetary, it wasn't about money for him. So I saw that, and I saw myself in him, because you can't motivate me with money. I love money, I want to be rich, but if you want to get the best of the best from me, you just have to motivate me with a challenge. And I saw that in Mr. Odusoya, and it's doing very well for himself, but I want to see him pop up more again. And finally, if I can mention one other person, I will say my two friends, Okbeifa and Adeko. I love them. They're my teacher tribe. I call them my teacher tribe. I can be very, I don't want to use that word on myself again, but if things are too intense, I withdraw. But they push me out, they pull me out, they push me to the best, to get to my best, to my peak. And if they don't see me online, what's going on, what's happening, they tell, I've learned so much from them. I'm still learning from them, and I don't joke with them. Adeko and Okbeifa.
All right, you heard that. It's always important to have people who inspire you, and also you should strive to be an inspiration, and also have a tribe. You can hear that the superstar, has a tribe. So with that, we'll go on a break and stay tuned.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078, or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back to Teacher's World. I'm still here with the delectable Adeola Adefemi. Delectable and multiple award-winning Adeola. So it's good to be here again.
Thank you very much.
All right, so sometimes we say we have to model ourselves in a way that the children aspire to be like us. I mean, not many children aspire to be like teachers, but I can imagine that if I were a student in your class, I'd aspire to be like you. And your handiwork is already trickling down, it's cascading down towards the children who you teach. And I'm aware that you have children, or you have garnered about 150 awards and counting for the children you teach. I can imagine that not every child in a classroom is a supposed high flyer. How do you work with these children that inspire even those who think they're not book smart to be able to have the confidence to win?
Okay. Let me start from this. You said 150. Of course, it's 150 and counting. I have to put it out there that in those 150 competitions won, over 90% were won by students that are labeled low performing. I mean, that they call repeaters. I mean, students that have repeated twice or more than. You know what I mean by repeating? I know it's not usually done in private schools, but in secondary, in public schools, yes. So these are the students that you would label as low performing. I love to work with kids like that because number one, it's challenging for me, and I believe there's beauty in every child. So in my case, when I talk about competitions, I want the child to know first it's about you. So whatever we do outside the classroom is about you. Whatever we do within the classroom is about you. And I think it's easy for me to get the best out of them because I make them feel special in one thing they can do. There's no child that doesn't know how to do one thing. There is always something they can do. It could be something like dancing. I can go looking for a competition that is about dancing for you to win, so that by the time you enjoy the success, it permeates into the other aspects I want you to win at or win in. So it's, for me, I want you to feel like you can do anything in that one thing you're good at.
You can actually be the best at something.
In that one thing. The moment you feel special in that one thing, it transcends into other things. And so when I see the students, it's always sometimes outside the classroom. I see them walking on the corridor. I see some of them on punishment. And I'm like, what happened? And they tell their story. I'm like, okay, fine. Do you want to work with me? And, I've taught in areas that are underserved. And some of the students have never left their community. They don't even know how the world looks like. I've put students in my cars that don't even know how to open doors. Just the joy of knowing that they're going for a competition, they're always very interested. So it starts from there for me. I tell them, okay, fine, what is that one thing you like doing? Do you like drawing? Do you like this? By the time I get one competition that you can succeed in, I feel most of the time this give them the belief in self. I was telling someone recently, I said, the belief in self doesn't even start from self. It starts from, I want to appreciate this person that sees me. The first time my students succeed is always more like, I want to say thank you to you. You've spent so much time, energy. How can I say thank you to you? I'll do everything in my power to say thank you by winning this competition. And when they do that, they now find out that, okay, fine, if I can win this competition, I can also do well in other things. And that's where they become themselves and, find themselves in themselves. So it's more like I am just like a channel for them to find themselves. So I don't believe in, when you say smartness, when people say intelligence, I believe we are different in different ways. We are very, very diverse, even in our thinking. So people tend to gear towards, you have to be academically inclined, or it has to be in the classroom, it has to be. The moment you can win at something different from the classroom, you can win in the classroom. If you can win in the classroom, you can win outside the classroom. So it's always very grounded. Like, it starts from that for me. And by the time they find their confidence, sometimes I have to sit on the floor with them and tell them that you can't just win at this. So this academics, that's why you're here. That's still going to call me a failure if you don't do so well in class. So I could sit on the floor with them. We'll start from, okay, pronounce this, say this. These students have issues. I mean, different issues outside the classroom. And it sometimes comes into the classroom with them. So it's not because you can't call them that, you can't say they're not smart. It's just that the issues outside the classroom is coming into the classroom with them. So they can't think, they can't function very well. So by the time we sit together and trying to find or prefer solutions together, they're ready to listen. It's not always very easy. I mean, the 150 took great determination. It took a lot away from me. I became so broke at a point. I mean, I had nothing on me. I had nothing because I was using everything I had to help the students. I wanted them to believe so much in themselves. So if it had to do with money, I would get them. I would work down to their houses. I wanted to meet their parents. I wanted to meet their friends. I wanted to see what makes them tick, as a child. So it took a lot away from me. But at the end of the day, it was more of, let me appreciate this person first. And since I'm appreciating this person and I'm doing so well, maybe I'm not that bad at the end of the day, and some of them just come out doing so well. And I say it anywhere in a day, I work better with students that you call challenging, because I think that's what makes us teachers at the end of the day.
I don't call them challenging.
People call them challenging.
Some people call them challenging.
Yes.
So that was a fantastic response to my question, and that also buttresses the teaching beyond the classroom as a teacher, when you invest yourself outside of the resources that has been provided for you. Now, as a multiple award winner myself, I can imagine that you have been in various spaces and various places with educators. I mean, we're talking Martina Teacher of the Year, Global Teacher Prize finalist. Nothing compares to that as an educator. So again, it's an honor to have you here. So I would like to ask you, what's the next big dream for you, and what do you see in the Nigerian system for education?
I could say, or I would want to say, probably cancel quality assurance, but that would be a joke. Well, most definitely, I'll still talk about the curriculum. For me, this time around, I want a table. And seated there should be, number one, the industry players. We need questions like, what do you want from graduates? What do you expect our graduates? What should they have? What skills, what knowledge should they have? I want them seated at a table. I want educators, lecturers, teachers in the classroom, still on the field, not just retired. People still relevant to the field, people that know what is obtained in the classroom. I want them on that table too, to be able to tell us, okay, this is not obtainable. When you're creating a scheme of work and you're putting 4 topics in 1 week for an English teacher to complete, I think that's not possible in any way. So I need them at that table too. I also need psychologists, children, psychologists at every level at a table to tell us what is okay for kids at every stage. I need special education teachers. It could be something small to be included in some of the activities placed in that scheme or placed in the curriculum. Everybody should be seated on that table, seated at that table to have these conversations before we create our own curriculum. Enough of lumping different curricula from different countries. Enough of bringing Finland. The Finland we see today, I've read their history. It wasn't like that. They sat down to decide what they want in their curriculum, and that's what's helping them today. So we need those people I mentioned at that table. Let them decide what we should have, and that's what I want the future of Nigeria's education. That's right now, if you ask me, if I wake up in the morning and you ask me, that would be my answer. I want that at that table. And number 2, I think it's time we prioritize the arts and foundation of every education system, which are the teachers. We may say, yes, we prioritize them. There are teachers or words at this, but we do not. We know what we do when we are this important rooms. The real teachers, I mean teachers in the classroom, people that love to teach, people that enjoy teaching are not in these rooms. We get to hear whatever it is they said that comes back cascaded to us. We just hear, go do this, do that, but we are not part of that discussion. Stop. We can't say, oh, we want to prioritize education when we don't prioritize teachers. Teachers are very important. We're the ones that will carry out whatever decision you make in those rooms. So why are we not included in those rooms? Why are we always like an afterthought and then really need a little bit of autonomy? Like, the control is too much. It stifles our creativity. A lot of times we are controlled to the point that people cannot. I hear things like, oh, carry your American ways away. I'm not using an American way, but I just don't want a boring class. I don't want a boring lecture. I don't want a boring anything. But it's so hard to do this when there's so much control. The bureaucracy is so crazy. Everybody wants to control the teachers, and it kills everything for you. Sure. And finally, I would say regarding the students, probably at this point, I think they should also be involved, because they're always like an afterthought as well too, and we are in that system because of them. So if everybody can sit on this table, make those decisions, create that curriculum or make that curriculum, I think we'll have the best in the world at this time. So it won't be like, why are you pushing out graduates that can't even answer simple questions? What do you want from graduates? And then we can make those decisions.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, and I can only agree with you. So my final question, as is traditional on this show, is to ask you to nominate an educator who you would like to see on this show at any point in the future. You can look at the camera and talk to the person. Okay, I would like to have Mrs. Kikelomo Osulu on this show. I would like to see her. And can I nominate one more person? Fine. Okay, probably Adiola Akesulure to my namesake, and she's killing it right now. She's top 10 Global Teacher Prize. Right. Yes, I think she's top 10. Yes, I know she's one of the top 10 Global Teacher.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for the past 14 years. This is Achievement Channel, and you're watching Teachers World.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Adiola, thank you for reminding us that being a teacher is more than just lessons. It's about changing lives, Your work with Peace Podcasting and your love for your students is truly inspiring. So to everyone listening, remember that every child counts. Thank you for joining us today on Teachers World. I'm David Obianyo, and we'll see you next time.
Good day and welcome to Achievement News right on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational television. My name is Comfort Idongise Basi, your guide through the stories of triumph, innovation, and positive impact shaping our world. Broadcasting live from our School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos, we bring you news that truly inspires. At Achievement News, we believe in celebrating human ingenuity, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of progress. We sift through the headlines to bring you the breakthroughs, the milestones, and the uplifting narratives that prove possibilities abound and true achievement is within reach for everyone. Our planet's precious oceans are getting more protection, marking a massive win for global conservation. In recent weeks, 10 new marine reserves have been announced worldwide, including a significant 3,800 square kilometer area in Colombia and increased protected sea zones in Portugal. Most notably, the African nation of Sao Tome and Principe has established 8 new marine protected areas, and it is a truly inspiring step in environmental action. And here in Nigeria, a positive conservation story as a rare chimpanzee population was recently captured on video for the first time in our very own Ise Forest Conservation Area, a testament to local efforts. The health of our planet is in our hands. Every small act of conservation, from responsible waste disposal to supporting eco-friendly initiatives, contributes to a healthier, more vibrant world for all. We see possibilities. Right here in Nigeria, innovation is rising to meet the challenge of environmental sustainability. The Felicia and Lawrence Omiunu Environmental Sustainability Grant has launched, offering vital financial support and expert backing to individuals and organizations developing groundbreaking solutions for plastic pollution. This $1,000 grant aims to foster local creativity and empower homegrown innovations that can effectively tackle the pervasive issue of plastic waste, contributing to a cleaner, healthier environment across our communities. Every local problem holds the seed of a local solution. Be the innovator in your community, turning challenges into opportunities for cleaner, more sustainable living. We see possibilities.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802-303-2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
In a significant stride for human dignity, England and Wales are moving to decriminalize rough sleeping. This progressive move repeals an antiquated 1824 law that criminalized homelessness, marking a profound shift in approach. Instead of punishment, the focus will now be on providing support and addressing the root causes of homelessness as a social issue. This legislative change reflects a more empathetic and effective approach to supporting vulnerable populations and upholding human rights. Humanity thrives when we extend compassion and support to our most vulnerable. Let us be inspired to foster empathy in our own communities, ensuring no one is left behind. We see possibilities. UN Women's 2024-2025 report shines a spotlight on incredible strides for women globally, with significant impact felt here in Nigeria. The report highlights women in Jordan winning over 40% more parliamentary seats and new women leaders in Kenya passing impactful legislation. Critically for us, the report celebrates Nigeria's own progress in granting women preferential access to public contracts, a policy expected to open up opportunities for over 1 million women-led businesses. These are tangible steps towards greater political representation, legal protection, and economic independence for women worldwide. When women lead, economy grows and societies flourish. Be inspired by these achievements and strive for your own leadership role. Knowing your impact creates a ripple effect for all. We see possibilities.
Hello everyone, my name is Chinedu Ndugwe. If you know you are looking out for anything to do with innovation, motivation in Nigeria or Africa, please watch out for Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Zeole. Keep watching Achievement Channel for daily motivation and you're good to go.
Tune in next time for more achievements news, your daily source of positivity. Visit us at www.achievementchannel.com and join the movement #WeSeePossibilities. That's all the achievement news for today. Remember, every day brings new opportunities for growth, progress, and impact. Keep achieving, keep inspiring, and most importantly, keep believing in the power of possibilities. My name is Comfort Edongese Basi, wishing you a truly impactful day.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel. I'm Pamela Egbo, reporting live from the School of Eloquence, Lagos, where we shine a light on remarkable individuals, transforming lives and building a better future for us all. Today, we're honored to have Iye Jonathan Ichavie, a distinguished social entrepreneur and co-founder of the CISO Empowerment Foundation. With over a decade of dedication to supporting internally displaced persons and refugees, Iye has impacted more than 100,000 lives through relief efforts, rehabilitation programs, and advocacy. Get ready to be inspired by her incredible journey and unwavering commitment to change. Let's get started.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Iye, welcome to Champions of Change. It's great to have you on the program.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. So you've had an amazing impact with your work with CISO Foundation. You've impacted over 100,000 lives so far. Working with people who have internal displacement. What I want to know is what made you start CISO Foundation and particularly what made you focus on this area of advocacy?
So it was a personal experience. My grandmother, who was at that time about 95 or 96, was displaced by a conflict in my village back in Benue, back home. And it was just the neighboring village. They were fighting over land or something. And in the middle of the night, they came in and burnt our family home.
Wow.
And my grandmother had to run. Now, that generation, she could walk, she could run. And she basically had to run for her life. In the middle of the night, at that time I was actually about to move from Nigeria to another country for an assignment, a work assignment. Then I was working with UNICEF Nigeria. And my dad just told me one day, oh, they've attacked the village, they've burnt our family house. And, Mama is staying in one of these places near the marketplace. It didn't really register until I got home. I got into Switzerland, where I was going to at the time. And I started talking to him to say, okay, I need more information. What's really happening at home? And it dawned on me that my grandmother was actually living in some hut in the village. Went from living in this big house, which had now been burnt to ashes, basically to this place. And, at that age, she didn't want to come to town, Makudi, which is about 2 hours away by road. Some of the roads are not good. At that age, you just want to be in your space, right? So she wasn't ready to move to any of her children's houses. So I took some time off, came home. I said, okay, let me see what's going on. He said, oh, the house is burned, all the relatives, everybody's displaced. They're all hanging in different places. And it was my birthday that year, 2009, September. And I just did some fundraising, asked friends to support and donate. Let me go home and see what's going on. I'd also written a poetry book, a book of Christian poetry called True to You. And I said, oh, okay, I'll launch it in January, my next holiday in Nigeria. Let me even go home first and see what's going on. And I went to the village. Oh, my goodness. That was when I realized they had this conflict. So my village people now retaliated, and they actually basically were just fighting each other, until they stopped fighting when they burnt their food supplies and everybody was too hungry to continue fighting.
Wow.
So there were displaced people on my side, and there were displaced people on the other side of the village. So there they were just milling around, and all of that. And when I saw that, I was like, whoa, this is serious. And I'd raised this money, and I decided, okay, they needed food. We needed to figure out how to begin to look at how can we make peace, how can we advocate, and begin to call on the government to do their part, because there was no compensation offered to anybody for anything. And that's how we got into this. We decided to register because we realized this extended beyond my family.
Of course.
And so we decided to register Seesaw Foundation. It was very interesting. When I went in, I was also doing my master's at the time, my master's in political management. One of the things I was very interested in was, what is it that motivates people to carry out this kind of violence?
Right.
Because when we started talking, it turned out that sometimes some unscrupulous politicians and political actors would instigate these conflicts and target certain people's homes in these places. Maybe they're a political rival. And the whole point is to cripple you, right? And so we said, what is it that motivates young people? These were young people in the village to go out there and destroy property, and you fight so much that you get too hungry to stop. You can't even fight anymore. You now stop. And you've destroyed your whole community, and all of you are just looking at yourselves.
Exactly.
And so I did some research on that. So my thesis was on youth involvement in political violence. And just talking to each youth, I interviewed young people in the community. One refrain, if you people will just come and help us. We don't have jobs. We don't have this. We don't have that. And we're like, so because you don't have jobs, you allow somebody from outside to come and give you money to go and burn your neighbors, whatever. It will destroy the place even further, and you will not get the jobs.
Exactly.
But what struck me was just that sense of lack of ownership, learned helplessness, and just feeling like, oh, we can't change, or we're just here. The help should come from external. And that's what informed the name Seesaw. Seesaw in Tiv means we will repair. And so it's on you. It's for you to take ownership. Of course, I was in the UN for 8 years. So we saw that refrain throughout many communities. You go and people will be like, oh, the UN should come and help us. But it's your community. And so it came from that philosophy and that thought that if we're going to fix things, it's going to be on us as communities, as Nigerians. Nobody's coming to save you.
That's right.
You know, you need to sort yourself out. And so that's where the name came from, and that's how we started.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
I love that, what it means in TIV. I love that. So tell me, in terms of, I know some of your services has been emergency relief as well as long-term rehabilitation.
Yeah.
One of the key things to making a foundation like yours successful is sustainability.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so how has that been in terms of making it sustainable? And also, what have been some of the challenges that you have found in trying to make it sustainable?
So that's an ongoing battle, right, in this space. But I think when we started, like I said, I launched this book. And it was actually the proceeds from that book launching, that you know, we used to kick off our first programs, to even register the foundation. And one of the things we had, coming from my background, I was in private sector fundraising with UNICEF, and before I'd always done fundraising from private sector. I really believed, again, back to that philosophy, we will fix ourselves. So we looked more towards how can Nigerians support this work. And so we had a lot of individual support from friends, family, friends of friends, and friends of family members. We tried to really keep our operations really slim.
Right.
And a lot of volunteering. For me, even when I now eventually left the UN and came back to Nigeria, I totally funded myself. I mean, newsflash for people, NGOs don't have pots of money, generally, most of us who are really doing, you know, you are really on the grassroots. So, you know, some people, even till now, even the Nigerian authorities, some of them feel we're getting dollars from abroad and grants. Not all of us operate that way. Even if you do get those kinds of grants, you do have to, it has to tally with your mission.
Yes.
So, for example, when we started, I was doing a lot of work. I did my initial rounds. In fact, we were one of the first NGOs from southern Nigeria or from the Middle Belt to go to the north.
Right.
When Boko Haram was attacking and there were people who were displaced, you would tell Nigerians, do you know we have displaced people? They say it's not possible. How can Nigeria have displaced people? How can we have refugees within refugees? We're just lying. So we had to go to say, okay, we know about these attacks. I mean, we started in Benue. Then there was a flood. People were whatever. But, you know, there was just none of that. That media wasn't there. Now everybody says IDP, IDP. At that time, 2010, you know, if you told people, I'm looking at 2010, 2011, even 2014, if you told people there were displaced people in Nigeria, they would argue with you, you know, and they would say, we are trying to. So I remember there was one situation, there was a conflict in my state. Terrorist headsmen were attacking the farming communities, some of them. And we raised the issue. And people were like, you're just trying to make the government look bad. You are being sponsored by the opposition. I'm like, what's wrong with you people? Displacement is a reality. It's something that happens. You know, but so we made a conscious effort. Because of those things, we decided that we wanted to focus very much on trying to be as independent as possible. So we would not be open to accusations of being politically biased and so on and so forth. We could get our funding from individuals. We focused very much on CSR, you know, reaching out to companies and corporate organizations to support us. So that was the sustainability journey, keeping our costs really low. For example, for a long time, I was just paid a stipend of 50,000 naira every month, right? So I was surviving through other means, doing consulting work and so on and so forth. I remember I had a friend that said, you should be richer than this. I'm like, please, that's not the point. Let's do the work, right? And let's serve people and let's be happy. But I think in terms of that sustainability challenge, it is an ongoing challenge. You really have to think about how you're going to sustain. And looking back now, there are things I've learned that I would definitely advise people to do differently for the sustainability journey.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
But we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
yes.
Let's
that's been that's been our story so far.
Fantastic. Let's take a quick break and we'll return and continue this amazing conversation.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional in Lagos and Abuja.
Call 0802 3032 066. Log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence.
Teaching the world to speak.
Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome back to Champions of Change. And just before the break, we were talking to EA about internally displaced people and her work with the CISA Foundation. So EA, you were just about to tell us about sustainability and what helps with that. So if you could just mention a couple of things that has helped.
I think one of the first things is to actually have stream of income. And that's what I'm talking about, social enterprise now. You have to find something that you're doing that adds value to society and that earns income, that from that surplus you can now use that to take care of your social goals, of your charitable endeavors. That's something that I wish we had thought about way back when. Because when you think about it, the history of charity is funded from those kinds of entities. It's the excess or the deliberate setting aside. So we have MTN Foundation, that's what they do. Ford Foundation came from that rich tradition.
Right.
You know, there were
Rockefeller
Foundation
that's right.
and all of that. And that's something I think that's our sector in Nigeria. We need to really grow into that. Because you cannot depend on donations. You know, it's not sustainable, no matter how you push it. I've pushed it for 14 years, and we're now pivoting into looking into other areas we want to move into.
And in fact, there's givers fatigue. Givers fatigue.
There's donor fatigue. You know, we are burning out. I'm almost burnt out, you know, because you're constantly looking for money and trying to whatever, you know. So it's just to reinvent ourselves and see how we can, you know, add value to society in a different way, while giving back as well to those who are displaced.
Amazing, amazing. You have something really exciting coming up, your research fellowship with the Toronto Metropolitan University. Tell us a little bit about that and how it feeds into your work that you're doing with the CISA Foundation.
So it's with the Center for Research Excellence in Migration. And I'm going to be doing a fellowship just studying housing for refugees, migrants, and displaced persons. It's right what I needed at just the right time. Because in all the work we've been doing over the last 14, 15 years, what displaced people need is housing. They need sustainable housing solutions. Because think about it, if you don't have a house, where are you going to start from? And what we've seen with the women we work with, work with a lot of women and their families, is they're severely displaced. So they fled to one place, then maybe the place gets attacked again. They're put in a camp. The camp gets attacked again. We've heard about that. Or they're in a settlement community. A flood comes. This one is Lagos. We see that, right? There are no camps for them in Lagos, right? But a lot of them are in settlement areas. They're in shanties. When it's heavy season, rainy season, just know they'll be flooded, right? Some of them have to move their children out. They now get to another place, or the place gets demolished by government or the owners of the land. You know, so they have to move. In Benue, for example, there were times we even had they move into a primary school. So the poor primary school children are displaced from learning.
Wow.
So they're staying in the primary school, or sometimes they're sharing. So children come to school in the morning. Then when a governor or government official says, "Oh, this can't happen," there's no option for them. They say, "Okay, you have to move out." Move out to where? So we started thinking the best solution you can give displaced people is just give them a place. In our rehabilitation work, in the empowerment and livelihood support work we do, these are people who are hardworking, who had businesses, had solid jobs before this stuff happened. Anyone can get displaced. But because they don't have housing, it now destabilizes them, reduces them, they become poorer and poorer. And we realize the biggest thing you can do for someone who's displaced is to give them housing.
Absolutely.
So it's something we've been talking to a few partners, but we want to look at how the financing options for that, the long term, because it's not cheap. And so for me, it's such a great opportunity to network, to find out what are other countries doing, what's happening in Canada, for example. I'm very excited about the people I'm going to be learning from and also sharing with them our own experiences of working with displaced persons.
Fantastic opportunity. We look forward to hearing more about that. What would you say to entrepreneurs who want to start their own social impact initiatives and have the right attitude and mindset? Because you talked about servitude being the bedrock of actually being a social entrepreneur.
Yeah.
It's not just about coming to make money, because then you're in the wrong line. So what would you say has helped you as a foundation to focus on that?
I think it's just the desire to serve. You really have to decide, how am I going to give value? What's more important? I remember I had a situation where one of the things we sometimes see with service sectors, and we see it in governance, we see it in different places. One of our first outreaches for livelihood support program, we had some people who were doing some work with us at the time, and they came to support this program. It was a training program for the women. And because the women are displaced, they live in shanties, I came to the place and I noticed that they were buying refreshments, and they had bought for themselves, the workers who are not displaced, had bought for themselves malt.
And
I mean, very simple thing, no. And then for the people, they bought pure water.
Right.
I was like, how is that? You don't need the malt. They need the malt, you know. And so for me, it's about those people that you're trying to serve. The question is always, how can we add more value to their lives? Even in choosing what you're going to do to generate the income, how can you link it to what you're doing in a way that adds value? So one of the things I'm working on with some of my partners is, how can we, for example, develop housing products that we can sell to middle and lower income people who are not displaced, where we can now take a percentage of those profits and use it to fund the housing needs of those who are displaced. So you maybe try and find a linkage, but find something that offers real tangible value. So that's what I'd say on that.
Amazing.
But with a view to serving, and how can we just make life better for those we serve, whether we're on the income generation side or for those who are just trying to impact in a socially impact. So that's it.
Amazing. And last but not the least is you wear many hats. Ever since I've known you, you're an activist, you're a humanitarian, you're an entrepreneur, you're an advocate. How do you
a politician. I ran for office last year.
Oh yes, of course. I forgot about that one.
2023.
How do you basically balance it all and still maintain, your core focus in mind, which is really helping people bottom line?
I mean, I think the key thing is there's just that common thread. Of course, faith for me plays a really strong role. And one of my favorite sayings of Jesus is, more blessed to give than to receive. And I always say, in giving there's joy, And so in all those places, it's about giving. It's about speaking up for those who cannot speak up for themselves. It's about being that voice, being that advocate. And I mean, I remember one time, one of our first outreaches, we went up to Gombe because there were some displaced people who had fled from Boko Haram into Gombe, and they were being housed by the state government. Beautiful place, amazing people. Some people in Gombe gave them housing. They even housed some of them. So there were just amazing things they were doing. But I remember that day, we got this vehicle broken down. It broke down. We bought food. We were going to take it to the camp. And as we got to that camp, it was amazing. The camp manager said to us, I don't know how you knew, but we've run out of food.
Wow.
And we were just wondering this morning, how are we going to feed all these people we have? And obviously God worked it out, and we just got there and they had the food they needed. I remember there's a picture, there's a boy, he was so happy to see us, like this 2-year-old. He was so happy to see us. And, the people kept saying it wasn't about the food. It was amazing to them to hear that they were up in the north. These are mixed religion, Christians, Muslims, but northerners, various, whatever, that people in Lagos had fundraised. People from Lagos that didn't know them had given them food, giving money, and we had come all the way up there, risked our lives to come and deliver this food. We bought the food locally, but to deliver it. And they said to us, in every place we went, whether it was in Adamawa, in Gombe, in, what was the other place we went to? Jos, right? Or Kwampang in Plateau State. All we kept hearing was, we are not forgotten. Our brothers and sisters all across Nigeria have not forgotten us. And for us, even now as I'm talking about it, I remember that experience. It was goosebumps.
Yes.
Just them knowing that people recognize their humanity.
They felt seen.
They felt seen. And they felt the love of other people. So bottom line for me, that's just the thing. In everything we're doing, whether it's the politics we're doing, it's about serving the people. Whether it's activism, it's not about us. It's not about, if I was saying to somebody that with interviews and TV, it's not about me or EA or say, it's about the people we're serving. It's how can we amplify the message that people should support them more and really love those who are in need and love those who are displaced or whoever, we're trying to serve.
Fantastic. How can people get involved? Because this is incredible work that you do. It makes a difference in people's lives. It's real, tangible difference. So I'd like you to do a shameless plug and basically tell us how people can get involved.
I would like to say that please support the displaced around you. For Say So, you can reach out to us on our social media handles, Instagram, Say So Africa. Please check out what we're doing. And some of you may not be able to reach us directly, but there's so many other people who are displaced in our local communities. Please see how you can reach out through your church, through your neighborhood. You will see them. That person who is in Megad or his wife, and have a conversation. See them, have a conversation, talk to them. What are their challenges? What are their needs? Sometimes it's just an encouraging word. Because believe me, some of them, they're about to go home and kill themselves because life is just so tough. We've had one situation like that. It was heartbreaking. But please, just keep reaching out. Those you can support, please do. You can send support to our organization, or you can also contact us. If you're in a different state, we can also link you up with those who you can help as well. Thank you.
Thank you, EA. That was wonderful. Thank you. We will leave all the details of how to contact CISO Foundation on our platform. And once again, we'd like to thank you, EA, for today. Thank you for the amazing work that you do, and we'll support you in any way that we can.
Thank you. Thank you
here.
so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for staying with us. As we've learned today, no challenge is insurmountable when we commit to making a difference. Let this conversation inspire you to find a cause and take the first step towards impact. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and this has been Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel. Till next time, bye for now.
Welcome to another inspiring episode of Inspire Her on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first motivational television. We are reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence, Lagos. Inspire Her, Women Lifting Women, is the show where we empower women to reach their new heights in every aspect of their lives. I'm Christine Davis, and today's topic is all about climbing the ladder, strategies for women to advance in their careers. As the remarkable Sheryl Sandberg once said, in the future, there will be no female leaders. There will just be leaders. This statement reminds us of the true leadership that transcends gender. It is about vision, integrity, and action. To rise to the top, you need to master the essentials of navigating office politics and to hone your negotiation skills. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more insight. You're watching Inspire Her on the Achievement Channel. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm thrilled to welcome our distinguished guest today. Please join me in welcoming Angela Ezewanyi. She's a resourceful leader with over 20 years of experience in strategic leadership and business management. She is currently the Executive Director, Practice and Strategy at Punuka Attorney and Solicitors. Next, we have Ifeoma Okorian. She is a seasoned HR professional with vast people management and social sustainability experience across multiple sectors and countries in Asia, Europe, East, West, and South Africa. Ifeoma is currently the HR Director at Mocha Limited, a member of the Dolidol International Group. She is passionate about youth advocacy and still believes in the Nigerian project. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Most welcome. All right, so we're diving into the conversation and we're talking about women, climbing up the career ladder, okay? Navigating office politics, all of those intrigues, the negotiations that you have to do and all of that thing. So the first question would be that, it's quite challenging for women, isn't it? Okay. Especially in the office. So what are those effective strategies that you would say should help women, as they climb up those career ladders? I'll start with you, Ma.
Okay, well, one big area I would want to emphasize is self-awareness.
Okay.
Because once you know yourself, you know what the expectations, you know what your goals are.
Yes.
The minute you're able to establish that, then it means that you're now ready to build relationships with others. Right? And in the workplace, again, it's made up of people from all kinds, from all walks of life.
Yes.
And it's important that relationship helps to, what's the word now? Helps to build those relations. I mean, it's important that you're able to build relationships within the workplace. Because, guess what? We're all there to make money, right? And, drive business goals. So one big area I would say is building relationships.
Okay.
But before you start with that, it's also important that you're able to map out who the stakeholders are.
Okay.
So it means that you're not just building relationships with just
everybody.
So you have to be strategic about it.
Okay.
Right. It's important that you're able to identify who key stakeholders are and how, they influence your work.
Which is the politics itself.
Which is the politics. Well, it's also a subtle politics in there.
Yes,
so
it is.
once you've been able to do that, then it means that you're now able to know, okay, how do you address who are the big stakeholders, who are the big guns, who are the ones who are just at the peer level, who are also influencers, by the way.
Yes, they are.
So once you've been able to achieve that, then consultations would now happen. You start to engage, right?
Yes.
To find out what the pain points are, how you can build trust. Because the truth is, if people do not trust you, they would hardly want to give you their all. But once you start to build those one-on-one relationships, it means that, there's a level of breaking the ice.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And there's that level of, okay, I think I can trust this person. And over time, once I believe, that's been my strategy, that once you're able to do that, you break walls and you're able to build relationships, and ultimately you're able to use these people to achieve your own goals and objectives.
Fantastic. You said a lot. You said self-awareness.
Yes.
And then know who the key people are.
Yes.
And then develop those relationships as much as you can.
Yes.
And then people should trust you.
Trust.
Fantastic.
It's a big part of
what
it.
do you think about that?
Yeah. I agree entirely with her, especially when she talked about self-awareness.
Yes.
And I'll go further to say self-mastery.
Oh, wow.
Right? You should be aware of who you are. what control do you have over your emotions? You see
Emotional
people in the
intelligence.
workplace- Exactly. So you must have emotional intelligence. You must be empathetic. You must have self-mastery. What's my limits in the workplace? Workplace is not marketplace, right? It's a professional environment.
It is.
You're expected to have certain character, certain norms guiding how you behave.
Yes.
Right? So if you are climbing the ladder, you must learn to carry yourself the right way, and that will also reflect on those looking up to you.
Yes.
And that's the beauty of what we are doing.
Okay.
Right? Women carrying women.
Women lifting
there'll
women,
Be, there'll
yes.
be people looking up to you. You're in a workplace, they're looking up to you as a leader.
Yes.
You have to have self-mastery. You have to be able to engender commitment and support of people. And it's about what you do.
Yes.
And the respect they have for you.
Yes.
You not only know about the technical skills, the soft skills are very,
Very
important. And everything where, in fact, what takes you up is your soft skills.
Soft skills, yes.
Amazingly.
Yes.
Because if you're good and you are good, they say, oh, that lady is so good, but she bullies people.
Character.
Character.
Yes.
That lady is good, but she cannot work in a team. I have had experience where people tell you that, please don't assign me to work with that boss. Plain and simple.
Okay.
If they have the authority, they are
Yes.
able to ask somebody, decide who to work with.
Yes.
They will say, no, I
They-
don't want
I
to
don't
work
want
with
to
that
work
woman
with that person.
because it's trouble. It's trouble.
So the competence is there.
Yeah, but there's no soft skills.
There's no attitude.
So
There's
as
no
you
character.
grow, you must, as you upskill, as you develop yourself,
Yes.
you not only develop your technical skills,
Yes.
you also learn to work in teams, learn to lead teams.
Yes.
There are some people that if they give, if you're giving feedback, it will never be constructive.
True.
It's about saying what you did is zero.
Zero. Negativity.
Negativity,
Yes, yes.
or you point back to 3 years since
See,
when we are talking
I get
about
it.
this year, so
Yes.
so those are the issues, and it's very key that one is able to do that.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about building alliances in the office space. We're talking about building your career, climbing that career ladder. And I'll tell you that a lot of young women out there are watching us and really asking themselves, with everything happening in the office space, how can a young lady actually build these alliances and still draw the line? Those boundaries that need to be there. How can I do that? Because I'll tell you for free, I know the level of harassment that, you know, is predominant in the workspace, you know, and we have more and more career women right now. I would say, if I'm not mistaken, you know, you could correct me, but I feel that more women are standing up, are rising up to the occasion to say, oh, well, I can do this. I can be in HR, I can be in oil and gas, I can be an engineer. We've had them on this show, you know, coming up to say, look, I can do as much as a man can do, you know, but how do you help a sister out there, a lady out there, draw the line, those boundaries that needs to be kept so that you are building these alliances and at the same time you're not injuring yourself?
Okay, I think I will go. And we're social beings, right?
Yes.
You really can't help. You can't help building alliances to be able to achieve success.
True.
It's very key.
True.
Because you are not an island.
Yes.
You can't work in silos. So you have to be able to learn that skill to work with others. And in working with others, you build alliances. Because if you are enemies outside of work, how can you cooperate at work?
Yes.
So it's important that that happens. Now, it's also about what you want for yourself. It's about what you want for yourself. So you're in a workspace. You have the freedom to choose for yourself what side of the divide you want to belong. You can't help having the possibility
That is
of anything
there.
happening.
It's there.
Of
It's
anything
there.
happening.
Yes.
Then you decide which side of the divide you belong
want to belong
You
to.
want to belong to. So my advice would be that you ensure that you build a good reputation for yourself.
True.
Because it never ends well.
Yes.
If you build the wrong alliances, it never ends
It
well.
did.
First of all, you destroy your name. You never build a good reputation for yourself.
Yeah.
Even what you thought you were trying to protect, you may lose it.
Yes, true.
So it's important that the right alliances, positive alliances are built because they ultimately help you grow.
Yeah.
The ultimate, and I would say also that firms, companies should assist to have
The
this
women.
in place.
Okay.
Both women, should assist the system to have
some checks and balances.
to have great alliances built
Okay.
within that system. Let me give you an instance.
Okay.
I work in a place where part of what we have done to build alliances is just make sure that something as little as somebody is celebrating birthday,
Yes.
you celebrate it for the person.
Okay.
Right? Something as simple as bringing out a day in one day in a month as a game day.
Okay.
Yes.
So the entire staff come, we have the large room,
Yes.
and we have different kinds of
Of
games,
games.
and everyone will just
Just
play. And you play as a
all
team.
to
Relax.
bond.
Yes,
Then
you
we
bond.
have
Also a
every
good-
Monday, we
Yes,
call it
also a good
Chit Chat
place to-
Monday.
Okay.
Chit Chat Monday, you dare not bring anything related to
Related
work.
to work. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
You dare not bring anything
Okay.
related to work. So you have awesome relationships
Mm.
outside of work. We have what we call shootouts.
Okay.
Shootout means that someone is celebrating a partner, or now is watering down, not only a partner, you now see even a younger staff take people out.
Okay.
So let's go on a shootout. We call it shootout.
Shootout, wow.
And you go to a nearby lounge and
Who sponsors?
someone sponsors.
Okay.
Yeah, you get there and you see 3 people say,
Yes.
we never have problem
Yeah.
with who is
So
sponsoring.
those alliances are actually like built automatically.
Yes,
Sort of.
yes.
Yes.
You have to be intentional
Yes.
about
Indeed.
it.
Yes,
You have to be intentional about
Yes.
it, and it speaks to the culture of a place.
Okay.
That's why I said
Yes.
the system has to give the support, because, like I said, it started with a partner. Just
Yes.
one partner started it.
Oh, wow.
Today, it's become like the culture.
Culture.
But in terms of like the Chit Chat Monday, it was intentional, deliberate. The management deliberately put it in
Put that in
place.
place. Okay,
Right? Yeah.
okay,
So-
all right. So we're having a fantastic conversation. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll keep talking about how women can climb up their career ladders. You're watching Inspire Her, and this is a place where women lift women. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence.
The home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
All right, you're welcome back to Inspire Her. This is the Achievement Channel, reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. We're talking about, women lifting women, right? I've seen this a lot, and I have to say it. How do you think, you should mention something, upskilling. A lot of people say there are no jobs. A lot of people say, oh, the country's hard. Do you really think that is? Or it has to do with the lack of skill, lack of initiative? What exactly is the problem for most young women right now that can't seem to find jobs, so to say, let alone even climb up a career ladder?
Yeah.
How would you respond to that?
Well, I wouldn't, my mindset is usually positive.
Yes.
So when I hear...
You're the HR professional,
So when I
you're
hear
the one.
there are no jobs, there are no opportunities, I'm like, you can't be serious.
Exactly.
There's always something. And with women, right, it's either you're learning a skill,
Yes.
it's either you're selling something, or you're going, deciding to focus on a particular profession or career.
Yes.
If you choose to do that, then it means you're going to have to go get the right certifications
Sure.
that you'll be able to plug into.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to, be on that bandwagon.
Of saying
no jobs. Yes, we know the economy is bad. Yes, we know that, if you look at the job opportunities, as of today, it has dipped, over time,
Yes.
clearly because of economic realities and all of that. We cannot take away that fact. But I believe that women are so, how do I put it, dynamic, or should be, are dynamic, and I expect that young women should also toe the line of being that same way. Never sit down, fold your hands and say, oh, manna will fall from
heaven. There's no manna falling from any
There's no
heaven.
manna falling from any heaven.
Yes. Yeah.
Within your own small circle of influence, you should be able to find that thing that would at least something to do, no matter how small. It could be something as little as learning to tie, gele.
And these people are making tons
of money. Tons of money. In fact, the makeup artists today now, they're hot cakes.
Yes,
and it just takes you just being focused, knowing what you want. And for some of them, they're professionals. Some of them are graduates, and are just doing this as a side hustle.
Yes,
they have their, so I think we should change the narrative, and say, rather than saying there are no jobs. There are no opportunities. You say there are no ideal. I can't find the ideal opportunities. So I'm an architect. I intend to, my plan was once I graduate, I would find myself in a firm, working as an architectural firm.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's,
It didn't work
it didn't work that way. You're now in a company working as a HR officer.
And doing well at that.
And doing,
Someone said that Nigeria really chooses our careers for us.
Interestingly.
Yes.
Sometimes you say, is it fate that actually pushes you in that direction? Because they say sometimes, you say man proposes. God has his own, God disposes his own plan.
And you have to be dynamic.
True.
You
just have to be dynamic and be able to adapt.
Adaptability
is
so key.
Adapt to any situation.
It's so key. Yes, I think
that's once you are ready, it's like you are ready at whatever life throws at you.
True. Those opportunities will always come.
They will always come. They will always be there.
And let me say, I say this because there are people, she's in that space, she knows very well. You could see where there are some staff that will tell you, oh no, is it my JD? Is it my JD?
Is it my, yes, thank you.
Right? So every time, every task
is it my jurisdiction?
Is it my JD? Is it my profile, description?
Yeah, so you give a task, the task you gave, is in my job description.
Okay.
So they are confined to the job description.
It's like a bunker mentality.
You are boxing yourself.
Which is not good.
I mean, this discussion we are having now, you will be at a disadvantaged position if anything happens that throws you out of that position.
True.
Even within the same organization, we've seen people rotate job within the same organization because they have diverse skills. And it's not the organization that sends them to it. Sometimes it's about the challenges that are thrown at them at the organization. It opens their, it just widens their horizon. And they are able, sometimes they even, like you just told us, that you went into IT.
I just went into IT.
Because you saw opportunities and you thought that that's a career path you could tow at some point in your life. So it's very important. Nobody, you are doing yourself a disservice when you decide to box yourself in just one thing. Because life is dynamic. It just keeps moving.
And opportunities, Christine, opportunities would always align with readiness.
Yes, that is true.
So if you're not ready, even when the opportunity comes, you don't see it. You don't see it, and it just passes you by and goes on to the next person.
That is true. Okay, so last point, let's talk about negotiation. It's key in climbing up the ladder. I mean, you have to know your worth. You started with that, and be able to stand for it and demand it. How do you think women outside there, who really want to climb up this career ladder, just briefly, how do you do that? Because you have that fear. Would I call it like, is it a marginalization? What is it?
Glass ceiling.
Yes, thank you. They can't talk about shattering the glass ceiling.
Exactly.
Okay, so how do you think women literally outside in the workspace can shatter those glass ceilings and say, listen, I'm good for this, I know I deserve this, I can do this, and you have to give it to me?
It's, well, knowing your, the truth is knowing your stuff.
Yes.
You have to know your stuff. You know, I always say you have to be beyond a pretty face.
That's a very...
You know, because some women feel, oh, once I dress up, look pretty and all of that, I should earn me promotion, I should earn a spot at the table. Yeah. But the truth is, okay, you earn the spot at the table, maybe one godfather or whoever. Can you remain there? What next?
What next?
If you're not able to hold your own with conversations, with, you know, you've talked about negotiating and on a daily basis in the workplace, you're constantly negotiating one thing or for one thing or the other, you know, trying to seek approvals and all of that. If you're not able to communicate in writing, using data. Now everybody's, you know, don't just send me an email. I want to be able to see the impact. I want to understand what the cost-benefit analysis is. You need to, you're constantly selling yourself, you know. So if you're not able to do that effectively, then you know, you would always get the shorter end of the stick. You're not going anywhere.
People can see that.
That's it.
They
At the same time,
people see it.
You know, because when the chips are down, you know, somebody comes to you, oh, I think this is a great idea. They'll say, okay, go and document it. You won't see the person again.
Exactly.
So as a young lady, you know, part of building yourself is also arming yourself with the right people who can even help you, because we're all not an island of knowledge. Arming yourself with the right people in the organization that can even help you with the information you would need. But again, you need to be able to sell it. You need to be able to get the information. You need to be able to mine the information that is given to you. So there's a lot of common sense that needs to be applied.
I agree entirely, 100%. And I love it when she said that you have to know your worth.
Yes.
Right? Knowing your worth means that you have to be relevant.
That's it.
In simple terms, you have to be relevant to the system. You have to know, you have to have something to give.
Yes. Solution.
Solution. You have to add value. You have to have value to add.
Yes.
Value adding skills.
Yes.
And so it's important. She mentioned technology. That's major because the world has moved away from analog.
We're there right now.
We're no longer, they're talking about paperless. There's different words to describe, you know, moving away from analog era, right? And then you are occupying there in an executive position and aiming to go higher. And then you are the type that nobody can send you documents via email, and you will look at it online without asking them to print
to help you, hard copy.
And then they keep printing it out for you, and then it keeps
piling on your table.
So it's a problem.
It's a problem.
I mean, management, I don't think that the new age management, there's any new age management that will want to.
That.
It's a major consideration.
So it now becomes a limitation.
Yes, it's a major consideration. And as another thing is the soft skills we've been talking about. So somebody could be very good at what he does. You have the technical skills, and management feels that, oh, this person had earned this position. But you are so bad at interpersonal skills.
It's a problem.
You cannot manage team. You can't lead a team to achieving good results. Every team you manage, they come out crying.
You're not even
your members come out from the task crying.
For each other.
You get it. So that's a problem, and you need to be holistic in it. The advice is that people should be holistic in development, in their approach to personal development. It should be all round. So you develop both your technical skills, your soft skills, technological skills, everything.
Yes.
So you become one package.
Willing to learn.
Yes.
Always learning. It's a good place to take a break, and when we return, we will continue on the conversation here on Inspire Her. You're watching the Achievement Channel at our School of Eloquence studios right here in Lagos. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
You're still watching Inspire Her, and we have two amazing women in the studio who have been talking about how women can keep climbing the career ladder. All right, so we're talking about upskilling. Could you speak more on that?
Okay. Well, we've spoken quite extensively about upskilling.
Yes.
And I believe that's one sure way of rising, you know, as a young lady who comes into an organization who has nobody. So you come in, you're trying to grow through the ranks.
Yes,
you
no
know,
godfather.
No godfather or godmother or, or whatever. You find yourself in an organization from the get-go, and you're thinking, I have 10 steps to climb up this ladder.
Yes.
How do I achieve it? One sure way will be for you to develop yourself personally.
Okay.
Develop yourself within the organization as well to find out, okay, who are the people who can help me to grow, you know, hands-on on the job.
Yes.
I'll give you an example, right? I had this young lady who, I got into the organization, right? And I just noticed that she was quite hardworking.
Okay.
Very hardworking, not quite, you know, and had been, you know, not in a defined role for some time.
Okay.
So at the point where I joined, you know, she came to have a chat with me, you know, and offered herself, you know, to work with me. You know, she says, please, I would like you to mentor me, you know, in this role. And shortly after, you know, I started to throw things at her, you know, that willingness to even take on, like Angela had said, you know, that openness to take on more responsibilities even endeared me more.
Did it for you.
Did it for me, you know. And at some point, you know, when the opportunity came up for her to take us, so someone resigned. So again, an opportunity opened up. So someone resigned, and I said to her, you know,
why not?
Why not? You know, you're the next person in line,
and you've been equipped.
You've been equipped. She was still a bit uncomfortable about it. I remember my first meeting with her. She sat down with me. We were talking for almost 3 hours. Wow. And she was taking notes and taking notes. And I said, you can't learn everything at a go. You can't learn everything at a go, you know. And as God will have it, you know, she got into that role and
she did excellently.
She did so excellently.
But if she had kept to herself.
If she had kept to herself, if she
wouldn't have discovered the
she
talent,
would have discovered the talent,
the potential,
and if she did not accept the challenge
that she threw at her.
So what keeps a lot of people at a sport is the fear to accept challenge.
True.
So it just boxes them into one place. So you stay within your comfort zone.
Yes,
comfort zone
very dangerous.
A dangerous thing.
Place. Everybody
you
likes
must stay outside of it to be able to achieve success. And if I give a personal story about mine, she spoke to having influencers and role models. That's key.
Yes.
You are you enter into an environment. Look out for influencers, people that you know can positively inspire you. So those can be people. It doesn't have to be up to 2 people. It could just be one person. But if that one person is accessible, that's awesome.
Yes.
Let that person be your mentor.
True.
Even at an informal level.
Yes.
I recall sometime I think that was 2005, right? We usually have this thing we call post-appraisal session.
Okay.
Then, my senior partner used to have all the time to have it with every member of the firm. And I had this post-appraisal session with him. When I came out from that room, it was clear to me that I can't even spend a month without going to register for my master's.
Oh, wow. You saw the
It
level.
was clear
Yes.
because he showed the next division.
It was so clear
to me. The next phase of the firm, he sold it to me. And for me, I asked myself, will I be relevant?
You can't
in
fit
this
in
vision I
just your
have now?
bachelor's degree.
So it was clear to me that I needed to go do my master's. The same thing when it was clear to me that I needed to go do my ICANN. Were they challenging? With
Very.
having to
juggle
grapple
that with work.
Yes, it's always
work and
challenging.
family
Yes,
fronts. I was still
Yes.
having my children.
Yes. You can see that.
Then it was not easy. It was not easy. I take for instance, ICANN was really challenging because I was at the peak of my childbearing phase of life.
But you overcame it, and you look at you today.
So it's important that you do not lose the opportunity when it comes.
Yes.
It's important you know when to act and act.
Yes.
You see people, don't be that person that will work in one space, in an environment for 7 years, 5 years,
And you
10
have not
years.
done anything.
And it is the
You've
same
not
thing you came
improved.
with.
Yes.
In this age and time, Coursera, where you have Coursera, you have
free
Udemy,
courses and all.
you have free courses
So
everywhere.
many of them out
and you
there.
can log in and so that time you are using to watch movies.
Please do
That
something
time you are
with
using
it.
to go visit friends and spend from morning to night.
Yes.
Log on to that
app,
is it app,
website,
is it
your
website,
whatever,
is
get
it,
the resources.
or the YouTube,
Yes.
and get the resources
you need to get.
to sharpen. If
Sharpen
you
your
read the
skills.
7 habits of
Highly successful people.
people.
Yes.
What's the number 7? Say sharpen the
Your
saw.
yeah.
Sharpening of the saw is refreshing yourself.
Constantly.
Learning, unlearning and relearning. That's what it's all about.
Very important.
So
yes. Fantastic. Okay, in 30 seconds, just, talk to a lady out there. Just one statement. I'll start with you first, Ifeoma. Just one statement, and then Angela. Speak to them what they need to do in 30 seconds, and we'll be out of here.
Well, I would say be brave. Never take no for an answer. And just go for it. The sky is never the limit where you are prepared and where you take on the bull by its horns. That's
fantastic.
My last word.
That's very profound.
Yeah.
I'd say know your words. Be relevant. Add value.
Yes.
And to add value, you have to upskill.
Yeah.
Do not lose opportunities when you see them. Be ready to accept challenges. Be positive and learn soft skills, not just the technical skills. Learn soft skills because they will take you higher.
They will take you higher. And I think that's a good note to end the conversation today. We've had a fantastic one, fantastic shortcut. I wish we could go on talking about this thing for longer, but I know they'll be back here very soon to continue this conversation. And they've said some things that, are so profound. You have to be an all-rounder when it comes to development. You cannot just be, to one place. You have to know what you're doing, soft skills, technical skills, your interpersonal skills, name it. And this is where we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much again for being here. We had a fantastic conversation. And we'll see you next time on Inspire Her. I'm Christine Davis. Keep being inspired and keep reaching for the stars. Thank you.
Welcome to another enlightening edition of Career Success on Achievement Channel, the show that brings you face to face with remarkable individuals whose journey inspire and empower us all. We are reaching you from our studios, the School of Eloquence, right here in Lagos. My name is Oyinpriye Krumale, and today we are diving deep into the world of financial journalism, a field that shapes economies and informs global decisions. Our guest today is no stranger to influence and impact. He is a consummate financial journalist and development economist, the editor-in-chief of Next Money and CEO of the Center for Financial Journalism. He is the author of the powerful and thought-provoking book, The Power of One Man and the Rage of the Risk God. With decades of experience, Dr. Ray has not only shaped the landscape of financial reporting, but has also contributed immensely to the development of economic policies through his profound insights and fearless writing. He is an authority in financial journalism, and today he is with us in the studio to share his wealth of knowledge and, most importantly, to inspire you and I to see how one individual can make a lasting impact on society. Dr. Ray, we are honored to have you right here with us in Career Success. Welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Ray, let me start first of all from the beginning. Okay. How did it all start? Tell us a little bit about your growing up, your primary education, your secondary school education, and your university education.
Right. I started from a mission school in my village, a mission school run by the Catholic Church. I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
I'm a Catholic.
So where's your village?
Unrepentant Catholic.
I see.
My village is in Ngobala, local government of Imo State. I started out there. Then from there, I moved to the secondary school, Obala Secondary School. Obala Secondary School is a mission school as well. It was actually built by the Faith Tabernacle, Faith Tabernacle Church. I think that should be the first school they built in the whole of West Africa or so. I'm not very sure. Yeah. So even by the time I got into that school, it had been taken over by the government, actually.
Okay.
But everything we did still tells anybody this is a mission school. You get up in the morning from the dormitory, you pray, you go to the dining, you pray, you go do your assembly in the morning, sing and all that before you go. So it goes like that. So we had that mission school training and all that. I think it was wonderful. And then from there, gained admission to the University of Calabar to read economics. Yeah. It's something I just can't forget, because then economics was like you leave the secondary school and say, economics, anybody's course. But then you get into the university, you say economics are not that, is a totally different thing. You see mathematics that will make you to run like Philippides and run away and all that. And then by the time you're getting to third year, you meet econometrics. You feel like leaving the whole place. I said, no, I didn't bargain for this. But for me, it was fine, because mathematics has been, part of my food. I enjoyed mathematics. I still enjoy mathematics.
I consider people strange who tell me that mathematics is the go-to thing.
No, for me it was good. And interestingly, I was a science. I was a science student, or I actually did science. I did arts. I did commercial this thing. I did all the sciences: chemistry, maths, physics, biology, even agricultural science. Yes, but I chose to do something different.
Okay, so tell me some of the remarkable things that happened whilst you were either in primary, secondary, or university, that still stuck to your mind, that is something you cannot forget and contributed to your career success.
Yeah, then, especially in the secondary school, at some point, the school authorities will do certain things that we students consider these are not right and all that. Then it will be who will speak, who will talk and all that. I said, you know what? I am going to write, and we find the way of sending these things so that it will get to the school authorities. They will read and all that. So that was when I started writing.
And that was in secondary school?
Secondary school, yes. I developed interest in that, and then that was also when I wrote my first article for publication in the newspaper, letter to the editor. So even when I was doing all the sciences and all that, I wasn't going to study any science-based course. I knew it. What I wanted to do was to write. I wanted to be a journalist. I wanted to, like what I was doing then. Look, let me be the voice of my fellow students, write to the university authorities so that they read and they know what our position is, how we feel, and all that. And they read these things, and then they'll come back, maybe change their decisions and all that. So the next time everybody will say, write again on this issue, you know. So it was fun.
Yes.
So it was clear that no, I'm not going to go into this area or that area and all that. So it's going to be communication, writing, journalism. That's what I would do.
Okay, great. So it's obvious that you discovered yourself earlier in life, and that was in secondary school.
Yes.
So how can you use that to advise people, young people now who are struggling to find a path in life, where you think they should practice their career, they think they should go into, and they are still struggling, trying their hands on all kind of things?
Yeah, that is important. Know what you want to be early enough, what you want to do, what you would like to do. And it is possible that you find role models, you find people that like if you look at them, if you look at what they are doing, they said, I actually want to be like these people and all that. I remember then, in secondary school, every Sunday, if I don't get my newspaper, I've not started.
You were reading your newspaper?
Yes. I mean, I have a particular columnist. In fact, if he goes on leave, I may not buy newspaper until he returns.
As a secondary school student, what year was that?
Yes.
What year
we are talking about the 1970s.
1970s.
Yes. I'll go out every day to buy my newspaper. I mean, not every day. I can read the other days in bed. The main one is Sunday. There's a particular columnist. I must read him. And he inspired me a lot. And I wanted to write like
him.
Yeah. So of course, when I continue with that, even when I was reading economics in the secondary school, in the university, the University of Ghana, I was a member of the press club.
Okay.
In fact, some of my classmates who said, "This man, are you serious? You know how tough economics is, and you are wasting your time writing and all that. Come and face your this thing, otherwise you fail." And I said, no, don't worry. I was able to balance the two. And all that. So I was writing, as a member of the press club, and I was also doing, and then of course,
so
I was able to also come out with very good grade. I made a second class upper.
The second class.
Yeah, and then of course, second class upper was like the first class. In fact, by then, the university hadn't recorded, that department hadn't recorded any first class. First class was a rarity then, very, very rare.
So did you continue your writing? Did you continue writing when you got admission to the university?
Yes.
And
yes.
And if you did, what was the first job you got after you left the university?
Yeah.
And also, if you have a remarkable story, what transpired while you were in university?
The first job I also got after the university was journalism job. I mean, interestingly, in fact, some of my classmates were going into banking, some going into stockbroking and all that. I was looking for a journalism job. It was like...
You were intentional about your search?
Yes. Okay. Some people will say, this man, what is their problem? Are you serious? With second class upper in economics, and you want to go to how much do the newspapers pay anyway, and all that, and you're going to look for them instead of going to banking to make good money and all that. But then, I really got a journalism job at New Breed then, New Breed organization. One of the best, especially when it comes to investigative journalism. In fact, yes, in fact, it had New Breed then had 2 publications. The President, which is business and economy publication, and then this thing, what do you call it? The New Breed newspaper, magazine itself. They were all printed abroad, and then, in fact, by the time I was applying to join a New Breed organization, I was saying, if they employ me and then give me just transport money, I'm good. Yeah, let them not pay me a salary. I want my name to be in this newspaper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
magazine actually.
Yeah. Magazine actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are due for a break. Now, when we come back from this break, Dr. Ray is actually the author of 2 books. One of them is The Power
of One Man.
Yeah. And the second is The
Rage of the Risk God.
The Rage of the Risk God. I want to find out what informed, most especially the name of the second book.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to find out why you wrote those books and for what purpose, what inspired you to write that book. We'll be doing that after this break. Do stay with us.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back, and many thanks for joining us. It's Career Success, and we are still talking to the financial journalist, Dr. Ray Echebiri. Welcome once again to the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to find out some, most especially, first of all, you wrote a book, you wrote 2 books actually. One of them is The Power of One Man. You wrote about The Power of One Man, and that is the former CBN governor,
Professor Chukwuma Soludo.
Charles Chukwuma Soludo.
Yes.
Then you also wrote another book, The Rage of the Risk God.
Yes.
What informed the writing of those books?
Yeah, I'm usually excited when everybody talks about my books, because you can't just sit down and write a book if you are not really excited or passionate about what you're writing. No. Otherwise, you can meet writer's block and then that's the end. You may not make progress. So the first one is Rage of the Risk God.
Yes.
What happened then was immediately after the exit of Professor Chukwuma Soludo as the central bank governor, came the global financial crisis, which was occasioned by the mortgage crisis in the US. Of course, it went round the whole world and all that. So, of course, it affected Nigerian banks in some way.
I see.
And then it was after that Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, came in as the central bank governor to replace Chukwuma Soludo. So, because of what happened, the global financial crisis, the effect on Nigerian banks, some of the banks started having issues, started having problems. How did this happen? Immediately after the banking consolidation, many banks had a lot of money. Some of them were quite bullish. They wanted to expand, they wanted to lend, they wanted to... of course, that was natural. That was quite natural. When you have so much money in your vote, do you keep it there? No. If you keep it there, it doesn't yield anything for you. like the classical economists will tell you, cash is barren. So
without investment,
it doesn't bear children. So you have to invest it to make money, more money. So some of them, even what they had was like not enough anymore for them. They started looking outside to borrow more money from foreign banks, foreign investment banks and all that. And they were, of course, giving them because the opportunities are there.
Okay.
So then came the global financial crisis. It started hitting many American banks.
Okay.
So what they did was to start calling some of the loans they had extended to Nigerian banks.
Oh, okay.
Of course, it was not planned. So some of them started having problems. You just have to give them back their money. And meanwhile, this is money you had already invested, possibly a mortgage, maybe in an estate. I mean, somebody is developing a real estate and you give some billions of naira and the person hadn't even finished. And the person that gave you money said, hey, please, I want my money back and all that.
Now,
and there's nothing you could do. And all that you gave them. So now, because of that, some of them started having problems and all that. Of course, when...
so that's where you got the name, the
Rage
of the Risk
God.
God.
The Rage of the Risk God now we are talking about is the Sanusi himself, Lamido Sanusi.
Okay.
You know, he is an expert in risk management.
Okay.
In fact, one of the best, actually, in the country. You know, he became the managing director of First Bank, and that was where he was picked to become and was made CBN governor. His special area is risk management, risk analysis, right? So, because of what he did, you know, first he sacked MDs of banks, the entire management of how many banks and all that, and then, so that was why I got this Rage of the Risk God.
Let me bring
It's a small God now.
Yes, I
not
understand.
the big one.
Yes. Let me bring you. Let me bring you into those books. How have they contributed to your portfolio? You as a successful person. And how has it moved you up the ladder?
Now, let me tell you straight away. In terms of status, those books have added to my status. In terms of money, they've added a lot. Yes. The interesting thing is that the first one, Rage of the Risk God, was also published abroad by Ex Libris. So, I should be earning some dollars on a regular basis from the sales.
Great.
There. Yeah. Of course, I launched it and then it was still selling here and all that. So I made good money from that. And the second one is still selling and selling very fast. That is The Power of One Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I want to know, you faced challenges.
Yeah.
Whilst you were climbing the rung of your career. Yes, you faced some challenges and you overcame some of those challenges. There were some mountains you had to jump over. What are those challenges you faced and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, you see, in any career, you don't move just straight. Something must maybe an obstacle somewhere and all that. It may have to do with certain things you face in your place of work. Some people are now saying, no, hi, why should it be this guy? Why should we get this? Why should we not get that and all that? But the important thing is, even when you are having those challenges or those obstacles, face straight.
Can you point out a specific scenario?
Yeah, you know, at the time, for instance, when I was in Champion newspapers, it was the belief that my promotion was too rapid. They felt my promotion was too rapid. Of course, some other people will be saying, no, why this guy, why the... And the interesting thing is that I even left Champion newspapers to go abroad for my postgraduate. And even when I came back, I came back to the job and all that. And it was like, hey, why should this guy, his job, you are keeping his job, waiting for... I came back to the same position, as a matter of fact. So, it was like, hey, why him? At least some other person should have made, when he comes, he finds his level and all that. But, of course, the management felt that I should
that
continue.
you're worth it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
now I would like to get another specific scenario
Yeah.
of any kind of promotion, accolade, or celebration you got from any of the organization you were working from that really launched you out there, that you felt, like, yes, this is it, you felt good. That is quite a success in my career.
Yeah, let me tell you one that is very remarkable.
Yes,
it's not even just from the management. No, it's from the public. When I was the editor of Financial Standard, I went there when the paper was not very, very stable, no. And I went there and my impact, I mean, I'm not, I the risk of sounding immodest now.
Yes.
The paper became hot cake. It was selling like granite. Financial Standard. In fact, I want to believe it that it's the first paper in this country where if you want to place an advert, at some point, at the peak of the the newspaper, when it was doing very, very well, if you don't have your money or have your check
ready on ground,
sorry, your advert will not go. Sorry. And when it comes to selling, the copy sells. Some weeks, it was a weekly newspaper. At some point,
weekly newspaper.
Yes, at some point, at some point, they unsold, what you call unsold, that people didn't buy. You can just count them like this. So it was selling like granite. So as far as I'm concerned, that was the best endorsement. That was the best that anybody. I mean, it's more than giving me money, because I just felt I and my colleagues were doing something right.
What was driving you? Because you said something earlier that you don't want, sometimes you just want to be paid transportation, you don't want to be paid salary, because you just want to work. What was driving you on the inside?
It's the passion. The passion. I wanted to do something different, and I was doing something different. And that thing, I got it from the motto of my university in the UK. Okay. The motto is do different.
Do different.
And I applied that seriously. And then the other one was the what you call the Schumpeterian theory of creative destruction. So
creative destruction.
So almost every month, I was doing something new in Financial Standard. I was innovating. So when you read Financial Standard this month, it's not the same thing you see next month. So if you are competing, if you want to catch me, no, you can't. And then we're doing something different. Okay. I mean, totally different from what the whole industry was. So that was why the paper was it was swearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Lastly, in this generation, you see what the youths and the young people are doing. It's a creativity is everywhere in tech, creativity, creative industry, and all of that. How could you advise the young people to not just monetize their creativity, but also to sustain their creativity so that it will yield to them and in a sustainable way where they can't even lose it?
Yeah, the whole of my story here, I don't think I ever mentioned to you that I was pursuing money. No. The first attraction is, this place, am I likely to get in there and make the right impact? Am I passionate about what I'm going to do here or what I'm doing here and all that? Do that, make the right impact, money will come. You have to be passionate about what you are doing or what you want to do. Don't just follow everybody take, how you move into take. Whether it's something that excites you or not. If something doesn't excite me, forget it. I'm not going there. If I'm not passionate about anything, I am not going there. It's not about money.
I see.
Yeah, because if I'm passionate about something and I'm excited about it and I'm doing it very well, know how money will come.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, those are Dr. Ray's words. Passion, interest. If he's not passionate about a thing, he will not go in there. And because he's passionate, look at where his passion has gotten him. And I think you should take that line too, because it will get you somewhere remarkable. Thank you so much, Dr. Ray, for your time.
Thank you very much.
With us on Career Success.
Thank you very much.
I'm shaking a
Thank
successor. So, that's an enlightening conversation with Dr. Ray. He's a true giant in financial journalism and a beacon of leadership and wisdom. Now, remember that each of us has the power to make an impact, to embrace risk, and to lead with purpose. Until next time, stay inspired, stay motivated, and keep striving for your own version of success. I'm Oyim Priye Krumale. Thanks for watching.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Achievement. On the Achievement channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. Achievement is a platform dedicated to men who are striving for more. Men redefining success, leadership, and fulfillment beyond titles, trophies, or expectations. Here, we explore real stories and struggles and real growth. I'm your host, Victor Diali. My friends call me Victorious Victor. And today's episode is titled Redefining Success Beyond Titles and Bank Accounts. Success isn't just about wealth or recognition. It's about alignment, purpose, and peace. And to help us unpack this powerful theme, I'm joined by two accomplished gentlemen who have lived and led through transformation. First, Akin Okpatola, a distinguished real estate professional and president of International Real Estate Federation, FIABC Nigeria's chapter. He is also the founder and principal partner at Olawole Jordan Company, one of Nigeria's leading real estate consulting firms. With a solid foundation in banking and over a decade of experience in finance, Akin transitioned from real estate, becoming a chartered surveyor and registered valuer and internationally accredited mediator. Passionate about mentoring the next generation of professionals. Also joining us today is Chris Obaisi, an accomplished entrepreneur, wealth creator, and motivational speaker with a background in economics, insurance, and risk management. Chris has led major financial institutions, including his tenure as CEO of Spring Life Assurance under Enterprise Bank. Today, he channels his experience into structured finance, business advisory, and agriculture investments, while mentoring young professionals across multiple sectors. Together, we'll be exploring what it truly means to live a life that's not just successful, but significant, one that balances ambition with purpose and achievement with impact. Welcome back. And welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to have you in the studio today at Achievement. We want to talk about success. You are both very accomplished men. But I'd like you to talk a little bit about success for us. You see, society defines success with wealth, recognition, going up the corporate ladder, and things like that. Let me ask you, first of all, Akin, why do you think this leaves a lot of men so empty in their lives? I mean, I relate with a lot of men by reason of the work I do, and I see that a lot of men tend to feel so empty. Why do you think this definition leaves a lot of men empty?
Okay, good one. So the challenge typically lies with when you try to measure your life with somebody else's life. I think it's bad. You must have your own calling. You must have your own purpose also. Follow your own journey. Yeah. Everybody's journey will be different. Yes, success is good. The definition of success means different things to different people. But you see, what you believe in is critical. As long as you're happy with it, I think you should measure success in your own way. Society there's a lot of pressure now, naturally. You look at your neighbor, you look at your secondary school peers, you look at, generally, you see what is happening outside, and that pressure is there. But most importantly, are you happy by God? Are you happy by yourself and by family? And I think if you follow those things, then you're good.
That's quite interesting. Chris, what do you think?
Success to me is actualization of one's dream.
Okay.
And it's very key, and that's what I want every man to quickly look into. If you have picked fat bank account as a success, it becomes your definition.
I see.
But that is external validation. But purpose driven is another major thing. When you wake up from where you're still, maybe you are from the very low background then, and you're seeing yourself that, oh, I want to have high-rise XYZ places.
True.
It's a dream. Yes, so actualization of that dream becomes success. I might not have fat money in my bank account.
Okay.
But maybe by virtue of partnership, SPV, I'm able to have that high rise. I've accomplished. That's external validation.
So you're saying that everyone needs to define success for themselves?
It's an individual thing.
Individual. However, Akin, you will agree with me that growing up, especially in this kind of society that we are in, we see our neighbors doing things, we see our neighbors' children, they have certain things that our children don't have and are asking for. We see our classmates living in certain neighborhoods and estates, and we don't have access to things like that. We see children in schools, they're going abroad for summer, and when you come back to school and they ask you, where did you travel to? You say, I went to the village, and it becomes a challenge for a lot of people, peer pressure. Join that with what we have in our society today. talking about social media, the power of social media and what people see. How do you think that social media is putting pressure on men especially to keep up with the Joneses?
Awesome. So that pressure is insane. I feel it. I know it's everywhere. Social media can be for good, and it can also have its huge challenges. So you see, my colleague touched on it. Yeah. You must have your own definition of success, and you must follow it through.
All right.
No matter where the pressure comes in from. And I say that because you must also understand your core values and be consistent.
Yes.
Follow it through. For instance, I read real estate in school.
Okay.
I am now doing what I had planned to do. Are there several people that are more accomplished than me? Yes. Am I trying to benchmark, whether using social media or not? Absolutely not. I'm happy. I'm contented. I am absolutely consistent. I will not jump from one place to the other because, hey, my neighbor is a medical doctor. He has 2 cars.
Yes.
He carries the children on vacation. Oh, no. And I would also like to bring it home and to also speak to a few men that, look, the way we also train our kids to be strong-willed. Whether you go to the village, there are essential things they will learn where they go to. And things like that. So whether it's a village, whether it's overseas, travel is travel, and they will learn some key things. And those things will also form their own character even as they grow up.
And even overseas, maybe all they learn is shopping. Like that. They learn how to shop. They go to the big malls and all of that. And the person goes to the village, learns some critical skills for leadership and for growth. Let me ask you, Chris, is there any personal experience that made you begin to question this definition of success that people have had in terms of wealth, in terms of, personal ambition, fat bank accounts and things like that? Is there any personal life experience that made you start questioning?
Yeah, thank you very much. While I was small,
yes,
I was brought up on the streets.
Oh, you're a street boy.
And while I was in school, I intentionally developed that thing I hate poverty. So how did I start? I started moving with the not even middle, high net worth individuals' children. So what do? Know how we behave. We are the boys. They don't know anything, Abi. But I was learning then to say, when I get to the houses, I'll look at the parents, I'll look at the houses, I'll say, okay, fine. Those are the concept of what I want to have for myself in future.
Oh.
Now, it got to a stage, I was with even the likes of the Saidi Leguishi and Co, who all went to Lagos University, we were all together, same set, economics. So that propelled me a lot to success because most of the time when we were sitting down, and I was staying in one estate called Iba Estate. So most of the students there, they will say, his parents stay there. I would not stay with my parents. I rather rented apartment away because so that they won't even know me.
Yeah.
Those things made me to see success as, they don't have 2 heads. They have 1 head, like me. So, and their parent made that wealth. I'm going to make my own and leave. And while I was in NYSC, I saw people preparing CV, and I asked a question, it was a jamming question I asked myself then.
Yeah.
Can I have IRI? Can I build this empire by seeking for a job? By preparing CV? I just said that to myself, Chris, no, you won't. It's not possible.
That's amazing. At that stage in your life.
I said, it's not possible.
Yeah.
So while I went back to Lagos, I went to meet a friend. Sorry, can I be selling something for you on a commission? Because I know that's the only way you can make money. You are open. He said, why not? So he introduced me to his uncle. He said, okay, you can give me a stipend, so I'm just an husband. So, but anything I sell, give me commission on it. He said, okay, discuss with uncle. They took me there and I said, okay, fine. I was selling soap.
Wow.
You know, I'll do the soap. I'll put my rucksack. I'll go to the market. I'll get the sample. I'll get suppliers.
Okay.
I deliver it. With that potential, so which I have this natural born ability in me.
To sell.
To sell.
I see.
So I picked up an insurance job. So when I picked up an insurance job in October, what did I do to myself? October, December, I was top 10.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Let me hear from Akin. Do you have any life experience, if you can share that with us in less than 1 minute?
Yes, I do. So growing up, my dad was a civil servant.
Okay.
Worked in one of the ministries. But you see, and he had tried to develop myself and my siblings with that character.
I see.
Money was not too much, but he cultivated the habit of savings. He reached the pinnacle of his career gradually. Of course, we had neighbors in the neighborhood where we were staying, where people were very, very well off. But he instilled with us that character, that, hey, it's not about how much you have, it's how much you can save. So he built houses in Lagos, built houses in Abuja, built houses in the village.
From savings.
From savings.
And so, he wasn't moved by what his neighbors and friends and all goodness were doing.
In fact, he will also tell us that, look, okay, even if I have all the money,
yes,
during my obituary, how many times do you see people mention people's bank accounts?
Wow.
Whether foreign or local. They will say legacy. They will say the things the person has done, the impact.
Thank you.
So that lived with myself and my siblings.
What a fantastic experience. My friends, you've done a fantastic job in helping us to understand this definition of success and the difference between how people tend to look at success and how we should look at success. You've told us that really success is how you define it. Success is how you define it. So people should not be struggling. You should not feel uncomfortable when somebody else beside you seems to be succeeding, because really, if you look at some of those people, if you x-ray their lives, some people you think are succeeding, you really x-ray their lives, you go and hear their stories, you'll be shocked that it's either the success is not real or there's something else they did that you would never do.
That's correct.
And in this era of social media, almost all the things on social media, honestly, put so much pressure on people, but they are not real. And in this era of artificial intelligence, you can see that there are certain images you see, they are not real.
Absolutely.
Someone can take your voice and put on Akin's voice and make Akin to have the big chest as if he's a as if he's a bodybuilder. Meanwhile, he's a very slim gentleman and very fit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And now we're going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, we'll talk some more about success.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Yeah, I am Chizimako Akabusi John. I want to say a big shout out to Achievement Channel for your good work, your innovations, and your encouragement. A big shout out. Goza! Goza! Goza!
My name is Adejo Oshaba, the chairman of Sichis Agroalied Industries PLC. A big shout out to Achievement Channel, to you and all the effort you're putting in. And may all, whatever you're doing, be crowned with success going forward. Thank you.
Welcome back to Achieve Men. And we do have the men of achievement here who have told us a lot about success and the definition of success. Now, we want to talk about purpose, gentlemen. You did mention while we were discussing, we talked about purpose. I think you mentioned something about calling, and I did hear purpose from one of you, and then you talked about ambition. So, question is, how can a man tell when his life and work are in full or true alignment with their purpose? So maybe you want to first of all tell us, Akin, what do you believe purpose is? When you mentioned calling, what do you believe calling is? And how can a man tell if their life and work are in alignment with that calling or purpose?
Okay. So it's difficult to explain. But you see, for myself and for the viewers, if I want to simplify it, and this is the way I'll explain it to my younger self or to a kid, I'll say, if you're happy, if what you are doing makes you happy, makes your family happy, and it pleases your God, honestly, I think it is fine. And I say that because, so I see teachers. To me, I think teachers should be the highest paid.
I agree with you, honestly. I've always thought about that.
Firefighters, the amazing policemen, the armed forces that take care of the nation. But you see, it is not so. But what you don't want is looking over your shoulder and say, if I am a businessman, Dangote or $10, maybe your calling, your purpose will be different. Are you happy? Are you pleased? Does it please your God? Is family happy? Everybody's race will be different.
Because there used to be a program on TV, The Rich Also Cry. You remember that? The Rich Also Cry. So people who are wealthy sometimes are not happy when you talk about happiness. There are people who have everything they want, everything they need, but they're not happy. And that's why you find some celebrities committing suicide and we're shocked. We're like, oh, but this person seems to be the happiest person on earth. So there needs to be that alignment, like you said. What do you think, Chris?
One of the major causes of depression is when there is no alignment of your purpose and your work-life balance. Now, let me just bring it this way. My purpose in life is to make sure I build successful people.
Okay.
And along the line, I am compromising my principle because I want money. Is there any alignment there?
Well, but you have to pay the bills.
No. Is there any alignment? That is, my purpose in life is to build people.
Yes.
In terms of integrity, credibility, accuracy. And along the line, I find myself in a society environment whereby those principles, those core values, I'm compromising in the course of work. And I'm lying to people out there, this is how it should be, that's not how it should be. Am I aligning?
I see where you're going with that.
Yes. So when you look at that aspect, you realize that a lot of us, especially in this part of the world, we are only living life for existence.
Survival.
Yeah, not for impactful. One of the key things I always tell any born leader is to learn to mentor, monitor, motivate, and multiply.
Please, can you say that again? There are how many M's there? I think I see like 4 M's there.
4 M's.
You said what?
You need to
mentor, yes.
Because you have a mission.
Yes.
You need to mentor. You need to motivate.
Motivate,
you need to monitor your...
monitor.
There is what we call succession plan, which is you must multiply yourself.
And then multiply yourself in others. Yeah. That's leaving a legacy.
Thank you. So if you cannot get that right, life is meaningless. No matter what the fat bank account you have or the asset you have acquired.
Well, absolutely true. I mean, I recently went for a funeral, and as the burial was going on, I was reflecting. I mean, this is someone who at some point was extremely rich, could afford everything they wanted, but was going into a very small compartment in the earth and there was nothing else going with that person. All the big cars, all the money, all the houses, all the, everything. And this person just goes alone. And so I asked myself, so what is the point fighting for all of those things? Because my next question is, which one do you think brings more fulfillment? Is it achieving our purpose or achieving our ambition, becoming wealthy if we wanted to be wealthy, achieving the things we want to achieve, or being in alignment with our core purpose? Akin, what would you say? Which one do you think brings more fulfillment?
So I think the two go hand in hand.
Okay.
I think the two go hand in hand. And I'll give you a few classic examples. Number one, permit me to also drop some names. If you look at somebody like chairman of UBA Group,
yes,
Tony Lumelu.
Yes.
He acquired wealth,
yes,
highly successful. Then the banking policy came out that, hey, if you've done more than 10 years as a bank CEO, you must leave.
Yes.
In fact, I think
it was probably
amazing.
the first to
yes. Put succession planning in place, like you rightly said, and he has built a lot of leaders that have run the bank successfully.
True, absolutely.
In leaving, in fact, he has even grown his legacy far and beyond with his entrepreneurship concept that he's doing across Africa.
And the interesting thing is I worked at UBA at some point.
Wow.
Before he came anyway, yes.
You can imagine.
I worked at UBA before.
Interesting.
Before they took over UBA. And the interesting thing about UBA is my dad worked at UBA.
No way.
My mom worked at UBA. I worked at UBA. And I met my wife at UBA.
Wow.
So that legacy continues. Yeah.
Wow. No,
that legacy. So go ahead. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So you see that he had made the wealth. Wealth is good.
Absolutely.
Wealth is good. And he has impacted the legacy part.
Yes.
And he still has youth on his side. So
absolutely.
I'm still wondering what he's still going to do with
more. Yes.
That's one. So if you look at somebody like Nelson Mandela, he was never known to have deep pockets or amassed wealth.
True.
But you see, he has his purpose. He has redefined when you say forgiveness, and it is legendary. You mentioned that name; it is household. People like Dr. Adadevo,
yes,
that sacrificed her own self.
True.
So you see it now cascade around Mother Teresa.
Yes.
These are not people that have made wealth,
Yeah,
but their name still lingers on and on.
True.
So it's amazing. We just have to strike that balance together. It's a delicate skill.
I think I agree with you. Chris, what would you say? Which is more important? Which one do you think brings more fulfillment? Is it someone who achieves what they want, or someone who at the end of the day is able to make impact and there's alignment with their purpose? Akin has given the examples of people like Nelson Mandela, who I love so much. He talked about forgiveness with Nelson Mandela. I remember one time I was teaching a workshop, and I did use the Nelson Mandela example, and somebody, it was in South Africa, and somebody said, no, I don't consider him a good leader because he could not forgive. And I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? He could not forgive. And she said, he could not forgive his wife. Winnie Mandela, right? So, but then if you really go into Nelson Mandela's head, you probably understand why he chose, because you can make a decision, right? You can make a decision, and your decision can be based on certain principles. Maybe it doesn't mean that he didn't forgive. He could have forgiven in his heart, but made a decision that I'm not going to go ahead with this. So what do you think brings that fulfillment?
No, one is external validation, the other one is internal validation.
Okay.
Society is also a major factor that can influence this. If there is adequate social welfare security on ground.
Okay.
I think internal validation supersedes external validation. Now, I ask myself a question: why are people amassing so much wealth, and you end up not going with the wealth? and you end up failing yourself internally. Because people realize when they are expired. And how do you see yourself expiring? I will tell you, it's a very simple thing. You are a rich man, but you have a scattered home. And the first level devil wants to penetrate a nation is to scatter a family.
Family, yes.
Now, devil has won, but you have wealth. Now, you now go to expiration age. Nowhere to go to.
That's you mean the old
age?
Okay, okay. When
so I see your wealth here and there.
Yes,
I mean, scattered.
yeah.
People are waiting for you to die to eat the money, and your children are nowhere to be found. Now, I ask a salient question.
Wow.
Which one is superior?
Superior. I understand that.
I rest my comment there.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris and Akin. Thank you so much for being here. But I want to ask you, what are your final words for our viewers out there? I know this is achievement, but I also know that there are a lot of ladies who are watching us and enjoying what we're discussing, and maybe they will share with the men in their lives. If you wanted to drop a final word, even if it's one word, 2 words, 3 words, a phrase, a sentence, what would be your final word? Let's start with you, Akin.
So for me, it's almost like a prayer that we should all strive for contentment.
Contentment.
Yes, and a little bit of consistency. Whatever you are doing, keep at it. This journey for success is not. It's a journey.
It's a journey.
It's a journey.
And
so
not a destination.
Not a destination. Right. Keep at it. A lot of the successful people you see there, they've been at it. If you look through their journeys, so that you don't hop from one place to the other, and stay consistent and be contented. Yeah.
So contentment and consistency. That's what we need, Chris.
To be purposeful in life, you must be intentionally disciplined. Allow your principle overrule your preferences. That's just what I would say to anybody. And you to do that, especially for the younger ones, the single ones, please, it's a message. You be intentional about your spouse. Because 75% of your purpose will be determined by the spouse you choose.
Oh, that is serious. 75%
of your purpose in life will be determined by the spouse you choose.
I need to go and chew more on that. I need to chew more on that.
Because a lot of people failed at that level.
Yeah.
They put external validation above internal satisfaction.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chris. You are saying intentional discipline is what we need, and then of course contentment and consistency. Thank you so much for being with us, gentlemen. Thank you. What a powerful conversation we've had today. Ladies and gentlemen, redefining success not as what we possess, but who we become in the process. A huge thank you to my guests, Akin Okpatola and Chris Ogbaisi, for sharing such deep insights and experiences. If today's discussion has inspired you, remember this: true success isn't about climbing higher, but becoming deeper, more aligned, more fulfilled, and more impactful. Join us next time on Achievement as we continue to explore the journeys, the struggles, and the triumphs that shape extraordinary men. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow at Achievements channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, as you know, Twitter, and YouTube for more inspiring content and updates. Don't miss it. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. We'd like to hear from you. My name is Victor Diali. Please call me Victorious Victor, reminding you, don't just chase success, live with purpose. Until next time, stay driven, stay grounded, and keep achieving.
Hello Achievers, and welcome to Timeless Capsule with me, Mr. Motivator, where we tap into age-old wisdom to fuel our journeys to greatness. Today's timeless truth is as powerful as it is profound. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. These words aren't just a catchy phrase. They are a philosophy, a battle cry, and a reminder that adversity is not the end, but the beginning. Indeed, the beginning of something extraordinary. Let's face it, life throws storms our way. Here in Nigeria, for instance, the challenges we are currently navigating can feel quite overwhelming. Take the devaluation of the naira, the climbing inflation, soaring unemployment, and not forgetting the uncertainty in the future, not just for many of our youths, but of course, the aged as well. It's easy to feel stuck, lost, deflated, or even defeated. But let me tell you this, tough times don't define you. Rather, your response to them does. This is where the magic of resilience comes in. This is when the tough, the determined, the resourceful, and of course, the unstoppable get going. You are such, and you had better get going so that life does not leave you behind. Here is what we must remember. Challenges don't come to break us, they come to build us. They shape our character, stretch our capabilities, and more than anything else, unlock potential that we didn't even know we had within us. So, when the going gets tough, the tough have a number of options. Option 1, you can adapt and innovate. Tough economic times are an invitation to think right outside the box. This is the moment to rethink how we use our limited resources, how we create solutions and transform obstacles into opportunities, regardless of what field of endeavor we find ourselves. Secondly, we must discover new paths. High employment? Well, that in itself could be a call to explore entrepreneurship. You can turn your passion into your paycheck. Find what makes your heart beat faster and then build something extraordinary from it. Next, you can rise stronger. Resilience is like a muscle. The more we use it, the stronger it gets. Every setback is indeed, as Willie Jolly said in his book, a setup for a comeback. Now, don't get me wrong, I know it's hard. The weight of the challenges can feel crushing. But here's the thing, diamonds are formed under pressure, and the steel is forged in fire. You, my friend, are being shaped into something extraordinary, despite all of these challenges that we face. And as Winston Churchill himself said, if you're going through hell, keep going. This is not the time to waver. This is not the time to second guess. This is not the time to doubt yourself. This is not the time to roll back. If anything at all, it is time to keep going, smarter, more innovatively, and making the most of what lies in front of you. As a result, you can start by taking action. Do not wait for the perfect moment, because in reality, it does not exist. Start where you are. Do what you can with what you have. Secondly, I want to urge you to stay connected. How? By building relationships. You can find mentors, find ways and means to collaborate with other people. Because when we connect, we become stronger, we become wiser, we become better. And then thirdly, you've got to keep learning. Educate yourself. Every new skill, every bit of knowledge is a step closer to your breakthrough. And if there's anything we enjoy in the world today, it is the preponderance of learning opportunities across a variety of platforms, online and offline, and of course, through various connections with individuals, various groups that can strengthen us and bolster our current knowledge capabilities. And as the saying goes, knowledge is power. You, my friend, are tougher than the challenges that you face. You are stronger than the storms around you. And yes, you are capable of achieving greatness, even in these toughest of times. So, when the going gets tough, don't stand still, don't shrink back, rise up, push forward, and prove to yourself and the world that you are indeed unstoppable. So, until next time right here on the Achievement Channel, this is Mr. Motivator reminding you to stay strong, stay resilient, and never stop achieving.
Everyone, welcome to another inspiring episode of Mighty Moms, the show where we celebrate the incredible journeys of mothers who are shaping our world. I'm your host, Sarah Rabbit, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. Today we are diving into a topic that reminds us just how powerful motherhood can be in driving positive change. Our focus today is on global influence, mothers leading social change. Our guest is a true pioneer, a mother who has navigated and transformed one of the most challenging industries out there, the maritime sector. She's the chairman and CEO of Bomara Investment Limited, a key figure in Women in Maritime Africa, and a recipient of multiple awards recognizing her humanitarian and philanthropic efforts. Please join me in welcoming Hajia Bola Muse. Hajia Bola, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You have had an incredible career spanning over 30 years in the maritime industry. Could you tell us how your journey began and how being a mother has influenced your leadership style?
Well, thank you so much. Let me first of all tell you my story before venturing into the maritime. Because I think there is always a beginning somewhere. You have to begin from somewhere before you move to somewhere. And I believe I'm somebody that's very passionate in whatever I'm doing. And you know, when a child, when you are going to school, when you are trying to grow up, your teacher is always asking, what did you want to become in future? How did you want to see yourself? Where do you want to go? And I think it all started that I like good things and I loved to struggle to have things done on my own way. I'm a resilient person and I don't want anybody to do anything for me. I want to do it for myself, and that is how it all began. And I'm not the type of person that's used to do buying and selling, because I believe because of the passion that I have and because of who I am, I'm a very emotional person, I will end up giving all whatever I have free. So maybe that is why God's just taking me to
created that space for
that
you.
Space for me. That's okay. So when the idea of the maritime came in, I was like, okay, let me grab it. Back to how the maritime journey began and being a mother. The maritime began successfully, and I have the passion because I go through the maritime school. And when I went through the maritime school, everything, I was able to understand the integrity, and I was well prepared of what is in future for me. And maritime is about trust. When you trust, the sky will be your limit and everything. And as a mother, I'm a mother is a multitask, and I'm a very passionate person. So due to this, I was able to juggle both ways, because as a woman, you should be able to put plus and minus together, both in the office and outside.
Thank you very much. Now, talking about the maritime industry, we all know that maritime industry, even way back 30 years ago, was solely male dominated. How did you navigate your way through it all, especially as a mother and as a woman? And what were some of those challenges that spurred you on to enable you, that motivated you to keep going in the industry?
You know, when you have a passion for something, no matter the obstacle that you come across on your way, you just excel in it. And I believe that is what has been keeping me, because the empathy and the resilience really navigates me to a brighter role, especially in the maritime industry, that is where male dominated area, because you see, you face a lot of bias, you face a lot of harassment, you face a lot of bullying in the maritime. But when you have the passion to do things, you will not look back, because I'm that kind of person that I don't look back in whatever I want to do, because I believe in moving forward. And as a mother, I said before that I make sure that I draw the map. When you draw a line in whatever, this is office and this is house, you'll be able to juggle both ways and see. Even the men, because when the men see that, okay, this is the kind of person that this person is, they will not really dare do whatever they don't want to do with you.
So you're simply saying that as a woman, you were not afraid of the male gender. You only focus on your passion,
on my passion,
and the ability to achieve whatever you wanted to achieve. Thank you very much. Now, your philanthropic work has earned you numerous awards. Can you share one or two stories where your role as a mother motivated you to give out to the society? Because we know that from your activities that you've been giving out, reaching out to various community, giving out without looking back, unconditionally, what are those things that motivated you to give up to the society?
You see, they said charity begins at home. And when you have empathy, a lot of things will be smooth for you in a way. Because I believe that when you are giving out, maybe you are reaching out one way or the other to somebody or to neighbor, to whoever, is a passion and is God calling. Because not everybody has the mind of giving. This is what I really want to, and that is what the lesson I've been teaching, imbibe in my children. And up to today, I thank God for who they are and what they are doing in their own field. To me, I believe in giving out. And I believe when you give Almighty God, you get a reward for it. And that is what has been keeping me going. And maybe because of my upbringing or where I'm coming from, and there is gift, reward in giving out. I believe that is what has been keeping me going.
Thank you so much.
We'll
go on a short break. Please stay tuned. Motherhood is a transformative journey that shapes our children and us. It's filled with joy, challenges, and profound growth. Today, we honor the unsung heroes, our mothers, whose love and dedication lay the foundation for our achievements. Motherhood teaches resilience, the strength to wake up each day with purpose, despite sleepless nights. This resilience empowers us to overcome obstacles and reach our goals. It fosters creativity, and problem solving. From soothing a crying baby to managing a household, mothers develop invaluable skills that drive success in ever-changing environments. Today, we celebrate every mother who has doubted herself yet continue to push forward. Your love, sacrifices, and commitment are the true markers of success. You are the heartbeat of your family, and your influence reaches far beyond your home. Today, to all the mothers watching, remember this: your journey, filled with love and perseverance, is the foundation of all-round achievements. You are raising the next generation of dreamers, leaders, and innovators. Your role is powerful.
Imagine stepping into a world where every breath refreshes your spirit. Our premium diffusers transform any space into a sanctuary using only natural, non-toxic ingredients. With quality absorbent reeds, they deliver long-lasting, soothing scents that eliminate unpleasant odors, promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance your mood. Choose from tropical mango to a refreshing mountain breeze. Elevate your environment and discover a non-toxic way to improve the air you breathe. With Christian Creations, your home becomes a personal escape to paradise. Experience the freshness today.
Welcome back to Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. Hajiya Bola, as a mother, you have likely instilled values of leadership and community in your children. Now, how do you think your role as a mother and as a leader influences social change, especially in the area of family and societal levels?
Okay, I think there is an adage that says charity begins at home. And whatever anybody wants to do, especially mothers, you just have to imbibe a good relationship with your children, have a good relationship with your children, and you instill an empathy, responsibility to these kids, and let them know that life is not the way it is. This will enable them to attain whatever level that they want to achieve in life. And as a mother, this role applies to you also, because whatever you are doing, the kids are watching, and that is what they can be able to leverage on. But now, as a mother that knows the responsibility at home, should be able to walk our way out in a different way. That, okay, this is my family and this is what is happening to me at office or in a community that you find yourself.
Okay, so what you're simply saying is that your ability to instill the leadership traits,
yes.
Your ability to train your children to reach out to the community, just like you
yes, and lead by example,
has enabled you to be able to influence the society as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, what advice would you want to give to a mother or mothers watching you right now who aspire to make a global change, whether in business, social change, or in their community? Mothers are watching you, they are listening to you, and they know that you're a philanthropist, and they want to be who you are, they would like to do what you are doing, what advice would you want to give to them?
My advice to mothers is believe in yourself. When you believe in yourself, you'll be able to move mountain. Because especially, I'm using myself as an example. I believe in myself. I know that I can do it. That is why I'm doing it. I'm a mother of 4. To God be the glory. And I'm self-employed and a career woman. You'll be able to juggle both ways if you you believe in yourself and you have the strength, because you have the strength of your family and the support. If your family supports you in whatever you are doing, you'll be able to move mountain within the space of your responsibility. So that is what I can say to that. Believe in yourself.
So mothers out there have to believe in themselves?
Yes, know your strength.
If you have a dream, you have to go head on and pursue it,
know your strength,
and achieve it within your strength. That's what you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we cannot continue if I do not bring this in. Hajia Bola, you are a busy woman with your career spanning over 30 years. I know you hold a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, how do you unwind? We are talking about self-care now. How do you unwind? What do you do to unwind?
Well, my friends knows me that I'm a very bubbly person, because when you finish from the day's work, the responsibility now is you are going home to make sure that you take the home responsibility. I don't joke with my family in my home space. I make sure that I have my family around me, and I party a lot with my friends, and I practice mindfulness and meditation. And apart from that one, I dance a lot. You know, I listen to music and dance, and I do a lot of small exercise. I'm not an exercise freak, but I think I do a lot of exercise, maybe environment friendly. I can just take a walk around within the environment there and do some certain things. But most important thing is that I stay with my family. With my family is number one.
You stay with your family, you
Yeah.
spend time with your family because you are a family person.
Yeah.
You meditate a lot.
Yes.
You exercise.
Yes.
And you party.
Yes.
We will take a short break. Mighty Mom returns shortly.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional in Lagos and Abuja.
Call 0802 3032 066. Log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence.
Teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back to the Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. We still have a Mighty Mom in the studio with us today, Hajia Bola Muse. Hajia has shared some incredible lessons and insight on the journey of motherhood, and of course, on her career as a maritime professional. Now, let's move on to Moment of Connection, where we'll be hearing directly from some of our viewers. Goodness Abiola on X wrote, philanthropy requires a lot of financial resources and support. If you were not in the maritime field, would you still be a philanthropist? Again, on X, Faith Robinson wrote, I still struggle with self-care. I'm a mom of 1 toddler and my husband doesn't want a house help. How do I submit and still have time to take care of myself? Crafty questions. What are your thoughts, Hajia?
Is everything still boiled down to yourself? Who are you? And what do you want for yourself?
Who are you answering now? Is it the
question?
If
Yes.
you were, okay.
Yes, everything still boiled down to the question. I'm answering to the question now.
Okay.
So, the goodness.
Okay, goodness is asking if you were a philanthropist.
Yes, that's it. If she said
you were
not a
in the
maritime
industry, will you still be a philanthropist?
Sure, I will, because being a philanthropist is a passion. It's a matter of mind. It doesn't have anything to do with your work ability. So it's a passion. I will still be there because I believe that Almighty God has given me the strength to be able to assist the needy. What stops me? Even if I'm a cake bean seller on the street, the little one I have, I will still use it to assist the needy. I will still be there. I will still do that.
So philanthropy has nothing to do with your career. It's the ability to give when
it's the passion.
Necessary.
Yeah.
You must have the passion to
give.
Thank you. Then the
second one, she says she's a mother of toddler.
Her husband doesn't want
her herself. Yeah. Maybe what she should do is she should first of all understand herself. What does she want? Because if your husband do not want you to get an answer and you're a mother of one, you have a long way to go. All men want a concentration on their child, but it's left to you. Thank God to AI now. Everything is easy. You can do a lot of things online without stepping out of anywhere to take care of the home front. So you can do a lot of business online. Think of what you do. Know your strengths. You don't need to go out to do a lot of things. So when you go out there, when you are inside the house, find a computer, go online, check for a lot of things to do on your own, do some research, and you'll be able to take care of the child. When the child, especially maybe when the child is reach the age of going to school, when the child is in the school, you can be able to do one or two things at home. Maybe online, business-wise, you do some business for yourself. When you are still at home, do some homework as you are still doing. Women are multitask. There's nothing women cannot do at one go. So while you are still online, focusing on your business, you can be doing some house chores and everything like that.
And taking care of your baby and your family.
Before the baby comes back from school, even if it's at home, if the baby has not even reached the age of going to school, she can still do that because the baby will sleep, it will take a nap, and you do a lot of things within that period so that you'll be able to manage and you please everybody. You please yourself, you please your husband, and you please your child. Women are multitasked. There's nothing women cannot do.
So a mother has no excuse.
No excuse.
If you have a dream.
A dream.
If you aspire to be a career
Just
person,
follow your dream.
As a mother, you can still.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hajia, thank you so much for taking us through your journey.
Thank you.
Your story has been so inspiring, and I'm sure our viewers out there have also learned one or two things. Your story has truly shown us that as mothers, we can lead powerful and positive role to change the narrative, even in the maritime industry, which to so many may seem so daunting. Thank you so much. We wish we could continue.
And the woman should be able to inspire others. Woman should inspire others. Because as you move in, you have to make sure that you
motivate another person. So as a leader and as a mother, you must have the ability to inspire, to mentor and lead others. Thank you so much. So you don't climb the ladder alone.
No.
You allow the ladder
for others to climb.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just like as I'm doing in my community.
In your community. Thank you so much for your inspiration.
Thank you.
We would have continued, but this is where we call it a wrap. Thank you so much for being in the studio with us. God bless you.
Thank you for having me. And thank you. God bless Achievement Channel
yes.
and Mighty Mom.
And Mighty Moms. Because you are a mighty mom.
Imagine stepping into a world where every breath refreshes your spirit. Our premium diffusers transform any space into a sanctuary using only natural, non-toxic ingredients. With quality absorbent reeds, they deliver long-lasting, soothing scents that eliminate unpleasant odors, promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance your mood. Choose from tropical mango to a refreshing mountain breeze. Elevate your environment and discover a non-toxic way to improve the air you breathe. With Christian Creations, your home becomes a personal escape to paradise. Experience the freshness today.
For our viewers, I hope today's conversation reminds you of your own potential to make an impact, no matter where you are or what field you are in. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today on Mighty Moms. Stay tuned for our next episode where we continue to celebrate mothers who are making waves in their communities and beyond. Until then, keep dreaming, keep striving, and remember, you have the power to lead change. I'm Sarah Roberts. See you next time.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Hello and welcome to another insightful episode of Career Success, the show dedicated to equipping you with the knowledge and inspiration to excel in your professional life. My name is Sunday Iwolabi, your host, and you're tuned in to the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. Get ready to be inspired today. We have the privilege of welcoming Mr. John Ewodahi, a true veteran of the Nigerian economic landscape. From his early days as a chartered accountant to setting up financial systems for a pioneering bank and culminating in his impactful leadership at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. John's journey is a masterclass in career evolution. He is now a senior partner and CEO. His expertise continues to shape businesses and the public sector. Please give a warm welcome to John. Welcome to Achievement Channel, Mr. John.
Thank you very much, Sunday.
It's been
nice
a pleasure
to be with you guys here today.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. So I see your career started with a very strong foundation in accounting. beginning from the Institute of Management and Technology, Enugu. How has this foundation shaped your success trajectory?
Well, thank you very much for that question. IMT is an institution that really shaped us in the field of accounting. It gave me a mindset that gave me the ability to be able to, have a structured mind. When you are looking at anything, you have structure. You kind of be organized more, and then you now have ethical values that are brought in to those activities that surround you, and then you now also have critical and analytical way of thinking. These are the type of things that we were taught. And so wherever we find ourselves in every profession, you kind of look at everything in an organized format. You structure whatever the situation is. You also look at whether it's ethical, whether they are right, the values that you bring into them. And also, you have to have an analytical mind so that whatever anybody is telling you, you're kind of looking at it from a point of view of looking at it, whether the story adds up. Where there is a gap, you easily find that out, especially when you are looking at things in that manner. Also, it's taught us about discipline. In the accounting profession, you just have to be disciplined. And that means you have to be focused on what you are doing, because accounting sometimes bring out or demands pressure. There are tight deadlines that you have to fulfill. Maybe at the end of the month, you want to prepare the report for that particular end of the month. And in these days, the end of the month is 30th of the month, and you have to bring out your report maybe the first day of the next month and to be able to report on it. That means that you have to work very a tightrope to be able to get that. Or if you are doing maybe an audit for a client that needs his accounts, there are some organizations that the regulation demands that they must produce their financials at a particular time, maybe 3 months after the end of year. And these might be very large organizations that will take time to gather all this information. If you are not disciplined, if you are not well structured, and you do not work hard enough, you might not be able to meet that deadline. So those are the type of things that IMT gave us while we were training as accountants.
Oh, great. So this structured thinking, analytical thinking, and discipline must have been really rewarding, because it has moved you from various sectors. You have moved from accounting, you have delved into oil and gas, you have also delved into banking, even culminating into the setting up of the financial systems for Magnum Trust Bank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what key principles have guided you in navigating different sectors? Because it's not enough to be disciplined, to have analytical thinking, to have structured thinking. There must have been some things that guided you in your navigation of several sectors.
Yes, in the accounting profession, you have some guiding principles that enable you to do your job. One of these principles is integrity. It's very important. You have to have integrity in whatsoever you're doing. Because whatever you're going to report, don't forget it's not yours, but you are going to bring out. Some people will rely on that information. Maybe the financial statements you have produced or the reports you are producing. People rely on those documents to be able to make decisions. You have to have integrity when you are preparing them. You also have to be objective about what you are doing, because you don't allow bias, to come into play when you are doing your job. And that's why we have guiding principles in those ones. Like, you are an auditor to a company, you are required not to hold shares in those companies. Because as you look at them, being a human being, when you are trying to audit the work of that, if you own some part of that company,
conflict of interest,
definitely, yes, there will be conflict of interest, because you are going to look at it beyond what you are supposed to do because of your interest in that. So you have to be objective. You also have to have professional competence. Now, what is professional competence? Means that you have to know the job, and you have to be able, you don't do jobs that you are not well trained for. So you don't dabble into things when you are doing the accounting for or the audit for an organization. You might come across certain transactions that you are not trained for. For instance, you want to value a property, a company that has a building or land, and they are telling you this is the value. You don't have the competence. So you might have to rely on experts like estate valuers and surveyors to be able to give you that type of thing. If there is a case that is ongoing, there's an issue that is ongoing, and they are saying, oh, you are trying to determine the liability of the company. You are not a lawyer. So you might have to rely on a lawyer to say, look, how far is this case going? What is our exposure? And so that you can bring it in. So you have to have professional competence, know what you are doing, but don't do what you are not trained to do. And then you have to be diligent in your work. That means you have to do the job the way it's supposed to be done. Yeah, you are not supposed to go outside of your brief. And accounting has different aspects. You have, accounting, you have taxation, you have advisory services. So if you have been asked to go and do an audit, you concentrate your effort in doing your audit. You don't go and dabble into the taxation aspect of that, So, and of course, as a professional, you have to have a professional behavior. There are standards. You have to carry yourself as a professional, because that's what anybody that sees outside will place reliance on to say this man is an expert. You can't go there and begin to run down by your behavior, and they say, oh, I thought this man said he's a chartered accountant, and look at how he's behaving in public. So all of this type of thing bring trust, bring confidence in people that want to deal with you. Accountability is another aspect. You have to be accountable in whatever you are doing. And being accountable means that, in fact, we say you have to have accuracy and integrity. This is our motto in ICANN. You must be correct. So if you say 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, you must be sure. So that is 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. You have to be accountable and responsible. All of these things. Independence is another aspect. You have to be independent, especially when you are doing carrying out an audit. And that means you have to move yourself away from the inside. So you don't allow internal influence or external influence to make, and your independence is not just to be seen. I mean, it's not just a thing of your mind. Okay, I know I'm doing this thing. It has to be seen. So these are some of the guiding principles that shaped us. Yes, to
several sectors.
Yes,
so these distinctive habitual characters of integrity, objectivity, professional confidence,
competence,
independence, and all of. So now you have been able to use these ingredients of success to not just crisscross different sectors.
Yes.
You have now transitioned into consulting, offering management and accounting solutions before you now join the prestigious Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria as registrar.
Yes.
Wow.
We moved from directorship to registrar.
That's significant. That's significant. We're not accountants, but then we know that ICANN is really a prestigious institution. So you rose to the rank of registrar, and then being part of the team or leading the process that churned up innovations such as on-screen marking.
Yes.
Tell us something about that. Our viewers at home would like to draw some values and virtues.
Well, you know, your experience builds up as you go along. You have your basic training, which is more of academic, and then you have your practical training also, which makes you have a hands-on. And then after that, you now begin to build on your experience. And as you go along different organizations or different institutions, you begin to garner more experience. Like me, I did work in 2 practicing firms. So that gave me a wide scope. And even in that, you had different clients. So it even gives you wider experience. And then I went to Texaco, I went to the banking sector, I went to Commerce Bank, I went to Magnum Trust Bank. With all of those experiences, we were able to build accounting system for them. So when I now came into ICANN, I also had the privilege of working in different departments as director. I was director in the faculties. I was the director in the membership affairs. And in those places, we had responsibility for addressing members' needs and issues, and also training. We had the continuing training programs for our members. We also provided support for practicing firms. So all of this gave me more experience and ideas of what is happening. And then we now transitioned from that to the examination department. In ICANN, we had two types of examination. We have the professional examination, and we have the accounting technician, which is a lower grade for them. But I was the director, so I superintended over both. And in the process, it was more of manual and physical processes that we had then. We had to bring people from all over the country to a point where they would be able to set the questions. And then after that, we have to bring some other people to review the questions they have set and put them in what we call our bank. And then when the time for examination comes, only about 2 or 3 people are able to access the bank and bring out and select the questions that will be set. Examination is a very very critical aspect of ICANN. Nobody jokes with it. So you don't have any leakage, because just about 2 or 3 people get to see the thing before it is administered to the students to write. And after that, we still bring in thousands of people to come and grade and mark the scripts physically. And so facility-wise, it was a big strain, because there's no hotel that can give us 1,000 rooms, as a group. So you have to break them down, and this takes us weeks to be able to do all of this. So with all those challenges and the accountant in us, we now transition to on-screen marking, whereby we have to set our questions, offline. You submit them to us in soft copies, we process them, and we administer the examination physically. But when we are going to grade the script, we no longer bring these people to a central place. They sit in the comfort of their homes, and these scripts are transmitted to them through the cloud. They mark the scripts, and then it just becomes so easy, because human errors are
minimal, eliminated.
Yes, almost 100% eliminated.
What a transformative innovation. On this note, we have to go on a commercial break. When we return, we will be getting strategies from our guests on how boarding professionals can rise from the scratch to the summit of their careers. Stay tuned.
My name is Roma Daniels. This is Achievement Channel. Please keep watching Achievement Channel, the first and only motivational channel in the country. Thanks, man.
My name is Mrs. Imelda Hunosuji. You can call me Madam Modesty. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
At the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have. The more you speak, the better you are at speaking. School of Eloquence is the place you can be. And there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it.
Welcome back. So a lot of our viewers are budding professionals who are looking to move to maximize their potentials, if you like. So what are the defining strategies that you can share that some of them can adopt on their way up?
Okay. Well, you know, if you take accounting, for instance, there are different stages. There are what you call the bookkeeping stage, where you write the books and prepare the accounts to a certain point. But that is not, that's what people think accountants do, really. But beyond that, when you say you are an accountant, you go beyond that. And you have to transition from just writing books and keeping books to one of, say, a problem solver. All right. So for you to be a problem solver, it means you've built enough experience to be to enable you look at some issues, analyze them, find out the root causes if there are some challenges out there, and not just that, you also have to provide solution. So you are not going to be looking at just figures and accounting issues. You are going to be looking at more of the business concepts and what is presented before you, and that is where you have to upskill your skills. One of the ways to upskill your skills is that you have to, you know, improve your business knowledge. Now, business knowledge is wide. For instance, you might be dealing with a production person who is just a technical person in terms of production. You are an accountant, you are not a production person. But the figures that come from there, you are able to analyze and say, this is the impact of your activity from production to the whole organization. The marketing man is there and saying, oh, I have to do this, I have to do advertising, I have to do PR, or I have to go around. But at the end of the day, the figures that he's bringing in tell the story and shows the impact on the organization. So you can explain to that sales and marketing executive that this is the impact that your actions will have on the organization. So you have to upscale your business knowledge for you to be able to interact with people inside and outside. And of course, your end product are being used by people outside, like investors and regulators. They also have to be able to, you have to understand their needs for you to be able to do that. You also have to sharpen your skills. You know, in this age and time, you need a lot of analytical skills. For you, like I said, when a situation is presented before you, you have to have an analytical mind to say, what is this? And then you begin to, you know, analyze it, and then you begin to find out whether there are issues and the effects of all of these issues, and then so you have to upscale your skills. You have to master modern tools because there are a lot of tools that can enable you, you know, look at figures. Some figures are in millions, depending on the type of organization you have. If these are big organizations, their database might be, you know, in millions. For you take a bank like First Bank, their shareholders might be in millions, their customers are in millions, the transactions that transact every day are in millions, and so you cannot do that by just taking their books and looking at it. So you have to have analytical tools that can enable you sift into and query this and bring out some issues that you want to address. Okay, and you know, of course, again, you also have to be able to use a kind of what if situation analysis. you have an organization, they want to buy a plant, you want to know whether is it better we lease this plant? Is it better for us to buy this plant? Is it better for us to make this plant if we have the capability? And so on and so forth. What are the effects of this on this organization? So you have to have all these skills and you have to continuously improve in them.
It is evident from your story and that success is contagious. And here on Achievement Channel, we indeed believe that success is contagious because the secret of great men are in their stories.
Yes.
Now, as CEO of IE Consulting and then senior partner at Irabo Egudai, you have been rendering solutions to organizations, to big corporates. How can our viewers who are watching right now, what value can people derive from deploying accumulated knowledge in the later part of one's career to continue to add value to both oneself and society?
Well, as you grow more into your profession, you get older, you have more experience, a repertoire of experiences to share. And so a way of, I would say, giving back or even keeping yourself improved, is by mentoring. You could become a mentor to the younger ones. So when you have people who are working, as you grow up, maybe from an officer, you are now a director, you have a lot of managers under you. Now, the way they'll see a problem is different from the way you see it because of your experience. So you begin to mentor them, you begin to teach them, or how to do these things. Another way of doing that is you become more of an advisor to organizations, even to chief executives and people at certain levels, because they rely on, they assume or they know that you have this knowledge, historical knowledge, a repertoire of experience. So when there are issues, they can come to you and you begin to give them some of these advice, and sometimes you are now appointed to boards of organizations. And when you are appointed to board of organizations, you're appointed because of your knowledge and skills and experience to bring to bear in helping the organization. You are not in full management, but you can see what the management is doing when they prepare their report, maybe on a monthly basis, and you have board meetings. So when issues come up, you might have come across such issues and you bring to bear your experience in those areas to be able to help the management or whoever to make that decisions. Also, you can also begin to put down your thoughts either by writing, writing books, writing articles. You could also be engaged in speaking. And like what I'm doing right now, and speaking to people, and potentially some young people will listen and then see how they can grow. Some experienced people will see and they begin to take. So these are some of the ways from which you can really give back and help others to be able to achieve and also sustain yourself.
Sustainability.
The more you share,
sustainability is key. So you say, while we are at the Achievement Channel here, while we're interrogating your story, your background, because we indeed actually interrogate the stories of our guests. I noticed that you have been engaging in continuous learning I see your participation in various international institutes. Even though you're a veteran, what came to my mind is there must be a secret behind these going for continuous learning program and various international organizations. So what is the secret? What can we take home from that?
Continuous learning is invaluable. It's not negotiable if you want to remain at the cutting edge. And actually, in the accounting profession worldwide, continuous learning is a mandatory criteria for you to continue to maintain your membership. So if, as a member of ICANN, and I want to retain my membership and say I'm a chartered accountant, I must attend some
courses or training programs, and I think the minimum now is 40 credit hours every year.
Wow.
So broken down into structured trainings and unstructured. When you say structured, it could be that you are going to learn a particular, maybe there's a new standard that has come out and they are going to, spend 2-3 days. It could be unstructured, like we have an annual dinner.
Okay.
But even in these dinners, somebody will still give a speech and things like that.
Come up.
The good thing about learning, continuous learning, now is becoming easier. In those days, like you said, we have to travel far and wide to be able to access this training. Because as the world became a global village, you find that you have to deal with international people, and you still have to. So you have to understand what they are doing by interacting and going over there. But good thing now with technology and all that, you have various training that can be done online. Online training. So you have a repertoire of avenues from which you can get your training done. So it's not negotiable. It's very critical to maintain your membership. And anybody that does not do it, I'll tell you, one, because of technological advancement, you'll find a technology that comes out today that enables you to do your job, and by tomorrow, it's no longer relevant. There was a time we were using just calculators, and even those calculators had limits. I remember when I was training, the first time we started seeing billion, the calculator could not take billion because there was the transactions there. The biggest transaction, I think, at Jakarta Steel Company was like 5 billion naira.
And then your calculator went off.
So the calculator, so we would do the millions and then add it to the billion, which is. But now, even your phone, you can do trillions of transactions. So you see, the technology advances. So we moved from all of that. We went into computers, then laptops, and then desktops. Now we can even use phones and so on. So you have to continuously learn because technological advancement. There are new regulations that come out. For instance, now we are talking about tax reforms. And it's going to cut across. So whatever you knew about tax before, there is a new one. And these tax reforms come out every year with the Finance Act and the laws that are coming on. So you have to know that, not only know that, but you have to continuously. Regulators come out with it. Even standards, international standards also play a key role in doing our jobs. And so you have to be able to be at the cutting edge of these ones. And also, your skills that you require does not last long anymore. Even if you're an employee, you can't say, oh, I went to school and I studied accounting and I'm a chartered accountant and now I'm working here, so I don't need to upskill myself. Very soon you find that you cannot even do the job anymore because the expectations of even the employers and the owners of the business also change. Regulators change. So you can see that
dynamic age, and so you have to dynamize, otherwise you run out of business. So it's very clear that if you do not update your thoughts, you stand the risk of getting outdated.
Of course.
But there's the catchphrase you used. Continuous learning. Is invaluable. It's non-negotiable. I can assure you that we'll make that a vignette here on Achievement Channel. But then you have said a lot. So even your life story itself is a compilation of pieces of advice that one can use to navigate to the pinnacle of one's career. But even in strategies, in secrets, there are hierarchies. What is the most impactful piece you would like to leave our viewers with?
Well, the first thing I want to say to anybody is that you have to master your craft. You must master your craft, otherwise you cannot go anywhere. And how do you master your craft? You have to know it theoretically, practically, continuous learning. You must believe in yourself and don't let anyone define your success, your success goals. It is you that know what you want to do, but you have to determine how you want to achieve you set that goal for yourself, and then you continuously train yourself. These are the basic things, are key things that anybody who wants to be successful in his career will have to do to maintain that advantage.
Thank you very much. I must say it has been very impactful having our time with you, and our viewers at home must have appreciated this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunday, and thank you for everything, and I'm so glad for achievement. I wish you well.
All right, thank you so much. This brings us to the close of another empowering episode of Career Success. Today we've had the privilege of drawing from the vast experience and insightful perspectives of John, whose journey exemplifies adaptability, leadership, and a continuous commitment to growth. We hope his story inspires you to approach your own career with strategic intent and a focus on making a meaningful impact. Let's keep this conversation going. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for more career-enhancing content, expert interviews, and success stories. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities to share your career aspirations and connect with our community. Remember to stay driven, remain focused, and always see the possibilities on the Achievement Channel.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve. This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires young Nigerians to make the most of their service here and beyond. I'm Ego Tifavor and you're watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic is service and self-discovery, finding who you are while helping others. Sometimes, NYSC doesn't just show you what you studied, it shows you who you truly are. Through service, we discover hidden gifts, build empathy, and learn that leadership is influence, not position. Joining me are two amazing young Nigerians whose journey reflects that truth. Abigail Imafidon is a passionate storyteller and creative communicator with a degree in mass communication from Redeemers University, where she majored in broadcasting. She's currently serving at the School of Eloquence, refining her public speaking and media presentation skills, and she's passionate about using filmmaking to create stories that inspire and educate. Asimoye Kelly is a digital communication professional skilled in public relations, social media management, and creative design with tools like Canva and WordPress. He is passionate about helping people and brands leverage digital platforms to earn and express their ideas creatively. Today's discussions highlights are how volunteering reveals hidden talents, building empathy and people skills through service, and redefining leadership as influence, not position.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Good morning, Kelly and Abigail.
Hi, Favor.
Welcome to the studio today.
Thank you for
having
us.
Thank you very much. So today our topic is service and self-discovery. So the first question today is, how do young people serving in Nigeria discover talents and strengths that they didn't even know that they have?
First off is by volunteering at first. Like NYS is all about volunteering. When you volunteer, yeah, it's not a punishment for you. You're kind of like bringing different sides of you that you didn't know you had before. Yeah. Maybe in school you're just one-sided. I will just focus on my course and everything. But when you volunteer, you're bringing out yourself from out of your like comfort zone. So you're doing things that you never thought of doing before. So yeah.
So, Ms. Abigail, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, to add to what you just said, it said volunteering, Abi. So I feel like you should always want to volunteer. You should not see it as a punishment for you. You should choose to volunteer either by teaching or just like giving a presentation or anything. I'm going to use myself as an example. Before I came to my PPA for my PPA, when I saw that I was posted here and I checked online and I saw what my PPA is all about, I was like, public speaking. I was talking to my friend, I was telling my friend, I'm not really good at public speaking. Although I did mass communication, I majored in broadcasting. Okay. Aside broadcasting, I don't do any other thing. Yeah. So I was like, public speaking is not my forte, or I'm not sure I'm going to do good here. My friend was like, just go, maybe that's why you're even posted there, so you can work on your public speaking skill. And I can say since I've been here, it's been going really, really well. And working here, like my NYSC in general, has pushed me to do things I would generally not do. So I feel like putting yourself out there and be able to also volunteer and can help you discover your talents and all.
That's a very great input. And what I can get from what both of you said now is just about yourself. If you have the right attitude towards what or where you are being posted to, you will discover. Don't be scared or don't be shy. Don't shy away from where you are being posted to. You might say, this is not what I studied in school. And then you never can tell if where you are being posted to is where you actually supposed to be. Yes, you don't know if you are going to be strong, whatever field that you are given. So that's a very good input. So the second question this morning is, in what ways does serving others build empathy?
Okay. Yes. So to answer that, it's kind of like humbles you when you get to like work with people from different zones, like different beliefs, different backgrounds and stuff. So the empathy comes in when you have like this feeling to help them, to like also like teamwork too as well. Okay. Then also like patience, when you have to take things, like it's not something you rush, something you take slowly. Yes. That's when your patience kind of like builds up too. Then people skills, this is when you're like navigating different cultural and cultural backgrounds and stuff. You're working with people that are not from your geopolitical zone and stuff. It's kind of like bringing out those skills of communication to them. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so when you first of all like get into a new organization, you will not like expect everybody to like be like you or think like you. So you should be able to want to learn from others, not also learning. You should also be able to like bring yourself down to the other, because I guarantee you people will annoy you because everybody's not like you. So you'll be able to like work with people despite their differences, despite them not thinking, like you'll be able to like work together in an environment. I think that can also like build empathy, and we should also learn to not like discriminate, be it religion, be it your tribal differences. You should just be able to like want to like come together and work. I think that's
also very nice. I'm going to add to what the both of you have said, and I'm going to come under the aspect of you being an employee. Okay. Yes, when you're an employee, you have somebody above you. Your boss is above you, and sometimes your bosses might do things to push you out of your comfort zone, or like make you work extra, or say things to you, or you know how bosses normally do. So what I just want to say is that it's shaping you. You understand, whether good or bad, it's actually shaping you. Any experience you have in a formal workplace is actually shaping you towards, because you're also going to learn from it. Maybe one day you're also going to become a boss. And you also have employees, right? And when you have employees, things you're supposed to tell them, things you're not supposed to tell them, because when it was your turn, when your bosses told you these things, you didn't like them, or you liked them, or it made you sit up. You know, so when you're working in a formal environment, you know, most of us who are serving, and it's the first time that we're actually working like in a formal place, so we don't really understand most of these things. But when we start working, we start seeing how things unfold, in the corporate world, and it just teaches us more on how to treat people, whether your employers, whether your employees later on in life, or just anybody around you,
or your colleagues.
Yes, your colleagues. And you learn how to relate more with people. Yes, so that's just it. So thank you very much for that.
Welcome.
Right now we're going on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to continue our discussion. Please stay tuned.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
For 2 decades, the School of Eloquence has shaped voices, trained leaders, and built confidence in Nigerians across every walk of life. Now, as we celebrate 20 years, we are daring the impossible. A Guinness World Record attempt. 20 Days of Eloquence. A continuous speaking marathon. Voices united, carrying Nigeria's message of courage, clarity, and possibility to the world. We invite you to join us as a founding patron, as a partner, as a voice. Together, we will not just break a record, we will create a legacy. 20 years. 20 days. 1 school. 1 voice. 1 legacy. 1 nation. History will remember the voices that dared. Will yours be one of them?
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome back to Corpuscan. Before we went on a break, we were discussing service and self-discovery. So Abigail and Kelly, thank you for staying with us. So the next question will be, how has NYSC changed your leadership, your idea of leadership, especially seeing leadership as influence and not position or title?
Okay, so during your NYSC year, not just in your PPA, in your local government too, there are some positions being given to some corpers. I think the CLO, that's your core liaison officer. For your CDS, we have different, we have the presidents, the PRO for different CDS. So I think that can also help in like shaping our beliefs, or because once you are given a position, that means you are in charge of other people, so you have to, because it's whatever step you take, that's what they are going to like follow. So you have to be responsible and all. Even in your PPA, they might give you a position where you have no idea of something you've not like done before. So that position itself should help you like should help you push yourself to want to do better, to want to be a better person, because you have other people, let's say per se, you have other people like looking up to you, so you want to be responsible and all.
Okay, so before now, we also like leadership, we consider leadership as just being in charge, which is not true.
Yes.
People think that it's just like she said, like NYSC, I think it's just by wearing your CDS jacket and just backing others, but that's not true. You have to be influential. Right now, I hold the position of PRO for my medical, that's Public Relations Officer. So why was I picked? It wasn't because of just my words or just being there, but because of my actions actually, because I was able to influence people, I was able to inspire people to, through my right attitude and everything. That's why I was picked. So leadership is more like an influence, not just by holding titles. It's more like, drop your ego, man. It's leadership. You're trying to lead people, you're inspiring people. So it's more like your impact, not your attention, not the attention that people like you give people, like getting noticed and stuff. So,
yes, thank you very much. You know, most people have this mindset that a leader is someone who is supposed to be, above every other person. And it's only him or her that has a say over every other person. But that's not true. That's not the actual meaning of being a leader. Is because you are serving people. When you're a leader, you're serving. You're not just their boss and just staying on top. So that's what people have to learn and just unlearn. That leadership is not about titles or being bougie, all those kind of things. That's not what leadership is. Or even in your PPA, I feel is helping NYSC members, like young youth, grow, because in your PPA, you might be in charge, your boss might put you in charge of a project or something. And you find out that even when you are trying to gather other people that are under you, you do more of the job. Yes, because you are the leader. And it's when you do them, they are seeing what you are doing and they are following you. You understand what? It's just like, let me use this ideology, just like an elder sister or an elder sibling in the family. Whatever the elder sibling does, that's what the younger ones see, and they emulate and they follow. Imagine that you are the leader and then they put you in charge of something. And mostly the mindset will be, I'm the leader, let them just do it. Yes. And if you're just doing it like that, they might not know what to do. People that are under you, people that are following you, they might not know what to do. But when you start the pace, they say, okay, this is how to do it, this is how not to do it. So that's just the idea of NYSC. They post you to different places, and then for you to learn how things actually is in the real world. So when you are on a project and then they put you in charge of something, you have to push yourself. You understand? It might not be, it's not easy. Being a leader is not easy, yes. You have to definitely push yourself to, and most times, most people that we are trying to show an example, most people that are under us, people that are trying to lead, most of them might just, it's not everybody that even wants someone to lead them. You understand? So it's most times can be frustrating. So just being a leader is having, patience. Yes, you should have patience, and you should also have the will to do. Yes, whatever that you are saying. So that's just. So the next question is: can service help a young person understand themselves better, their values, their passions, and the kind of future they want?
Yes, I think it can. In the aspect that this NYSCA, I think it was designed for like different people that have different beliefs to go to other people's states to gather knowledge. So at first, let's say I'm an indigene of Edo State, and I'm being sent to, let's say I'm sent to Anambra. It's at first it might not be easy because it's somewhere I'm not familiar with. Let's also talk about maybe language barrier. Like there are different challenges that comes with this NYSCA, but you being able to overcome them step by step. It's not going to be easy at first, but as time goes on, you'll be able to overcome those challenges. It might help you build yourself. You having to leave your comfort zone, and going to another place to go serve. That's also a very big challenge. But you going there and being able to prosper in whatever you are going to go and do there, I think that will help you build yourself and all of that.
Okay, so service is that's like the absolute mirror for self-discovery. Take me for example right now. Currently in my PPA, which is my primary place of assignments, I did English in school. I have a degree in English. But right now in my PPA, I'm currently working in the tech space, I've been able to discover myself through digital ways of handling the websites that I'm doing, which was the HTML, the Canva, different things. So how have I been able to do this? It's because of my right attitude towards. I wanted to pick up another skill. I didn't just want to have English as a degree. That time when I was studying English, people were always asking me, what am I using English to do? What can I work? But there was this thing that still sticks in my head that my HOD told me. With English, you can work anywhere, which is true. Right now, what am I doing? Exactly, I'm doing tech things, I'm coding. Which right now, anytime people ask me what am I exactly doing in my PA, and I tell them I'm coding, and they're always shocked. That website, how English website, how does he colorate? It doesn't. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I feel the NYSC is actually helping in that aspect of helping young Nigerians discover what they really want or who they really want to be in future. Because you might study one thing in school and then you are serving in a different place where you didn't even imagine that you were ever going to be posted there. And then you find out that, I like this thing. I like what I'm doing. I like where I'm being posted to. And then you change. Some people will be like, that means you're going to waste your degree or something. No, it's about what you want. And are you happy doing what you want? Yes. It's not about, okay, you might read a course in school and then they post you to what you actually, like a PPA for where you actually read whatever you read in university. But you're not feeling it. Yes, let me use that word. You're not happy working there. You understand what I'm saying? So, and then they post you somewhere else. You didn't study whatever they posted, yes. And then you're happy doing it. And you see yourself, you never imagine that, this thing is ever going to make you happy, or see yourself thriving better in that aspect, and you say, this is exactly what I want to do. This is exactly what I want to do in the future. Or this is who I want to be. Yes, this is who I want to be. So the NYSC actually helps that, because you discover. Or even, it can also be vice versa. They post you to where you don't want to say, this is not what I want to do. You know exactly what you want, and this is not what I want. Maybe after the service year, I will now go back to what I want, or venture into what I want. So it helps you weigh your options. Yes, so that's just it. So thank you very much, Abigail and Kelly.
Thank you
for coming today. Thank you very much. Really appreciate. We are looking forward to seeing you next time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. This is Corporate rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a great conversation. Service isn't just about giving, it's about growing. Thank you, Abigail and Kelly, for sharing your stories. And to everyone watching, remember, every act of service is a step towards discovering your purpose. I'm Ego Tifavor, and this is Copper Scan on the Achievement Channel. Follow us on Instagram at Achievement Channel for more inspiring content. Till next time, keep serving, keep growing, and keep shining. Copper Scan.
This is Corporate rising to serve, rising to lead.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Welcome to another inspiring episode of Style to Success, the show where creativity meets purpose and passion leads to achievements. Today, we have a truly dynamic guest, Oluwagbemiga Ninola, a Lagos-based creative director, photographer, and tech enthusiast whose lens captures modern moments. It tells stories. As the founder of December Media, Oluwagbemiga has documented over 500 events across Nigeria and continues to bridge the worlds of art and technology, inspiring a new generation of visual storytellers. Oluwagbemiga, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you very much for having me.
Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
So, Gbenga, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you very much.
And I really appreciate you making our time to come to the show.
You're welcome.
I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of young creatives, especially the ones in photography, would learn a lot from, the conversation that I would have with you.
I believe so.
So let me start with this question. your journey, beautifully merges art, technology, and storytelling. So how would you describe your personal style, and how has it shaped your path to success?
Well, my style has been that of a documentary storytelling, and I also lace it with a bit of emotional realism, so that it's not just bland. You understand me? So I make it in such a way that even if you are not at that project site where that project is being made, and you are just watching, like, let me take for example, when I document a wedding story and you are looking at it, I make it in such a way that even if you are not there, you just mere checking, going through the pictures and all that, you can feel it, you can feel the story.
Yes.
You can understand it to be as if you are actually there when the story was being made. So, and I try to show emotions, and it has really.
So it simply means that the way you tell your story is really deep. Like you are very pragmatic about sharing the story, so that whoever is seeing what has been documented can actually feel the reality of what you have put together.
Exactly.
No, that's an amazing one.
Yeah.
Well done.
Sure.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Good one. So let's move to the next one. Every creative phase, defining moments. As someone that is a practitioner in the creative industry, you have defining, moments. So what was a turning point in your career that taught you the true meaning of success, beyond recognition or profit?
Well, I would say the fact that I have become a relevant force in the lives of my clients has really been the defining moment for me. Take for example, I have people have been part of their lives since I started documenting. I documented their wedding, I documented the pregnancy process, I documented the naming ceremony, and over the years, it's more like the relationship has evolved beyond that of a client, a customer relationship. It has become a family affair. So it's a defining moment for me, actually, and it has made me realize that it's beyond just profit and fame. It's
good one. Very good one, Bigger. So I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say here is that, beyond doing business, transacting business with clients, definitely. You try to build a relationship that transcends just doing business.
Yes,
so which
course.
is a very good one. I think it's something most entrepreneurs need to embrace.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you need to just see your clients as not just business partner or just doing business with them. You have to those things that
and especially for people who are into the lifestyle kind of storytelling. Now, if you document lifestyle, then you have to evolve beyond just doing your job and all that. Just you have to have a strong relationship with your clients, and this goes a very, very long way. I met a client of mine about 2 weeks ago at an event, and he just came to meet me. I saw him. I was happy. I hugged him. I was like, next year will be our 10th year anniversary. I was like, wow, so fast. I documented their wedding. I documented their first child dedication, second child. I've been a part of every event going on in their family. So moments like that have been very, very dear to me, and it has also formed a part of defining moments for me. And it has made me realize that this job is much more than just making profits. You make friends, you develop bonds, you create relationships. I remember when I came to Lagos, I didn't know anybody, but today I have lots and lots and lots of clients, and it's from one person to another, and that's really, really shaped my passion for the job.
That's a great one. That's a great one. I love the fact that you could tell that story, because I can imagine how it feels when you run into a client that you've been part of their story for years, and they can make reference to it. So it's a good feeling. You're so well done. Well done. Great one. Well done. I love that. That makes a whole lot of sense. So I'll move to the next one. And what I want to say is that, December Media is one. I know how passionate you are about your brand, which is December Media. Yeah. It has become a recognized brand for visual, storytelling. So what core values or principles drive your creative process and business decisions?
Well, at December Media, our heartbeat is passion and creativity. For every project we embark on, we put in all our best. So it's not just all about just delivering the project. The passion is there. I'm passionate about my work. Every project I've embarked on, I put in all my best. I encourage every creative working with me on every project to put in all their best to deliver. And integrity is also a watchword for me. I'm always in character. My moral character is never in doubt. So beyond just delivering the project too, I also have to show character. Integrity is my watchword, so I don't fail in that.
That's key. Yeah. For every creative or for every entrepreneur, integrity should be a watchword.
Definitely.
Which is something good, and I love the fact that you have embraced that. You have made that part of your brand.
Sure.
Integrity is key because your clients need to have a high level of trust in you,
of course,
and to be able to have this respect for you. They should be able to believe that if they are referring you to another client, that they are safe and their name will be well protected. So it's a good one. It's a good one. Well done. Well done. So let's move on to the next one. We are in an age and time where technology is transforming creativity, and I'm sure you know that the advent of social media, AI and likes of them. So a whole lot of things are happening in that space, due to technological advancements. So in this age, how do you stay authentic and ensure your work still connects emotionally with people? I know you've mentioned something like that before, but I just want you to give an insight into how you have been able to stay authentic and still do your thing, despite the fact that, we now have people that can create images, can do this with AI, can do that way. So we just like to hear from you.
So for me, technology is just a tool. Even though it's a very powerful tool, but it will always remain a tool. So it now depends on who is using it. And for me personally, I've used it to the best of to create something very, very significant in all my projects. And I try not to remove the human touch from it. So when you are going through my projects, you still feel the humanity in it. So it's not just art. So for example, if I'm documenting your wedding and I am infusing a lot of AI, and you are seeing the project and you can't even recognize yourself, that human touch is still there. The emotions are not lost in the project. So I try as much as possible to use those tools to my advantage and not to be too excessive. I think you understand what I mean.
I get what you're saying.
So
it's important to what you're trying to say is important to put those tools in make use of these tools,
in proper
utilize it. Yes, it's fine. But you don't just want to lose touch with reality while you are trying to project your images, of course. Which is actually important. And I'm really glad to hear that from you, because if we keep doing this, real values may go into extinction.
I'm telling you,
we need to still know that these are the values.
As a project you see, and you just don't understand that you can't differentiate if they're actually a work of art or if this is actually real. And I think that's technology taken too far. So there should be a balance, between the human touch and the use of technology too. So that's my take, actually.
So viewers, you have it there. Excessive use of technology could actually hinder or could deter originality. It could serve as a deterrent to producing original content. So that's a good one from Oluwagbemiga. We'll take this very short commercial break, and when we are back, we would hear more from him. Please stay tuned.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, educative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
So to our esteemed viewers, you're welcome back to Style to Success. We still have Oluwagbemiga Ninola, on the show. He's a creative director and a photographer par excellence. And he's been sharing some insights on, his advent or his experiences, in the creative industry. So would log down to him now and hear more from him. Benga, you're welcome back.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the next question. And this question is very important because you're talking about collaboration. I'm sure you know that collaboration is like the order of the day when you're talking about the creative industry and social media generally. So talking about collaboration often sparks innovation. That is an established fact that we know. So how do you approach working with other artists or brands while maintaining your unique creative voice?
Thank you very much for that question. Well, personally, I always believe that two heads are better than one. So you can't do everything alone. So, and the beauty of it is that beauty of collaboration is that you can bring your own vision and marry it with other people's vision. So for me, I have close people who I work hand in hand with, close friends, colleagues, people who I have trained, people who have worked with me over the years. And I don't have this landlord mentality when it comes to my work. I always want to listen to other people's advice too. So sometimes I bring people on board. Come, let's do this thing together. What do you feel? What do you feel? And even when I have projects and I go to the field and I have my guys, other creatives working with me, I don't load my ideas all over them. I still engage them. What do you feel about these things? What do you feel? So that they too can bring their own artistic direction to the project and make it a worthwhile one. I remember some weeks ago I had a job, so it was more like a personal shoot for a very big client of mine. So I didn't know there was another photographer there, and when I got there, I met another guy there, and I was meeting him for the first time. We exchanged pleasantries and we started working. He was doing his own thing and I was doing my own thing. But at the time, we had to come together and be like, Uncle, what channel are you shooting? I said, I'm shooting on this channel. I'm shooting on this channel. Let's merge it together. And at the end of the day, we achieved excellent output. Wow. So collaboration is always good. I don't see competition when it comes to collaboration. I see result. I'm always result oriented. So for me, collaboration is key. You can't do it all alone. You don't have all the ideas all alone. So by the time you add other people's ideas to your own, the goal is to have a fantastic result. And for me, that is all I just want to achieve.
Well done. Yes. Thank you. I think it's a good one to embrace collaboration. Definitely. It's a good one. And it's even an advantage to you because sometimes you're collaborating with people. It helps you to learn new things and it helps you to bring out a better output. Well done with that. So we move on to the next one, and this has to do with creatives. Many creatives struggle with balancing artistic integrity and commercial viability. So how do you navigate that tension in your projects?
Well, for me, I'll say clarity of purpose. If you know what you are doing, if you know what you want, achieving it won't be that difficult. So for every project I embark on, I try to know what the client wants. So their end goal is the most important thing. So Because no matter how you do it, no matter how you work on the project, if your client is not satisfied, then it's just a waste of time. So I'll say clarity of purpose, know what the client wants, then develop strategies on how to bring those visions to life, which for me is paramount when it comes to delivering especially for brands. So know what the brand stands for, know what their vision is, know what they want to achieve, and bring your own strategy, which is what they are paying you for. So by the time you bring your own strategies and bring your own ideas to it, and you bring their vision to life, at the end of the day, everybody is happy. So that has always been my watchword when it comes to engaging with brands. That's it.
That's a great one. Well done. Well done. So let's move on to the next one. This one, it's kind of similar to the question I asked you before on technological advancement and its effect on the creative industry. So this one, looking ahead, what role do you see emerging technologies like AI or virtual production playing in the evolution of your storytelling? We mentioned this. We actually mentioned something like that. So we'd just like to know, what role do you see that playing in your storytelling?
Well, like I said initially, there are tools. So they are not to replace us. Well, I don't believe AI can ever replace. There will still be that human factor behind AI. So the way and manner you use it to your advantage is the most important thing. So I see them as partners. So AI is redefining the way we work these days. The output, it has made our work much more easier. It has made storytelling much more easier. You can make it more believable, and some somewhat difficult tasks back then today can be much more simplified with AI. So it's we are partners. You can use AI actually, another technological advancement, to your advantage if you really know what you are doing. So they are not to replace creatives at all. So almost all our editing tools now have AI embedded in them. So it's to our advantage if we really know how to use them. So
I think that's a good one. A lot of people don't just understand that some of these things you just need to learn and adapt. I think it's part of innovation.
Of course, yeah.
New things are coming, adapt to it, innovate, create, and I think they make your work easier if you know how to use them.
Of course, honestly.
So it's a good one.
Editing is much more faster these days. Just give AI the prompt, tell them what you want. If you don't like what you want, then you adjust it, and at the end of the day, getting desired result is I think is the ultimate goal. So AI is a partner in progress. I just want to believe.
Good one.
Good one. It won't replace creatives at all.
Good one. It's good to hear that. It's good to hear that. So we'll move on to something I consider very important.
Okay.
Which is the challenges that are peculiar with your industry, your photography industry, and the storytelling kind of job that you do. So this is where the point I want to make is, what are those challenges that you think is peculiar with this industry, both as it affects practitioners in the industry and as it can affect new entrants into the industry? The challenges, general challenges that you feel is peculiar, to that industry.
So, firstly, the creative industry is a very capital-intensive industry. To majority of us, I would say majority of creatives now who are well established, majority of them started humbly. If I want to use that word, majority of them started humbly. At the beginning, it wasn't all that rosy. We had to do a lot of manipulations here and there, but today things are a bit much more easier. But still on that, the environment too is not it's really not too conducive for us, because you have to spend a lot to get your gas. Then electricity is another issue in this country. You need stable light to be able to work. You understand, like that. So the gas are very, very expensive. And then the human factors too. So virtually everywhere now there are mobile phones, and everyone is armed there with a camera. So everybody believes they are all photographers. So sometimes when you are doing your projects, and especially when you are in the lifestyle industry, and you are doing your project, you see everybody bringing out their cameras, and nobody recognizes that there's a major guy there who needs to document this event in a very, very professional way. So everybody is dragging space with you. So it's also part of the challenges. And the Nigeria factor is actually a very, very huge one too. But we still navigate it. Personally, for me, I've come a long way. I've put in about 14 years now into this industry, and I've scaled through many challenges, and we are here today. Thank God.
Yeah, good one. I think challenges are part of life.
Of course.
So it's actually good that you recognized these challenges are very peculiar with your industry. And I think in recognizing them, there could be solutions to some of the challenges. But every industry has their peculiar challenges.
Definitely.
It's all good. Well done. At least, despite the challenges, people still get to do what they have to do, and they still deliver.
Yeah.
Which is why I give it to Nigerians, because we are very resilient people.
Very, very.
Well done.
Very.
So we would take the last but not least question, and this has to do with advice. The advice you have for young professionals, young creatives that are looking forward to venturing into photography, storytelling lines, and all that. So I will ask by saying this: for aspiring creatives who look up, to your journey, what mindset or daily practices do you think they need to cultivate, and that would, be essential in building a lasting creative legacy?
Well, in spite of the challenges, I'll say, one, you have to be very, very consistent. Consistency will push you a long way. Just keep showing up. In spite of the challenges, don't give up, because it's a very, very challenging industry. It's capital intensive. Camera gears are very, very expensive right now for you to be able to get the best result and world-class standards. So consistency, you have to keep learning. You can't stop learning. You have to keep learning, because every day new things are coming out, new technologies, new styles, new softwares are coming up. So you can't afford to be behind. So you have to keep on learning, keep showing up. You have to keep showing up, and you have to develop character too, because in this line of business, character is everything. Character is everything. You can't. So there are some events that are just once in a lifetime for some people. So you need them to introduce you to other people. And if you are not in character, if you don't have the good character, nobody will recommend you to other people. Like I said earlier, I entered Lagos with zero clients. I had nobody. My first wedding was for my cousin. But today I have shot over 500 events. I'm able to say I've shot over 1,000 events in Lagos, and majority of them I've never met them before. But character will take you higher. No matter your skills, no matter how good you are, no matter how creative you are, if you are not in character, you will go nowhere. You will fall. You will just be alone. So be consistent, always show up, keep learning, and integrity. Integrity, let it be your watchword. You have to be, in this line of business, integrity matters a lot. So people will trust you with their events, people will trust you with their projects, they will trust you with their money. You can't afford to mess up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a good one. So, to the young creatives, I hope you all know what this means. Oluwagbemiga has highlighted some of the very important attributes of a successful creative practitioner. Things that you need to imbibe, cultures that you need to get acquainted with so that you can be relevant in the industry. You have to be consistent, you have to be in character, and you have to display a high level of integrity if you plan to really go far in the industry. So this will be all for today's episode of Style to Success. Thank you so much, Gbenga, for coming to Style to Success.
Thank you for having
we
me.
appreciate you. Thank you so much. What an incredible conversation with Oluwagbemiga Ninola, a creative mind proving that art and technology aren't opposites, but partners in innovation. From his early beginnings to leading December Media, Oluwagbemiga continues to redefine what it means to tell stories that inspire. Thank you for joining us on Style to Success. Don't forget to follow us on all platforms for more stories of vision, growth, and transformation. Until next time, keep creating, keep evolving, and keep walking your path from style to success. Bye for now.
Again, my name is Dr. Edward Bush, one of the co-founders and president-elect of AMEN. That stands for the African American Male Education Network and Development. I want to give a big up and a big shout out to the Achievement Channel for all the great work that you're doing, motivating and inspiring the young people of Nigeria. Keep up the outstanding work, Achievement Channel.
I'm Herb English. I am the president of the African American Male Education Network. Big shout out to the Achievement Channel. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing here and abroad. Thank you so much.
Good day and welcome to Achievement News right on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational television. My name is Comfort Idongise Basi, your guide through the stories of triumph, innovation, and positive impact shaping our world. Broadcasting live from our School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos, we bring you news that truly inspires. At Achievement News, we believe in celebrating human ingenuity, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of progress. We sift through the headlines to bring you the breakthroughs, the milestones, and the uplifting narratives that prove possibilities abound and true achievement is within reach for everyone. Our planet's precious oceans are getting more protection, marking a massive win for global conservation. In recent weeks, 10 new marine reserves have been announced worldwide, including a significant 3,800 square kilometer area in Colombia and increased protected sea zones in Portugal. Most notably, the African nation of Sao Tome and Principe has established 8 new marine protected areas, and it is a truly inspiring step in environmental action. And here in Nigeria, a positive conservation story as a rare chimpanzee population was recently captured on video for the first time in our very own Ise Forest Conservation Area, a testament to local efforts. The health of our planet is in our hands. Every small act of conservation, from responsible waste disposal to supporting eco-friendly initiatives, contributes to a healthier, more vibrant world for all. We see possibilities. Right here in Nigeria, innovation is rising to meet the challenge of environmental sustainability. The Felicia and Lawrence Omiunu Environmental Sustainability Grant has launched, offering vital financial support and expert backing to individuals and organizations developing groundbreaking solutions for plastic pollution. This $1,000 grant aims to foster local creativity and empower homegrown innovations that can effectively tackle the pervasive issue of plastic waste, contributing to a cleaner, healthier environment across our communities. Every local problem holds the seed of a local solution. Be the innovator in your community, turning challenges into opportunities for cleaner, more sustainable living. We see possibilities.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
In a significant stride for human dignity, England and Wales are moving to decriminalise rough sleeping. This progressive move repeals an antiquated 1824 law that criminalised homelessness, marking a profound shift in approach. Instead of punishment, the focus will now be on providing support and addressing the root causes of homelessness as a social issue. This legislative change reflects a more empathetic and effective approach to supporting vulnerable populations and upholding human rights. Humanity thrives when we extend compassion and support to our most vulnerable. Let us be inspired to foster empathy in our own communities, ensuring no one is left behind. We see possibilities. UN Women's 2024-2025 report shines a spotlight on incredible strides for women globally, with significant impact felt here in Nigeria. The report highlights women in Jordan winning over 40% more parliamentary seats and new women leaders in Kenya passing impactful legislation. Critically for us, the report celebrates Nigeria's own progress in granting women preferential access to public contracts, a policy expected to open up opportunities for over 1 million women-led businesses. These are tangible steps towards greater political representation, legal protection, and economic independence for women worldwide. When women lead, economy grows and societies flourish. Be inspired by these achievements and strive for your own leadership role. Knowing your impact creates a ripple effect for all. We see possibilities.
Hello everyone, my name is Chinedu Ndugwe. If you know you are looking out for innovation, motivation in Nigeria or Africa, please watch out for Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Zeole. Keep watching Achievement Channel for daily motivation and you're good to go.
Tune in next time for more achievement news, your daily source of positivity. Visit us at www.achievementchannel.com and join the movement #WeSeePossibilities. That's all the achievement news for today. Remember, every day brings new opportunities for growth, progress, and impact. Keep achieving, keep inspiring, and most importantly, keep believing in the power of possibilities. My name is Comfort Idongese Basi, wishing you a truly impactful day.
to Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. We are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. On Mighty Moms, we empower moms to thrive in every aspect of their lives. I'm your host, Sarah Roberts, and today we'll be diving into a topic every busy mom can relate to: health and wellness. It's easy to get lost in the demands of motherhood, but thriving as a busy mom is all about balance. And who better to help us navigate this than our guest today, Vandana Kaushal. Vandana, we are so happy to have you on the show today. You are welcome. You have an incredibly inspiring story from starting as a lecturer in India to becoming a wellness and beauty expert here in Nigeria. Can you share a little bit of your journey with us and what spurred you or inspired you to move from academia to beauty and wellness?
Thank you, Sarah. So yes, I am a beauty and wellness coach as well. I would say my journey has been transformative, really, from academia to wellness and beauty industry. It's not that I enjoyed being a lecturer, and that was quite fulfilling to me. But at the same time, I had that strong urge of making difference in people's life. And I wanted to touch their lives directly, which beauty and wellness industry actually helped me a lot to do that. So when we do transformations on people directly, we can see that smile through the mirror, and that's like heavenly for us. So yes, it has been quite transformative. I enjoyed that part, but this one is a passion for me, and it has been through. Now we are 4 in number of branches in Nigeria, and still thinking of making more and keep on thriving on this and keep making positive differences in people's life.
That's great. You've been in Nigeria for over 19 years.
Yes.
And of course, there will always be challenges. Can you tell us a little bit about your challenges when you first came into Nigeria, or when you first started your company here in Nigeria? What were those challenges that you face?
Moving to Nigeria offered an incredible opportunity for my business. When we moved in, at that moment, there were not many expats who were doing beauty and wellness business, especially a one-stop shop. So mostly you would see the salons, only hair salons or only spas. So what we introduced here in Nigeria was a one-stop hair and beauty studio. That was in 2015. That was my first studio. And of course, as all the businesses, my business also came up with some challenges, and you can say this was a new community to me, a completely new cultural environment for me. So adapting to the new cultural environment, at the same time knowing my diverse customers or clients, what their needs are, how we should be working towards satisfying them. And then of course, since it was a new business for me to be navigating through those rules and regulations was another part at the same time. So, but thankfully my networking and the groups that I joined later on, it was quite helpful for me to navigate through all those challenges. So it's not that the challenges are not there anymore. They are there, but I am learning, and I have learned how to work on the challenges and make them your strength.
Great. Now, juggling motherhood and career can be incredibly challenging, especially when you have a lot in your plate, to deal with. What would you say were the strategies that you use, that you found essential for thriving, both personally and professionally?
So, Sarah, this is very important. Somehow, I'm so sorry, I'm just taking a little bit off track for the question.
Please go
but
ahead.
why I am saying these sentences are for the mothers to feel how important it is for not making them a statement in front of their children or their family that they are always available. We are humans as well, and we as women, as career women, we are trying to do something different than, I'm not saying homemakers are, of course they are also putting so much effort in their life, but we have additional load on us. So at times we try to make ourselves available and try to make ourselves like power figure or super moms. So you are always available for your children. You feel guilty of giving yourself extra time or your business extra time. So it's not okay. You need to put this mindset in your children, inculcate that culture into them as well, that not only your father but also your mother is a working person, a working human, and she's not only a mother, she's a human as well. She has her own needs as well. And the second part of your question is that how am I balancing? So yes, balancing is very important, and I also learned through going through the process. I didn't learn it at first, but yes, I also learned that balancing your work life and your family life is very important. Otherwise, you'll have only one. And of course, you don't want only one. You want your family as well as your business, both thriving at the same time and balance at the same time. So for that, you need to make sure that what time you need to plan your time, your life in a way where if you are giving time to your business, it should be for your business. So even if it is 1 hour or 2 hours in a day, but you need to make it very productive so that you don't have to keep on working for hours. And also you need to see that the time that you are giving to your family should be strictly to them, focused to them, for their pleasure, for your enjoyment with your family, how to have a family time together. That's very important. For you to reach that level, it is important to delegate tasks. So earlier when I started my business, I was also very clingy and I was like, I will do this, I will do this, I will do that. I ended up having completely no time and sleepless nights. And that's what you don't want, right?
And that can wear you out.
Oh yes, of course, yes. And then self-care is very, very important. Balancing your family life, delegating tasks to your people and trusting them that yes, they can do it, because you are the one who's going to train them to do it 100% for you. So you don't have to worry, you need to trust them. Give time to yourself, because you are the most important person who's balancing both. So if you yourself are not balanced and happy, you cannot take care of both.
We'll go on a short break. Please stay tuned.
Motherhood is a transformative journey that shapes our children and us. It's filled with joy, challenges, and profound growth. Today, we honor the unsung heroes, our mothers, whose love and dedication lay the foundation for our achievements. Motherhood teaches resilience, the strength to wake up each day with purpose, despite sleepless nights. This resilience empowers us to overcome obstacles and reach our goals. It fosters creativity and problem solving. From soothing a crying baby to managing a household, mothers develop invaluable skills that drive success in ever-changing environments. Today, we celebrate every mother who has doubted herself yet continues to push forward. Your love, sacrifices, and commitment are the true markers of success. You are the heartbeat of your family, and your influence reaches far beyond your home. Today, to all the mothers watching, remember this: your journey, filled with love and perseverance, is the foundation of all-round achievements. You are raising the next generation of dreamers, leaders, and innovators. Your role is powerful.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional in Lagos and Abuja.
Call 0802 3032 066. Log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence.
Teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back to Mighty Moms. Vandana, of course we know that wellness is not about beauty or the physical alone. It includes the mental and the emotional well-being. Now, for those moms who often feel overwhelmed, what wellness and beauty tips would you want to recommend to them?
Yes, Sarah. So I just mentioned one part of it to you, that self-care is very important. Now that self-care doesn't mean you have to take out 1 hour in a day for yourself every single day. But yes, maybe you should have some small daily routines for yourself. Like I am very particular about gymming. That gives me peace of mind, and it also gives me energy for the whole day for me to keep on going with my work, with my family, with my friends and all. So maybe you find your passion into maybe gymming, so you can do that, or maybe 15 minutes of walk every single day, a session of meditation for 15 minutes, or maybe breathing exercise or yoga might help you, or maybe go catch a cup of coffee with your girlfriends, you know, because girls therapy is also a therapy, and it makes a lot of positive difference in your life. So what happens is, most of the times we moms, we think that if we take that time out, we are not guilty. Yeah, exactly. So that guilt shouldn't be there. You need that for yourself, for your well-being, for your mental wellness as well. So imagine if you are not satisfied and happy, of course physically and mentally you can't do well. So it is important for you to take little time out. Just keep it separately for yourself and tell them, this is 15 minutes for myself. Maybe that time alone, even if you don't need anything, just sit alone. All those thoughts, you know, the waves of thoughts will make a lot of positive sense to you. So many questions you will have that you will get sorted in that time. So yes, for your mental wellness, your physical wellness, your well-being, it is important to have some time for yourself only.
Great. Earlier on you spoke about support system from your organizations. Support system is very, very key and vital for a busy mom to thrive. Now, what role have your community played? Maybe the organizations you belong to, like WIMBIS, ANW, BN, and so on in Nigeria, and your Indian Women's Association back home. What role have they played in your wellness journey?
They have really supported me in terms of mentorship, in terms of advising, in terms of networking. So for us women, it is important for us to be connected to our own people. I call them my own people. So WIMBIS, wherever you can see females thriving, is what makes you so passionate about your own love as well, your love for your profession especially. And at times, till date also, I don't have the answers to all the questions. And it is not that after running your business for 10 years, you will be all sorted. We are humans, we can never be all sorted. So all those questions, if you have a mentor, you have IW as an Indian Women Association, WIMBIZ, you get mentors there, you get to network there, you get a lot of support from them where you feel like empowered. And you know that, okay, if something is coming up in front of you, you can still get over it and you know how to go about it.
So it encourages you to move on.
Oh, yes, yes. So in terms of my business, my profession and my personal life, they have been a biggest part of my life. And I really thank you to WIMBIZ and Indian Women Association for being supportive to me always.
Great. Thank you so much. Now, Vandana, I find it so difficult to wrap my mind around your looks. It's, you know, if I'm feeling like this, how would others feel? Now, being a professional that handles different businesses, different business hubs from different locations, you look like this. Can you tell us briefly how you unwind, please?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, that I take self-care very seriously. Very seriously means very seriously, Sarah. Trust me, any single day when I'm not feeling okay, I might not put up myself together the way I am looking right now, and I will feel even more sick. So yeah, so for me to feel energetic, that boost of confidence is in me, it is very important for me to, you know, paint some makeup, put a nice outfit on, do my nails and all. It gives me confidence and energy to go and face the world, face my business, face my clients. If I don't look like this, what am I going to tell my clients, that I can make you look beautiful? I cannot. So for you to first look like one, to be able to sell your business is very important. So yes, I take my time, I cheat as in I do diet, but at times I do cheat a lot on diet and I eat whatever I love to eat. I'm a foodie. I love eating something sweet. So yes, I will indulge into it time to, oh yes, I'll indulge into it time to time. And as I said, I'm a gym freak, so I try 5 days in a week, but I end up making at least 4. So always keep your goal a little higher, so that even if you jump, if you can't reach to your goal, at least you will reach close to it. So yes, I make 4 days in a week to the gym. I do walking every single day in the evening with my husband. That makes our connection even more stronger, because that 1 hour or 50 minutes, let's say, is the time where we share almost everything that we went through the day. So what he did at his work, what I did, what happened to me, what happened to him, what good, what bad. That's a therapy on its own, you know. Yeah, so, and I indulge into spa treatments. I so love it because it is so refreshing. It gives me that boost again, you know, if I'm feeling low on energy, it refreshes me again to go and thrive again and start my day-to-day work. So, and I love girls therapy. At least twice in a week, you will see me over lunch or over coffee with any of my girlfriends, sitting, gisting, laughing with them. And you know, that's networking in a part. You you get to know what's happening in the society, what they are looking for from the beauty and salon perspective, that what new is going on. So I do introduce new things that I know, they introduce new things to me. So in that way, I do a lot of unwinding for myself.
This sounds so rejuvenating. We will go on a short break. We'll be back in a jiffy. our special segment, Moment of Connection, where the guest responds to questions. I just moved to Lagos 3 months ago with my husband. I'm also a new mom. Trying to build my career in a new environment has been quite challenging, and I'm thinking of quitting my job to be a stay-at-home mom. Any advice? I have very rough skin and I'm concerned about my acne. What beauty tips do you advise for a 34-year-old mom? Vandana, any thoughts?
Yeah, sure, why not? So many thoughts, not only one.
All right.
Of course, yes, it is not easy to be a working mom. But then at the same time, you shouldn't give yourself a choice of quitting. We are not the quitters, right? So you need to find a solution to your problem. And that solution should never be quitting. Of course, it takes time, and you need to also make your child know that you will be away for some time. So definitely children learn very fast, and the child will definitely soon know how to adjust, and you will do well in both. Just try and balance. When you are at home, give optimum time to your child and your family, and when you are at work, just try to check once in a while what your child is doing or how your family is going on. That's fine, and you will thrive in both. Don't worry, don't need to quit at all. The second user said that she has acne and she has problematic skin, like dry skin or something. So I would like to know what products that you are using, because no matter, we always say cheaper products or high quality products makes a lot of difference, Sarah. We can't say that, you know, something of 10 naira can give you the value of 100 naira. So that's very important, and that can happen only when you have seen a professional in beauty industry. So for you to, my advice is not to just pick products from the shelf and start using them. Go to a professional, a beauty professional like me maybe. So you can come to Salt Spa at Landmark Towers, and I will advise you what you should be using. At the same time, for your acne, we have a lot of treatments which will not only heal you from your acne, but also will not allow the acne to come back. It's like reversal of your skin altogether. So all those treatments are real treatments, and I'm sure they will help you a lot. And after care as well is very important for any of us. So yes, home care plus professional care put together you will have no skin issues at all.
Vandana, hearing you speak about wellness and health is so refreshing. It's so refreshing. The difference between a professional and non-professional is just too wide. I, as a wellness and beauty conscious person like me, I have really gained a lot of insight from your thoughts, from what you have been saying, and I'm sure our viewers out there have also benefited from your visitation to our studio today.
Thank you very much,
everything you
Sarah.
have reeled out to us.
Thank you very much for having me here, and anytime if you have any personal questions, you can always reach out to me on my Instagram, which is called Vandana Kaushal, and you can see my all handles on that, my professional handles, where you can now drop down for me to take care of your skin issues.
Great. This is where we call it a wrap. Thank you so much. I wish we could continue, but this is where we draw the
I
curtain.
loved it as well.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me, Sarah.
Imagine stepping into a world where every breath refreshes your spirit. Our premium diffusers transform any space into a sanctuary using only natural, non-toxic ingredients. With quality absorbent reeds, they deliver long-lasting, soothing scents that eliminate unpleasant odors, promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance your mood. Choose from tropical mango to a refreshing mountain breeze. Elevate your environment and discover a non-toxic way to improve the air you breathe. With Christian Creations, your home becomes a personal escape to paradise. Experience the freshness today.
Moms, remember that thriving isn't about perfection. It's about finding balance and taking small steps to prioritize your well-being. If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to subscribe and follow us for more empowering content on Achievement Channel. We broadcast live from our studio at the School of Eloquence. Until then, keep thriving. Be the mighty mom you are. I am Sarah Roberts. See you next time.
Ifoma Okolo, and I'm a mighty mom.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Osage, and I'm a mighty mom.
My name is Mrs. Emmanuel Efe. I'm a mighty mom.
Hello, I'm Mary Frances Agoni. I'm a super mighty mom.
Hello, my name is Ogunwewa Folakemi, and I am a mighty mom.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to another powerful episode of Champions of Change, the show where we spotlight individuals and organizations making a real difference in their communities. I am Amara, your host for today, standing in for Pamela. On this episode, we celebrate 40 years of impact, leadership, and service. You are watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. Joining us today is a distinguished humanitarian, a leader in healthcare, and the district governor of Rotary District 9111, Dr. Oluwole Kukoyi. As Rotary Club Oregon marks its 40 years anniversary, we reflect on the legacy of service, the incredible community projects, and what the future holds for humanitarian leadership in Nigeria. Stay with us as we discuss the impact, challenges, and vision of Rotary Club Oregon and how you too can be part of the change. We'll be right back after this break.
Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome, Dr. Kukoyi.
Thank you very much.
We're so glad to have you here. And you look resplendent, by the way.
Yeah, I'm so amazed with what you have here.
Congratulations from all of us
much.
here at the Achievement Channel. We congratulate you.
Thank you very much.
And say that you're doing an amazing job.
Well, I wish we could do better, but yes, we started from somewhere.
Definitely. All right, so let's just get right into it. So as Rotary Club Oregon celebrates 40 years,
Yes.
what does this milestone mean to you and to other members of the club?
Well, that means a lot to us. 40 years is not a joke. For a club to survive for 40 years means a lot. It means that their membership has been good. They have passed through a lot of stages. They are very mature now, and they are just poised to do much more than they have done. So we rejoice with them. We celebrate the Rotary Club of Oregon for this wonderful milestone. It's one of the old clubs in our district, and we're very, very, very
40
proud
years
of
is
them.
no joke.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Rotary came into Nigeria in 1961. So for us, Rotary Club of Oregon is one of the clubs that belongs to that era.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so sir, looking back at the last 120 years of Rotary across the globe, what would you say are the most impactful projects that have defined the organization's service to the community?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, let's talk about 120. For any organization to survive 120 years tells a lot of story.
Indeed.
And let me quickly add that Rotary is the largest and the oldest service organization formed in 1905 in Chicago. So we've come a long way. And for us to survive this long journey, certain values are very, very important. Integrity is one of them. Selflessness is one of them.
True.
We've had a lot of projects that have impacted people across the world. But the one significant one that I want to mention is polio. When we started this campaign against polio in 1985, we set a goal to eradicate polio from the surface of the earth. We're almost there, 99.9%.
Wow.
Yes. As we speak, it's only present in 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan. And of course, you know the reason why, because of wars and... So that is our target. Very soon, you will hear that polio is no longer a disease in this world.
We're looking forward to that.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to that, and we are going to celebrate that in a big way. And when that happens, it's going to be the second communicable disease that will be so terminated following smallpox. Yes, let me also tell you that Rotary was part of the formation of United Nations. And when you want to talk of world peace and understanding, that is United Nations. We are part of the people that drew the charter for United Nations.
Wow.
And so we still have that integrity behind us, and we also have a seat at the United Nations. So these are some of the things that we pride ourselves upon as Rotarians. We have impacted the world in so many areas. We call them the 7 areas of focus. Maybe we'll talk about them later. But when you talk of polio, talk Rotary.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. And you did talk about integrity. So let's just delve a bit into that. We know that Rotary is really about service above self.
Yes.
So
I'm happy you know that.
Exactly. So can you share with us how these projects have actually transformed lives?
Well, I will speak to ones that you can easily relate to in our environment.
Yes, please.
Cataract is something that is very common, especially in the old people. As we speak, we are doing a project we call Operation 1000 Cataract Surgery. We've screened over 2,000 people, and about 1,000 of them are found to have cataracts, and we're going to operate all of them. Currently, we have operated over 500, and we're going to hit our target. The amazing thing about that is when these patients come blind, they go out with full sight.
Such joy.
And nothing can be so...
Such joy.
Yeah, so such joy. You see them having tears on their eyes. That's what we call tears of joy. And that's what Rotary does, bringing joy to people's faces. Talk about basic education and literacy. We do train teachers, especially in these areas of artificial intelligence. I remember the last one we did, we put together a number of teachers from Lagos and Ogun states, and we taught them the rudimentary of artificial intelligence. You know, that's what's going to rule the world. So we want to expose our teachers to that so that they can know how to impart this on their students.
Wow. such amazing story. I really do agree that, I mean, if you give someone their sight back, you really have brought joy into
there's
their lives.
nothing like it. It's one of, in actual fact, it's what I call my Rotary moment, because I've been so much involved in it, and I've seen people go into the theater blind and come out with full sight. That to me is like a regenerating life.
True.
Yeah.
New hope.
New hope.
All right. So now we have delved into healthcare, right? But that brings us to our very next question. So, would you like to also highlight some of the club's most significant contribution in the healthcare sector as well?
Well, another good question. I also relate to things that you can see, so that you know. As a district, our star project this year is to equip a purpose-built space for the treatment of sickle cell. I'm sure you must have heard about sickle cell.
Of course.
People suffering from sickle cell.
I had a roommate in the university who actually...
Oh, yes. There's virtually anybody in Nigeria that doesn't know or have heard something about either as a friend, or as a child, and also as a parent. So we consider it one of the things that will impact our society. So
Very true.
we're already building that center, and we're also going to equip it, not just the building, but we're going to equip it with modern equipment, with updated technology that will even detect sickle cell in the womb. So it's going to get to that level. And of course, we are going to have partners, other organizations that believe so much in the care of sickle cell. Sickle cell impacts not just the patients, but also the carers. You can imagine the parents that have 1, 2, 3 children with sickle cell. The burden cannot be
talking about financial burden as well.
Financial a lot, but more than financial, mental, stress,
it's
everything.
the whole thing.
So that is an area where we are going to have a big impact on the community. As we speak, the building is almost ready, and when it's ready, we are going to equip it with the latest technology.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. So we'll go on a break, but we have one last question before we do that. So we just want to talk a bit about sustainability. Okay. Can you tell us about the tree planting initiative and the Planet Earth Award?
Yes. In actual fact, that is the latest of the, I talked about 7 areas of focus. Environment is the latest addition to this. And it's in the realization that we need to preserve our planet Earth so that generations to come would
definitely have something for posterity's sake.
Yes, we do a lot in that area, and what we are doing in my district, for instance, and this is in collaboration with Providence Bank. They also have an arm of the bank that deals with environment, and we came together and we planted coconut trees, in a community in Ogun State. They offered us about 6 acres of land, which we have done.
Amazing.
So apart from preserving the environment, that's also something of economic value. Coconut tree. So that's an example of what we do. Of course, in terms of that, many of the club projects also center on beautification of the areas, which again is part of the environment. I remember when we went to Rotary Club of Gowon Estate, they have this beautiful roundabout with solar lights, so that when you go there in the evening,
all things bright and beautiful.
Beautiful. So these are some of the aspects of the conservation of environment that Rotary we do, not just in Nigeria, but it's all over the world.
Wow, so much to celebrate. Okay, so at this juncture, we'll just take a break and we'll be right back afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Okay, I'm Patrick Tommy, and I want you to keep watching the Achievement Channel. You will achieve if you do.
Okay, my name is Lion Dr. Ibrahim Didebelo, District Governor, District 404B3, Nigeria, and also proprietor of a D Dynamic Private School, OTA. Keep watching Achievement Channel. It is a motivational channel and of course also very informative as well too.
Keep watching Achievement Channel because my name is Ray Chebru. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome back, viewers. You're still watching the Achievement Channel, and we still have with us Dr. Kukoyi.
Yes.
He is District Governor of Rotary International, District 9111. And we've been talking a lot about what the club has done in terms of healthcare and sustainability and such amazing things, and how much joy they have brought into the lives of people over the past 120 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's delve a bit into asking you some personal questions. As a medical doctor, as a business leader, and now district governor, how has your experience shaped your leadership in Rotary?
Well, that's a very good question. Personal though. Well, I come from a background of medical practice of close to 41 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that of course has given me the opportunities to learn about leadership. I first started as the sole proprietor of the hospital, and over time it's grown to be a very big hospital with almost 200 staff. So that has given me some degree of leadership. So it has actually helped me a lot when it came to heading Rotary. But there's a significant difference. Mm-hmm. Rotary is made up of volunteers, not workers.
Working to get paid.
Yes. So that in itself means that one must devise other strategies to lead.
Sure.
You are not a boss, you are not just lucky to be one of the good Rotarians that can lead. Also bearing in the fact that we have over 72 clubs to lead, that again calls for a lot of tools and kids to lead well. So it has really, I must say that my background as a doctor has actually helped me in navigating the very stressful work of a district governor. Yes.
Stressful but impactful. Stressful but worth
and that is
it.
the joy of it, is impactful, and it's very fulfilling that yes, you've been able to galvanize people who devote their time, their talent, their treasure to serving humanity without expecting anything in return. And that is the service above self that we talked about when we started. So
wonderful.
It's been so wonderful.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we've spoken about the landmarks and the achievements. Now let's talk about the challenges, because we want viewers to also be inspired. Can you share with us some of the challenges that Rotary Club has faced in Nigeria and how you've remained effective in serving the communities?
Well, perhaps the greatest challenge that Rotary had in the formative years was this assumption that Rotary is an elitist club that only for the rich. And some even thought it was a cult. But over the years, we've been able to disperse that notion. You don't need to be a millionaire to be a Rotarian. I'm not one, for instance, but I'm a very good Rotarian. And you only need to be comfortable, but more importantly, to have the passion
To serve.
To serve. That is what I think is paramount. So in the early stages of Rotary Nigeria, those were the kind of problems that we had. But like I said, we've been able to overcome that. Well, currently, the biggest challenge we have is probably, I'll call it economic. You all know what Naira to dollar is. Dues to Rotary International is in dollars. That means that to be a good Rotarian, given the ratio of dollar to Naira, you need to pay extra than what we used to pay before. So that has actually impacted a lot on us as Rotarians. Some people have found it a bit difficult to meet up with that standard, and so it has also affected our membership. So those are what I think are the major challenges that we have. Increase in the cost of being a Rotarian, and also the impact on membership. But we are trying to overcome this by letting Rotarians know that, the problem is not from Rotary International, it is from our economy, and we just need to prioritize our spending, yes, so that we still give to Rotary what we used to give before.
Okay.
Because we know the importance of that.
Exactly.
It is what Rotary Foundation, which is a arm of Rotary that manages the fund for all the projects all over the world use. So that is one of our challenges, but we are coping with it, and yes.
Very important, because as you've shared the challenges, you've also shared how you've helped people see that priority is actually what matters, because we are all in this economy. We know what it is, what the exchange rate is saying.
And we know what people spend money on that are not necessary. They are not, they are wants, but not needs. There are few essential things one needs as a human being, but in Nigeria we have so many things that are called wants that are not necessary. I don't want to mention them, like the Ashwebi, for instance.
Some people, that's a holy grail for them. Yeah, they don't even, you don't touch that.
A fortune on Ashwebi, which actually at the end of the day is not worth it. So as Rotarians, we prioritize our spending, and because we know the value of so.
Yes, thank you so much for that. So we'd like you to share with the audience and the viewers your club's vision for the next 10 years.
Yes, that is very important. I remember I was writing on 120 years of Rotary this morning. And I put myself in the position of Paul Harris. Paul Harris is the guy that formed Rotary 120 years ago. And I was wondering what was going through his mind. That in 120 years, where will Rotary be?
Exactly.
And I think that is what you are asking me now. Well, I can imagine Rotary getting better in terms of management, in terms of projects, in terms of involvement in the community, better and better every time. We have what we call the action plans of Rotary, and I think that is very key to what we are mentioning now. Our ability to increase our impact, we are already strategizing on that, and improve on our reach, by which we mean how to bring in new members. And of course, we also want to engage participants in very meaningful ways. But one other strategy that we have, and I think that goes along with what I see here, champions of change. Change happens everywhere. And we also want to be, it's only a constant thing. In Rotary, we call that the ability to adapt to changes. So it's one of our strategic intents. And so I can see Rotary in 10 years getting more into the public space with more members, with more informed members and members who are eager and willing to impact our society and to add to doing good in the world. So we must have heard about the 4-way test. That is what we use as our Bible. So I can see 4-way test becoming more and more popular in the next 10 years than it is now.
Okay.
So that it can affect processes even beyond Rotary in government. We've been selling the idea to our politicians that they should imbibe the 4-way test of the things we think, say, or do. And apparently, if everybody catches that bug, it will improve us in every aspect. So, Rotary will be the organization of first choice to anybody that wants to serve in the next 10 years.
Awesome. Talking about new people, you spoke about making it easy for new people to join in and, you know, adapting to the changes that you spoke about when we talked about challenges. So if we have young professionals who also want to give back, because I believe that more and more people are seeing the need to give back. I mean, I watched some time ago on social media one of the people who had to just, you know, give back to society. So, but these people don't know where to start. They don't know how they can get involved with Rotary, because you spoke about it, that mindset of it being an elitist, yes. So how can young people, young professionals get involved, and why should they also consider joining Rotary?
Yes, we're very intentional about that. We are making conscious efforts to bring in the young people. Actually, we have categories of membership in Rotary. We have Rotary for the secondary school students. We call them interactors. Then above that, we have Rotaractors, who are those in the tertiary institutions, for instance, from ages 18 to 30. These are also young people. But now, even in Rotary itself, we are making conscious efforts to bring in the very young ones. For obvious reasons. They're very energetic, dynamic, bubbling with energy, which they can transform into projects and all of that. And we know where to catch them. Social media.
Social media were coming for
social media, yes. We know where to catch them. Not on traditional televisions, not on the newspaper, but on the social media. And we invest a lot in that aspect. It's part of our public image strategies to invest in social media so that we can catch the various segments where they are. And our district has a lot of social media handles. We are present on Facebook, on Instagram, on X, LinkedIn, and so many others, but these are the popular ones, apart from the websites, which we encourage every club to have. And our district also has its own website. So these are part of the ability to adapt to situations that we talked about. So we are inviting young ones. Like I said, it's not too expensive to join, provided the interest is there and provided the passion is there.
The willingness.
And we, of course, when we talk of projects, I mean, young people are the best because they still have this energy and ideas. They bring in new ideas. And they are also very savvy when we talk of technology, which they can use that to improve the processes at club levels, at the district levels. So it's an open invitation to the young ones. And that actually is the question I wanted to ask you before. So we'll still come to that.
Okay, fine. We'll definitely come to that. So one more question, Dr. Kukoyi. For those who aren't Rotarians, for individuals and corporate organizations, how can they contribute to the work that Rotary Club does currently?
Yes, I mean, there are so many ways and avenues for doing that. There are things we call awards in Rotary. I mentioned that Paul Harris was the founder of Rotary. There's an award we call Paul Harris Fellow. That is for people who have donated $1,000 to Rotary Foundation for carrying out the projects in Rotary. You don't have to be a Rotarian to do that.
Okay.
Anybody in this room can be a Paul Harris Fellow, and they can even donate more than that, up to $250,000, and they are so well recognized for doing so. Well, at the community level, when they are doing projects, people who are not Rotarians can also contribute, be part of it, not just in terms of money, but in terms of active participation physically and all that. So these are areas where they can participate in it. And Rotary, at least this district, we also have a program, we call it a Peace Building and Conflict Prevention Program that we have made possible to the public now. We are in the second set of students. We send them to Olabisi Onabanjo University for training. It's 3-month training in peace building and conflict prevention, and it's entirely free to them. And so we are doing the second set, second cohort. They will resume. In actual fact, they resumed 2 weeks ago. We are training them. By the time they come out, they will be 80 in number. And we are going to continue to do that from time to time. So, and the idea is to have a critical mass of people who are knowledgeable in peace building. Peace is a commodity that is needed all over the world, but it's scarce. And it's expensive to maintain peace. Very expensive. Or it's even more, let me say, it's more expensive to
the other side, like when you
yes,
absence of peace.
It's better to prevent conflicts
very true,
than to manage it when it has already happened. That is why I want to strengthen peace building. And
that's a strategic move.
Yes, a strategic move. We started that in our district, although for Rotary International it has existed for over 20 years. And they've trained well over 1,500 people. We call them fellows all over the world. And you can imagine the good work that these 1,500 people are carrying out all over the world. So that's also a vision for the district. The more peace we have in Nigeria, the better for us. And the less the conflicts and all the insurgencies, the better for us.
Thank you so much. We thank you so much for the time to be on the set with us. Thank you for sharing with us all.
Great pleasure. Yes, I want to congratulate you for these champions of change. I think that is what we need in the world. Yes. You are doing so well here, and I congratulate you.
Thank you, sir. And we're inspired by the good work, the great work that Rotary is doing. Thank you. All right.
And the best way is for you to join us so that we can do it better.
Yes, sir. Definitely noted. Thank you so much, sir, for your time with us here.
I want to thank you and also thank the audience for being part of this wonderful program. Thank you.
Wow, what an insightful discussion. Dr. Kukoyi has shown us the power of service and how Rotary Club Oregun has spent the last 40 years shaping lives and communities, from healthcare intervention to education support and environmental sustainability. Rotary is indeed a force for good, but the work is not done. We all have a role to play in making our world a better place. If you've been inspired by today's episode, why not take action? Join Rotary, volunteer, or support a project in your community. Let's continue this conversation online. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more inspiring stories. Use We See Possibilities to share your thoughts on today's discussion. Remember, service is the rent we pay for living. Stay inspired, stay engaged, and keep seeing possibilities on the Achievement Channel, where we see possibilities. Till next time, bye.
someone's life today, impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Teachers World, where we celebrate the heroes of education. Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Hello everyone and welcome to Teachers World. I'm your host David Obianyo and you're watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. Today we're exploring the disruptive educator, building identity, emotional intelligence and global excellence. Joining us is a woman who is a vibrant force of nature. She is the Montessori expert, a family life therapist, and a creative pioneer who uses Afro beats to teach children about their identity. Please welcome the founder of Le Posh School and the Gen Z mama herself, the phenomenal Dr. Ronke Adeniyi, popularly known as Ronke Posh.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome, and today again I'm here with Dr. Ronke Posh. She's somebody who I have known for over a decade, and if I'm going to be truthful, we met on social media. Like we had known each other for I think 6 months or thereabout before we actually saw physically, and it was worth the wait because she's the female definition of regular is boring. She's a disruptive educator, and during this show I'm sure that her responses are going to be nothing but short of your expectations or even exceed them. So I'm going to ask you, as a disruptive educator yourself, what does it take to be a disruptive teacher, and how can this help pupils be better in the classroom?
Hello, thanks for having me here. So let's talk about disruption. When we talk about disruption, it can be positive, it can be negative. So in my context, it's definitely in terms of empowerment, in terms of change, disrupting mediocrity, disrupting the status quo and trying to do something differently. In doing that, we become more creative. In doing that, we become more innovative. And that's what we need for our children, isn't it? Sure. That's what we need to inspire them. We just cannot, they say insanity is doing the same thing and expecting the same, a different result. So we must be able to disrupt. We must be able to allow children to imagine, to think critically. We have to give them freedom, we have to give them choice so that they are able to bring out that innate thing that God has put into them and make a difference in society. That's the disruption that we're talking about in this context. For a teacher to be disruptive, that teacher has to be patient. Has to be very patient, because if you're the teacher that is just looking to cover lesson plan, scheme of work and everything, you're just going to be creating robots.
Monotonous.
Just monotonous. I can remember one time I told a teacher, the power is always out in Nigeria. Power is always out. So the power grid was down and there was no power, and we were using solar. Okay. And coincidentally, we were teaching power supply, energy, and all those sort of stuff. So I was in the class, I was listening. So she mentioned that the power grid is down. So I said, I asked the children, do you know what the power grid is? I no. She was saying, time, because of time. As I know, it's not going to take us a minute or two to explain power grid, show them what the power grid is, tell them, to help them understand that we're using solar now, and that's why we can have power in the school. These 5 minutes can change their life. These 5 minutes can make them have a more robust conversation when they go out. It's not always scheme. So you find that is disruption to the status quo of that teacher. To her, it was an inconvenience. That's extra 5 minutes when I want to go and teach the next object. You know what I'm saying? But that is more powerful than whatever it is you want to teach. We need to understand that we must disrupt. I'm not saying that everything you do anything, teach anything, but when it's relevant. When you're talking about a bird and you say falcon is a type of bird, and the child is like, falcon, what does the falcon look like? And like, it's a big bird, the eyes going to go, all those words If you Google a picture, the child already can see what a falcon looks like, and you've ended it. That's just simple ones in the classroom. That's simple disruption in the classroom. So you must come ready. You must come prepared. You must know your content. You must know what it is you want to teach and what it is you want to allow the children to learn. Flip your classrooms. Let them go home. Let them research. Let them go and find out things. We no longer at the brain boxes anymore. ChatGPT is there. All sorts there. So let them go and do. In fact, it's easier. The voice of a disruptive teacher is not always heard. The voice of a disruptive teacher is not always heard, because she would have told her children, this is what I need you to do, this is what I need you to do, you need to collaborate, you need to do that. Bring it and let us learn. And you'll be amazed that you yourself as a teacher, so things are happening. Hey, because these children, they can do their research. They can do it. Everything is available to them. So those are just little examples of how you can create disruption in your classroom.
Totally. It makes a lot of perfect sense to me. And I mean, in my own time in the classroom.
Are you done? I was going to ask you. Are you done?
In the classroom? I've been out of the classroom for a while. I was assistant head of school too. Somewhere else. I left where I was.
Really?
Yes. I mean, low key. I mean, we'll
we need to talk. We need to carry me to lunch. You know what I'm here. Oh, they must have been crying. They were crying.
They missed me. And I missed them. The feeling is mutual.
Yeah.
So, and you know that I was a disruptor myself. I was somebody who came and changed the status quo. And I'll have viewers know that, I mean, like she said, you cannot be building robots. Monotony does not have any place in the classroom today. A teacher who does the same thing over and over, the only thing you're going to be entitled to is your salary. And nobody wants that. I mean, we were together at the Guinness World Records recently, and you were the host, the phenomenal host that brought everyone together dancing. So music is your thing, particularly Afrobeats. So in the classroom, how do you think we can use music to instill pride and a sense of belonging to the students as educators?
So I love music, like you rightly said. I just love even saying it now, because when I was coming, I was thinking, should I bring my Bluetooth? But I was thinking maybe we won't be able to plug into this sort of thing. I think when you but so much on. When I'm teaching, I bring music. I bring sounds, not just music. I also bring sounds. They could be having art, and it could be water falling, sounds of water falling, or rainfall, or birds chirping. Depending on what it is, the activity is, you can get the type of music that you want. I believe that children should also have anthems. They should have anthems that are interesting. You know, we like them to have affirmations. So what sort of affirmations do they have? And I was looking around, I can't find it. I want it. So I created it. I created it, which made me the first African educator.
You created that stuff?
That song was produced on Spotify and all streaming platforms. Yeah. What did you think?
It's fire. I mean,
that song, yeah, that's my song. And it's not just, it was produced and it's on all streaming platforms on YouTube. So anyway, the anthem there is, I know who I am black and proud. I know who I am a child of God.
Well.
Thank you. Okay. So that song, singing is not my thing, but I needed it, and sometimes it's like you're looking for something, you can't find the solution, just create the solution. And that's what makes me know that teachers are creators. We're just so full of so many things. True. When you think it's just to come and teach English and maths inside the class, I'm thinking, if you know how powerful we are, we are gods. We are gods. If you know what you can, that song, if my children should just hear it in the school like this, the whole school scatter, they know I'm around, they know that song. So it has entered the system, and we are black children, we are black people. Some of our children don't know that they are black. You know that? Because they are fair in complexion, they think they are not black. And there's cultural erasure going on in society. You find we want to speak Fune. You find that women are wearing wigs. You find that we don't want to be called Ejike. We want to be called David. All these sort of things are happening. So it's an erasure. And I find that people are no longer proud to be black. And you see that a lot of people, they'll travel abroad, they will change their names, they will say she's Ori, and all sorts of things are already happening. I don't want to eat Nigerian food, and all those sort of things. So I created that song, that anthem, to say there's a reason to be black and proud. You should be. Civilization started in Africa, But we think westernization is civilization. So we begin to want to be like Oyinbo, that proximity to whiteness. We want to be like Oyinbo. But we are so much, because they haven't taught us history. We don't know enough history. We don't know anything to disrupt anything. So all we want to do is buy wig for 5 million, buy wig for 6 million, because we're not thinking about how powerful our crown is. What's the history of our crown? Our crown was so beautiful. You know, people, they used to be so jealous. They would cut our hair. And then schools are replicating it. They don't know the reason. They'll cut their hair so that we are all subdued. And then they take that hair and stuff it into their chairs, their pillows, their cushions. That's what they used to use our hair for. Our hair, we used to plait our hair so beautifully. Those styles that we used to have were the maps that we used to escape from our colonial masters. We don't know history. We have not taught this history. It's only the diluted one that we're teaching our children. So the black pride is no longer there. And I'm somebody of culture. I love it. I've lived in the UK for 2 decades and I am still who I am. I still want to be black. There's something to borrow from there. But even there's something they can borrow from us. Us wanting to become them is where the challenge lies. Because we cannot bring change to the world. We cannot bring change if we have an issue with identity. And that's why when we go to global tables now, at global tables, even we can't even open our mouth and talk. Once Oyinbo has talked like this, we don't bow down. Because we have not built our children to be confident. So my little space, what I do is to tell my children that you are black. You should be proud. You should know who you are. Someone is trying to debase you. Don't allow it. So that's where that anthem comes. And I believe that schools should have anthems. You don't have to go and produce it and put it on Spotify, but at least have something for the children to chant, to sing, to use. And then it also helps their reasoning. Music is good for critical thinking, reasoning. So having it in the background, it also helps. Having it when they're doing handwriting, art and craft, even when they're doing maths, there's a type of music that you can also play, which you have to curate your playlist as a teacher. You know, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. If you cannot even get what you're going to teach, organize, is it music you want to come and add to what is happening in the classroom? So I think I've answered the question.
Yes, you have. I couldn't have said it any better myself. Like, man, you need ample time. As an educator, you always need ample time to prepare. If you have to wait till the last minute, then you are never going to be able to measure up. And some of the things you talked about, the erosion of our culture, it's something that is happening very fast at an alarming rate. I mean, if we're going to be truthful with each other, it's something that we see every day. And our children need to be inculcated, and these things have to be reiterated to let them know what it is they stand for. And that in turn builds self-esteem. I know that when a person knows where they are from, as in definitively their confidence is built. Thank you. Okay, so from what I know that you're head of school, you've come across so many educators over time, and you're also a mentor. So what would you say to educators about how they can connect the unique emotions of children to the attitude today of the younger generation?
I'm not sure I'm clear. How they can connect?
Now, children, we have different types of emotions who come into the classroom with every day.
Sure.
But then again, we also know how the younger generation have an attitude shift from what it was before, how they could react to, like the way you say, okay, once you talk to children, they bow. Now, children know that they don't just need to be seen, they also need to be heard. So how can we connect these emotions to how they behave today as educators? How can we manage it?
So, school is not a scam.
Fact.
But school is a scam.
Fact.
Okay. So, I like the question because we have been hearing a lot about it. We've been hearing that, oh, this person did not go to school and is a multimillionaire, is a streamer, is a this. The minorities don't make the rule. So when you need to connect those dots, we need to understand that education is powerful. School may be a scam. School may be a scam, but education is not a scam. And education can be formal and informal. Now, when we want to connect the dots, we have to be emotionally intelligent. That is education.
In itself.
You may not be 1 + 1 ABC, but it is education. EQ is important. It is education. And self-awareness is part of emotional intelligence. If you're not self-aware, if you don't know who you are, If you cannot regulate your own emotions, you're not going to be able to work with those children. They're going to trigger you. Yes. Now, they'll trigger you, you're going to react. And that's why we hear every now and again, somebody beat somebody, somebody killed somebody, somebody broke somebody's head, somebody, because somebody has not been able to regulate their emotion. This even applies to parents. I've heard of parents coming to school to beat teachers and all sorts of madness going on out there. It's because people don't have mastery of self. If you have mastery of self, then you'll be able to connect with these children. You'll be able to understand that children have what is called an expected behavior. Children have expected behavior. You don't expect a 3-year-old to come into this place, sit down, grab a newspaper and start reading it. It makes no sense. What do you expect the 3-year-old to? Once the 3-year-old enters, like, see light, see camera, in fact, because it's a new environment, the child will move everywhere. The child wants to see everything and explore. But you want everyone to be arranged. You've done something which is bringing a child to an environment that is not ideal. And you want the child to respect the environment. The child doesn't know how to yet. Doesn't have the ability. Then you start beating that child, doing all sorts of things. You don't know how to manage. So you must be able to predict what is happening. You teach in your class, for example, and then there's downtime. You know that this child is going to finish in 5 minutes. The others are going to finish in 12 minutes. That one that is, how did you extend the learning for that one that is going to finish in 5 minutes? That one now becomes disruptive. Then you get angry.
True.
So you must be able to fill in the gaps. You must be able to know your children, connect with them. Teaching in the classroom is beyond this English and maths. It's understanding the different lines that God has entrusted into your care. How are they? What is their personality type? What is the love language? You don't even have to come and do one big thick thing. What is the love language of that child? This child likes me affirming him or her. Good job, well done. I like the way you've done your work. I like the way that you've laid all those materials. I like the way you kept the shelf. Look at your notebook, very tidy. This is what this child likes. Then use it.
Fact.
Use the tools that are available to you, because you must make the time. See, when you are in the classroom, you disconnect. The thing is that a lot of children don't want to disconnect from the class. When I go into the classroom, I don't take my phone. And I tell people that if there's an emergency, call the school, they will let me know. That admin is there for a purpose. I disconnect. If I have my phone, because I want to use it to play music, but oftentimes I use my laptop or my iPad. I don't need my phone when I'm with my kids. I disconnect and I enjoy the time, and it allows me to know them. And I always know when the teacher is not doing their best, because the minute I'm strolled past a class, or maybe I'm on the playground or I'm somewhere, and the child is saying, "Oh, Miss Ronka, do you know what happened? Miss Ronka, I want you to," they want me to affirm because they know what I would do. Or if they're upset, they want to report to me. But the teacher was in the class and has attended to it or not. Because I have a connection with him.
True.
So if you don't connect with the children, you see, you don't have any business in the school if you don't love children. And it's not the cliche, I love children, I want to teach children. Pedophiles too love children. So it's not that kind of love I'm talking about. I'm talking about genuine care, genuine desire to want the children to grow and change and become. But how do you make a child become when all you are thinking about is, I don't want to call any names now. You are going to say the president's, this political party, that political party, hey, Nigeria, how am I going to jackpot? If that's all that's in your mind, you're never going to be able to do anything good for those children. And that is the typical state of the classroom in Nigeria today, sadly.
All right. So, if there's something I'm going to take away from what you said, I mean, it just hit me. Expected behavior. Like, I can even imagine that we have to even tweak that to the expected behavior of the Gen Z today to try and predict what it is a Gen Z would do in this situation. I think it would also help how we treat them. And for those, she mentioned EQ. EQ is emotional quotient, for those who don't know what that means. All right, so head of school would expect that her teacher has control over the classroom. So effective classroom management is something that I'm sure rises to the top when we're looking for effective educators today. So how would you, or what tips would you give educators about how they can manage their classrooms better without having to shout or use force on the children? Because this is also becoming an issue today.
So for me, the disruption comes here for me, because the way that I manage classes is probably not going to be the conventional way that people manage classes. I'm the kind of person that can bring a cushion to the classroom and I can allow the children to just relax and chill. We have mats in our own school. We have sofas, and the children can put their feet up if they need to. We don't have to be boxed into that table and desk arrangement, because it's actually a long day to be like that. First of all, figure out the kind of children. It's not everybody that will be just like that from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock. It's tough. So let the children relax in the classroom. Know the different personalities in the classroom, and then you'll be able to manage the children. Then there's something called rapport. In the presence of rapport, good, healthy rapport, all things are possible.
Sure.
So if you have good rapport with the children, they want to please you. That's the funny thing. Even the Gen Zs, if you have a good relationship with them, they're desperate. I mean, my daughter is a Gen Z, and when her friends come around, like maybe I have an event and they're around, they'll come and help. And they'll be like, Auntie, what do you want me to do? What would you like me to? They know, because I get them, you know. I give them the fist bumps. I do what I try to be, not be like them, but relate with them, you know. I relate with them, and I hang out with them. I talk like them. They get me. How are you, Auntie? I'm calm. Which one? Now I'm talking to somebody else, I'm calm. They're thinking they do this one.
I mean,
do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you learn their language.
Yeah. Speak their language.
Speak their language. Get into their own world. It's not hard. It's not hard. Sometimes I even say, what are you guys using now? What are the things? Come and teach me. You know? And for enough, I'm using it, and then maybe I'm in another environment and I use it, and they're like, Daddy, your mom is fire. They always think that her friends think I'm the coolest mom in the whole wide world.
Imagine, I think
they just think because I take my time to want to understand them.
Sure.
And then once you try and understand them, you get their trust.
Facts.
They start telling you things that they may not even have told their parents.
Facts.
So get to know them. Everything is not government and everything. There are issues, there are real issues, and they're affecting everyone. But you have the responsibility of looking after children and building them. So your mood, your emotions, the way you act in the class can actually destroy the life of the child.
Or build it.
And it doesn't take long. Because sometimes some people start cursing the children in the classroom, saying all sorts of things. And I know a friend of mine, she said she took her children to a new school. And then she speaks English to her children, but they are Yorubas. Then she said the children came and said, Mommy, what is Olodo? Olodo? What is Ode? Mommy, what is Ode? She said, I hear me. Do you know how much I'm paying? So a teacher is going to call. No, she's calling the children names. So not do or day.
Yeah. And it happens sadly.
And this is what is happening. We're not talking about local school here.
No.
We're talking about Creme de la Creme Island School.
Yeah, it happens.
So if that's what you're doing in the classroom, imagine if the children get wind of what that means, and they get into their spirit, and they believe that they're losers, they're low dose, they're fools, and all those things that you're calling them, you're labeling them. It gets into their spirit, they become it. They don't even want to try.
True.
So instead of going low dose, and you say, you can do better, I'm sure you can do this, I trust you, give it one more shot. If you don't understand it, I'll say, you just have to have patience. You've chosen the job, and it's not a job that you have to manage. Oh, let me go be doing this one before I get another one. Let me go and do it before I get to Dogu. Let me go and do something, you know. No. Don't use education to manage anything and destroy anybody's life. I beg, Biko.
I hope we can hear that. Like you said, and this sips back into the previous question where you said self-mastery. When a teacher has mastered themselves and their emotions, they probably won't get to the aspects where they're calling children all of those names. So with that, I mean, I'm sure that you've been enjoying the responses. These are down to earth and real responses. That's Madam Ronke Posh for you. At this point, we'll be going on a break. Stay tuned, and I'm sure you would want to catch the second half of this show.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, educative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, and it's been a show and a half. Like, we have been talking on the show and behind the scenes, and I just found out a secret about Dr. Ronke Posh. Have you guys seen a show where a CEO goes and acts like they're irregular staff? I just realized that this whole force of a woman actually taught at the school where I taught at a point, and she already had her own school at that time, but that's a topic for another day. If you're wondering who I'm talking about, if you're just joining the show, I'm here with Madam Ronke Posh, the head of school at Le Posh Schools, Ikoyi, and it's been fantastic. I've known her for over a decade now, and we've just been meeting. Our paths have been crossing at different levels in life. Okay, so speaking of which, you also taught abroad. You've been abroad. You've spent over a decade in the UK.
2 decades.
2 decades. Okay, I mean, so with that in mind and the knowledge you have garnered over the years, what would you say to a teacher who believes that they are in a local classroom right now? I mean, I'm a teacher who, from my classroom space, I try to do global things. What would you say you look out for in educators in your school, and how can they aspire to global excellence from their classroom?
Good. So I would recommend that you are a glocal teacher. A glocal teacher. And what do I mean by a glocal teacher? Where you are, you can change the world from where you are. By simple things, it's just being professional.
Facts.
Your standards. Don't think because, oh, I'm in this classroom and the roof is leaking on one side, then I have to misbehave and come in with slippers or speak to the children anyhow. You should still have standards. You should still plan your lessons. You should still come on time. You should know exactly what it is that you want to do. Understand your children in the classroom. Don't think that by virtue of demographic, then you cannot have international standards. You know, preparation, they say, is there's nothing like luck, they say. It's just preparation meeting the opportunity. So really, anything can change. The people that their classrooms have actually changed by virtue of them just being visible online, where I personally have donated things to their schools because I just felt this person has so much energy, has so much patience, is doing so much. Why don't we even try to do that with Investigate, Rotimieta and I, and just invest, because this person wants to do it and the school cannot afford it. Get them a megaphone, get them a big whiteboard, you know, just invest in them. Where you are, you can bring change. That's just a location, but the mindset has to be global. You have to have that mindset that you can change the world. And we have seen children like that. You know what thing I said? I triggered a lot of people online recently. Because a lot of people say, we are jackpying because of the children, right? Don't know what they normally say. That is the most popular thing I've heard. I don't know if they said, yeah, it's a better environment. They use the children as an excuse. Oh, the educational system is better abroad. We want to carry our children to the abroad. Then I realized lately from conversations that a number of Nigerian parents are doing lessons with the Nigerian lesson teachers online that they've spoken down about. From there. Yes. You say they can't speak English, they don't know how to do this, they don't know how to do that. But suddenly you are in a new place that's supposed to be the abroad and better, but you are still hooked and addicted to the Nigerian teachers. Make it make sense.
True.
You want to go. So what I'm trying to say in that context is that those teachers are still operating at international standards. So then I say, oh, I want to call this connectivity. Oh, can you come at no. The fact that they're getting online and still teaching your children that British curriculum and helping them or American or whatever, Singapore, Chinese, doing that job, it's still a standard. It's still an international standard. So it doesn't matter if you are in the village. Chita Chike, I met him in person in November. I went to wherever he is, Delta State, Asaba, that area. I went there for a conference and to train the trainer. And I met him. And I met the environment where he stays. I couldn't believe it. So that's why you don't do this country. You know that kind of thing. Do you know what I'm saying? He's doing his stuff.
That's what I do for you.
That's what I do for you. You know, I couldn't believe that. Honestly, I really couldn't believe that guy was doing all those things from that.
Are you serious?
If you see the roads.
Are you serious?
No.
Wow.
If you see the roads, if you see but he doesn't allow anything to be unstoppable. Stop kicking off excuses. This one is stopping you from doing this. I don't have this material. Even if you don't have the abroad materials, use our own. Let us take pride in our own culture. If it's about the more seeds you're going to use to teach counting. If it's broomsticks you're going to use to teach counting. Use it. Everything does not have to be abroad. When we take pride in our own, then we find out that the foreigners will take interest. This guy, Chudi, is telling people the same in entertainment. That stop seeking outside. Let us do our own thing. Let the fire burn. You know, it's where you fan that will catch fire. When you fan it. He is encouraging us to invest in our own talent and let the abroad come to us. Not us always seeking something, you know, that proximity to whiteness, that validation. Everything in Igbo must validate it, right down to our language.
Fact.
When I was growing up, it was shameful to be speaking Pidgin English. If you're speaking English, you are local, maybe you are pro. But now everybody's speaking Pidgin, Abi.
I mean,
why?
And that's the hip thing.
Because BBC Pidgin was invented.
And kind of validated
it. Why must the white man validate everything that we do? It's an insecurity. It's embedded. And that's why I have the Rooted movement. To tell people that we have so much to be desired, but we don't know. Because we don't know our history. We don't take pride in the things that are our own. Everything must be away.
And something you said, I mean, you just touched on it. You said, in order to just attain that global status, you don't necessarily need proximity. Even if we're doing our local things with our local resources.
Let's even call them indigenous.
Indigenous. Being professional already puts you at a global standard because we have a lot of people who are not professional today. So being professional is like the first criterion, I think, will get you to that status. And I mean, the way you've answered the question is just fantastic. Adeola, that public school teacher, she was on the show earlier. She's also a teacher in the public space that has gone on to attain so many things. Global Teacher Prize, Multinational Teacher of the Year, all of that. So these are people that we should look at and know that being global doesn't necessarily need Western validation.
No.
It begins with you from where you are.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I know that you've been on various shows, podcasts and all of that. You're a mentor to parents, you're a mentor to head of schools. What would you say to educators who are having issues working with parents on helping them understand that the character and the emotional health of the children are as important as grades in the classroom?
Good question. The character, so our school, Aleposh School, is more about character. When I say it, people just think, I always say that I would rather a child has good character than grades in my school. I don't shoot for grades first. I shoot for that total being. Because we have a lot of evil geniuses out there. A lot of us have raised beasts. And that's why you hear that this doctor took the life of this person. This doctor just, you know, this person just did this. They don't really care. The lawyers, the accountants, they just, they just detach. They can cheat you. They don't connect in any way. And this is because we have pushed them and we have removed the humanity from them by virtue of us centralizing everything around grades. Everything grade. You must pass. You say in this Nigeria, when you drive around, sometimes you will see billboards with students on it. 7 A's, 9 A's, something A's.
Selling points.
Tell me about how good, how kind is that child? Rhoda always talks about social emotional learning. How does that child help somebody else? How does that child treat their friends? Does that child tell lies? Is that child sending nudes, masturbating? Is that child sleeping around, taking drugs? But no, you don't know that part. You don't care. As long as you are getting the grades. So how do you connect it? You must build that social emotional aspect of that child. Character development. very, very essential. Your value system in your school. What does your school stand for? Schools must stand for more than grades, especially now that a lot of children are giving birth to children. Children are raising children. So you find that schools these days, you might be raising the children and teaching them and mentoring them and doing everything you want to do, but you might have to even teach the parents too.
Facts.
You might have to teach some of these parents. Some of these parents, they have no idea. And they will tell you, I didn't know it was supposed to be like this. So I didn't even, you know, some people even come for inquiries and they'll tell you that, is this how school fees is? And they don't even know. But you've gone ahead and given birth to the child. This is the situation that we have. So let's focus on character. Let's focus on parenting at home. Parents should learn how to parent. It's not innate. Because you have a child, don't mean you know how to raise a child. You can't give what you don't have. If you're not well behaved, you're not going to be able to raise a well behaved child, because the child is going to model you and copy you. So we find that there has to be collaboration between the schools, and there has to be that synergy between the schools and the parents, so that we can raise children that are not just driving and gunning for grades, but also good character.
Fantastic. I remember when I was, still in the classroom and I was with Class Dojo. What made me an ambassador actually was when I had ensured that my children participated in Kindness Week, because at that time we had been working with international schools, and they told us that sometime in February, instead of Valentine's and all that, they coined it into a Kindness Week, and we started to give stuff out for charity from my classroom in my space. It was from there it spread across the school I was at the time. So it built character, and lots of children there, it was just at that moment that it was inculcated in them that some other children need this clothes that they are this person at home, these shoes that they use only once and throw away. How can I help? So even children who probably were not the high flyers, they participated and they were rewarded for that. So I think that's another way to look at how we can equate character, emotional attitudes to grades. I don't know if you agree with me. I do. Okay, so thank you. So we've come to the end of our jam session. Now we're going to go into the quick fire session. Everyone here, I'm scared. Everyone on this list, at some point, the way they described you in their own unconventional fire, this, that. So I want to hear
peaceful girl.
How you would describe them. I'm going to call a number of names, and you will tell me how you describe that person in one word. Okay, so on this list, I probably will appear on that list, and I don't want you to use the word smooth. Everybody has said smooth, so I want another word.
You wouldn't have even come to me, funny enough.
Okay, because I know you think outside of the box. Okay, so the first person, and you have to look at the camera to say it. I want the person to see you and hear you saying it. First person is Rhoda Odibo.
Data driven.
Oluwaseyi Anifowose.
What am I going to say? Passionate about teachers.
Coach Wale Adejuigbe.
Oh, it's my guy. He's a great guy. He's also very passionate, very committed. You know, he's change driven. Yes.
David Obiayo.
Educate.
Only educator who calls me that name.
Growth mindset. Growth mindset. I'll tell you why I said growth mindset. You know, the first time when we met, you always think when we met was that what's that place? Lagos Business School.
That was physical.
That's physical, yeah. It was, you know, I did your course.
My course.
Yes, I came to do the course out of curiosity. You and Idara.
Yeah.
I was like, what do these people do for day? You know what I'm saying? In this Nigeria, where teachers they behave anyhow. This was the road course, so it was
online, and it was online before the pandemic.
It was just Bible. I just wanted to. I was curious. What are they doing? So it's you're quite inspirational. You're happy and ready to try out new things, which is good. You look at what you're doing now, so it's commendable that you're doing it. So let me say that you have a growth mindset and you're change driven.
Thank you. Okay, these people too also nominated you to be on this show. So since the majority of them have been here already. Who are you going to nominate to sit in that seat very soon in the future?
You know that song, it says, row, 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 you row, then lead down the stream. So you've done the Rhoda, you've done the Runke, so you might as well do the road to me.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we are always like, row. Yeah, row, row. So I call him Mr. Row, and I call Rhoda Row.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm Row.
I didn't see that coming.
So it's Row, Row, and Row.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Rotimi Eyitayo, you have been nominated to be on this seat. All right, it's been a fantastic session. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching, and from us here, we say see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Wow, Ronke, thank you for that explosion of joy and wisdom. You've reminded us that today, being a teacher isn't about fitting into a box. It's about breaking the box to build a better generation. To everyone watching, remember, you don't need a world stage to be a disruptive leader. You just need a willing heart and a full cup. Don't forget to follow at Achievement Channel on all social platforms using the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and tell us how you are disrupting your classroom for the better. I'm David Obianyo, and this is Teacher's World. Until next time, keep watching, keep teaching, keep leading, and keep seeing possibilities. And remember that regular is boring.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform. Every morning we're told in Africa that the gazelle wakes up with a clear determination that it must run faster than the fastest lion in order not to be eaten alive. Every morning we're told that the lions also wake up determined to run faster than the slowest gazelle, otherwise they will starve. Well, there's a moral to this anecdote. It is simply this: that it doesn't matter whether you're the lion or the gazelle. What truly matters is that when morning comes, you had better get up and get going. It's the dawn of a brand new day, and I'm here to ask you, what do you want to achieve today? Where do you want to go with your life, with your goals, with your aspirations? What sort of difference are you seeking to make in whatever it is you've chosen for yourself to do? My job is to challenge you to perform. My job is to inspire you, to energize you, and to bring to you all of the resources that you will need so that you can indeed say to yourself that, yes, I had this morning with Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Walt Disney, the founder of Disneyland, once said that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. We're going to be discussing what I consider my favorite subject matter. It is the subject matter of dreams. The subject matter of setting goals for yourself, of aspiring to achieve the impossible. Most times, what we think is impossible is actually something waiting to be done by someone else. In fact, as Napoleon once put it, that impossible is only a word to be found in the dictionary of fools. And I know you are not a fool. So when we talk about dreams, what are the 4 major things that you need to know in order to live a successful life driven by the power of dreams? Number 1, you must dream big dreams. Dream the dreams of giants. Dream a dream that might look so impossible at the outset, but you need a dream to be so big so as to enable it to challenge you, to inspire you. It's always very important to realize that you were not made for small things. As a matter of fact, every one of us is made to do something big at one point in time or the other in our lives. So dream a dream that stimulates you, that excites you every morning to want to get up and go. That's the first principle. Number 2, you must draft the dream. Put it down in writing. Maybe you need to sculpt it, paint it. In whichever way you can, put it out there. Make it tangible so that people can see and relate to it. And number 3, you must declare your dreams. Tell people about your dreams. We're not asking you to discuss your dreams, but I'm saying to you, declare it. Let people know what it is you are seeking to accomplish in your life or in whatever field of human endeavor that you set out to do. And then finally, number 4 is this. And this is where it all comes together. You must do what the dream demands of you to do. If the distance be not traveled, the destination will never be reached. Dreams will remain pie in the sky if we do not take action. So what actions are you taking? Set goals. Specifically begin to outline what you need to do so that you can begin to work towards them. I leave you with the words of a young lady who was challenged and people felt her dreams were impossible. In fact, they said to her, "Your dreams are not real." Then she replied by saying, "The dream is real. It is the failure to make it happen that is the unreality." Dream big dreams.
Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
In a
Yeah, my expectation is about the same, to be the best speaker
something, no matter the token that it represents. But most importantly, you live with the sense that I gave it my best. And
The competition was fierce. Two students represented
to manage life's difficulties. Billions of naira. A first-class degree holder who cannot handle a proper conversation? Is that what Nigeria truly needs? I am here to tell the
year is Queen's College.
Mission of preparing influential communicators across the entire nation.
And it is our hope and
We are currently in SS3, so we won't be here next year. But for our successors, we are going to
that and next year we'll come out with very good results.
And all the other participants of the competition. Congratulations also to the School of Eloquence.
There's an old African proverb that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Just imagine life as a voyage and a quest, and you are the sailor. Indeed, the navigator, and your dreams and your aspirations for greatness and for goodness represent your destinations. Hello, dream chasers and future history makers. Welcome to another timeless capsule where we dive deep into the wisdom of ages to fuel your journey, your quest, your desire towards greatness. Today, we're setting sail on the vast ocean of life, guided by an ancient African proverb. Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Think about it. If life were always calm and predictable, how would we grow? How would you learn to navigate the storms, harness the winds, and chart our own course towards our dreams? It is indeed, and in fact, the challenges, the setbacks, the unexpected turns, the twists, those difficulties that truly shape us into the capable, resilient individuals that we are meant to be. Just like a skilled sailor relies on their experience and knowledge to conquer the roughest seas, we too must draw upon our inner strength and determination in order to overcome some of life's obstacles that stand between us and our aspirations. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. It is a chance to test our limits, to learn new skills, and to emerge stronger than ever before. In fact, as the great Jim Rohn once said, it should make us stronger, wiser, and better. And that's why we must embrace the storms, no matter what happens. We must embrace setbacks, for they will teach us valuable lessons. We must also embrace the detours, for they may lead us to even greater destinations than we originally imagined. That is a very important lesson for you. I know it's not always easy. There will be times when the winds are against you, when the waves crash over your bow, and when you feel like giving up. I know. But in those moments, remember the words of the great Nelson Mandela when he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So keep your eyes on that horizon, your dreams in heart, and your spirit unwavering. You are the navigator of your own destiny. You have the power to turn those challenges into triumphs, setbacks into comebacks, and dreams into reality. So let the winds of adversity blow. Let the waves of doubt crash against you. You are that skillful sailor that is capable of navigating any storm. And remember, the greatest rewards await those who dare to venture into the uncharted waters of their own potential. Set sail, my friends. Embrace the journey, and may your voyage be filled with courage, resilience, and, of course, the unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness.
Welcome to My Eloquence Journey, an exclusive feature from the School of Eloquence, Africa's leading institution for public speaking mastery. Today, we are spotlighting the Dean's Public Speaking class, a powerful, 2-day intensive designed to transform everyday individuals into intentional, confident, and compelling speakers.
I enrolled in this course because lately I've found myself making some speeches and engaging in some public speaking. So I think I should fine-tune the way I speak in public and speak with power, encourage people and inspire people, not make it boring. It's something I can do, but I just think that fine-tuning it and making it in such a professional way, it's way to go. So that's why I'm here.
So my expectations today, I wish to, for now, only to improve in my vocals and, to interact well with around people more.
My expectation for this class is to improve my stage, to overcome my stage fright and to improve on my eloquence communication.
Joining us are Sariondo Kunavhemba Edward, Ojek Chidimma Ann, and Obayoha Ugochi Jessica, 3 determined learners who have taken the bold step to elevate their communication and unlock new opportunities in their careers and personal lives. Their journey begins on day 1, the day of discovery. To explore the struggles they faced and the defining moments that pushed them to seek change, we join the conversation in the studio with Nafisat.
Good day, Ma. Welcome to my eloquence journey. I have some questions for you, Emma.
Okay.
The first goes, which moment or lesson from day 1 stood out most and why?
Okay, it's today's class. I kind of want to say that my most basic points in the class is where we have to talk about the tools of public speaking. Yeah.
where we're taught about the gestures, how to make the gestures of eye contact, the body language, the beats and all that. So I kind of like learned the basic things in communicating with people to make it more impacting, like to make people understand and to gather everything together. So I learned how to use my hands, the visual contact, the body language and all that. So to enable people pay attention more on what I was saying, yes.
If you had to describe day one of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be?
It's that very fantastic word.
Good day, sir, and
Good
welcome
evening.
to my eloquence journey. I have some questions for you, sir.
Okay.
The first one is, which moment or lesson from day one stood out to you the most and why?
Okay. I would say the lesson that stood up for me the most is the structure of public speaking. Yeah. The reason is, before now, I don't know how to structure speak. Most time I'll have idea to communicate, but my inability to structure it, I'll not be able to, communicate it better for my audience to get the proper idea of my message and what it's all about. At the end of the day, I end up mixing a lot of information together, which will even contradict the understanding of my audience. But undertaking this class and giving the proper orientation about how to structure a speech, I've been able to know how to structure my speech and what to do if I am to actually give a speech or have a presentation with this. So that particular aspect and lesson actually did a lot to me, and it actually stand out, and I really appreciate that I actually learned it.
The next one is, if you have to describe day one of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Yes.
That's very good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good day, ma, and welcome to my eloquence journey.
Thank you so much. Good day.
Good day, ma. I have some questions here for you on your eloquence journey.
Okay.
The first one is, which moment or lesson from day one stood out to you the most and why?
Okay, I can say it was after the presentation was the highlight for me because I didn't see it coming. And then after the presentation, there was a little correction in my head. I didn't feel it was anything, but I mean, coming for the course and the coaching, I noticed that, oh, this could be not a problem, but some kind of fine-tuning of how a public speech should be made, and it was a highlight for me, and I think that was commendable.
Right. If you had to describe day one of my eloquence journey in one word, what would that be? Just a word.
Loaded.
Oh, I didn't see loaded coming, but I think I like that word.
Loaded.
Thank you very much, ma.
You're welcome.
But discovery is only the first step. This program is more than training, it is a breakthrough and a profound mindset shift. Overnight, the lessons from the Dean's class began to settle. Between the end of day 1 and the start of day 2, the hesitation we saw at the beginning began to vanish. Sari Ondo, Chidinma, and Ugochi weren't just learning techniques, they were finding their authority. The transformation is now in motion. To capture the final breakthrough and the results of this life-changing journey, we return to the studio with Abigail.
Hello, Miss Jessica.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking masterclass.
Thank you very much.
I want to ask you some questions. Okay. So my first question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Okay, it was a recommendation from a family friend who has been a member of the school. So,
okay. So my next question is, what area in public speaking have you improved on after the training?
Okay, I've really improved in my in my vocals, in my boldness, trying to face the crowd, because it has been a challenge for me facing audience. So I kind of improved very well, but way forward I know I will do better.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you say your expectations were met?
Yes, very well, very well. But I wish to advance in more classes so I can be perfect.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Chidimma.
Hi.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking class.
Thank you.
I
Thank
have
you
some
so much.
questions for you today. My
Okay.
number one question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Okay, so as you grow in career, you get to a level where a lot of public speaking is expected from you, either to address the audience, or you have to make some speech in the boardroom, or you will need to talk to people, I mean, in an exposed environment where you have a lot of crowd and you need to address people or motivate people to do something. So there's need for the fine-tuning and being skillful about it so that you can be able to send the right message.
All right. So my next question is, what areas in public speaking have you improved on after completing the training?
Okay, so I think my body composure, my body movement, my facial expression, the way my eye contact, the way I contact and I connect with my audience, the body movement, not being too stiff, not holding on to the lectern, and a lot has been learnt in 2 days, and I'm really impressed.
Okay, so would you say the expectations you had before you came, would you say they were met?
Oh, sure. The expectations were met in a very short time. I expected that before I could be able to grab something, it would take maybe 2 or 3 sessions. But I mean, even on the first day, it was, like I said earlier, it was loaded, and I have a lot of take-homes, and there are a lot of improvements in my second public speech today. Yeah, there was a lot of improvement. So I have a lot to take home, and I'm impressed. Yeah.
So would you recommend the course to other people?
Oh, I've actually done that. I have 2 people that are already coming. Maybe the next session in February. Yeah, and one said in March. So I've already done that already. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations once more.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edward.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on completing the public speaking masterclass.
Thank you.
I would love to ask you some questions. My number one question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence?
Yeah, I chose School of Eloquence because when I wanted to improve my public speaking, and I was trying to find out which of the center or which of the institute is very good or can be able to cater for my need. I went online and searched, and I got some names. So when I checked their profile and tried to know where they specialize in, I saw that School of Eloquence was well positioned for what I wanted to get, and was more advanced. Yeah, and even when I tried to search for the preference, the search result shows School of Eloquence first. So at the end of the day, I find out about School of Eloquence. I asked some of my friends, and I get one person that told me that he's aware of the place, and the place is actually good, and that is the only place in Lagos where you can actually get weight trained in terms of eloquence. And you try to tell me about the owner of the place and who he is, and I will say, okay, there is actually a place and that I really need it to go.
So what area of public speaking would you say you have improved on after completing the training?
Yeah, completing this training, I improved. I was coming in as which word would I use to describe the way I was coming? I was coming as a total novice without any clue about public speaking, and I have many lapses, and I have many lapses here, from stage fright to unstructured speaking. I don't have any idea about speaking or presenting actually, but after the completion of this class, I think I'm going home with idea of what public speaking is all about, and how to engage my audience, and how to structure my speech, and what is expected of me from the audience, and what I'm expecting from the audience. Yes, what to give the audience, and how to structure it, and how to refine it, or how to present it better. And in a long way, in my own profession, which is architecture and construction, it's a long way to actually help me to communicate my designs better. Unlike before, where I've struggled, I don't have a clue on how to present my design to my clients. Yes.
So would you say the expectations you had before coming were met?
Yes, I would say yes. Yeah, because the expectation I was having before coming here, they were met. Yeah, and I will say that in this way. If I did not participate in this program, yes, I might be probably thinking that, because how am I going to overcome stage fright and all those things? But most of those things is more of psychological than how we understand it to be. And coming here and meeting with Mr. Esen Obon face to face, and how he take me through the process, I discovered that actually I can, have the power to overcome the stage fright and everything. And he gave me the basic I need. Yes. So it's made in a way, because the basic thing and the bottom line of everything is to overcome it completely, totally, is to practice, and practice, which is, I know, is very, but the basic expectation, I know they are made 100%.
So would you recommend the course to other people?
Of course, sure. I have a lot of people in my mind that I have to recommend this course for, because, and I believe that as I'm going out, at least the difference I will make around my colleague and around the people, my peers, I think they should be able to, be surprised, and probably it's a place for me to, it's my place to recommend a place here and tell them how the journey was and how it is, and to be able to guide others as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
2 days. One undeniable shift. What began as a challenge has become a triumph. Sari Ondo, Chidinma, and Ugochi have proven that when you choose the School of Eloquence, you aren't just attending a class, you are beginning again. They leave here today not just as learners, but as speakers ready to command any stage.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
This has been my eloquence journey. One journey. Total transformation. Your path to mastery begins here at the School of Eloquence.
Speak with power.
My name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for 14 years now. I see teaching as a vocation and a way of, giving back to the society, helping children who are struggling with their education to grow and find their path in life. As a mother, I want the best for my children, and giving back to children in the society, helping them to find their potentials, helping them to find their path, gives me joy. I see that, in fact, it's a passion for me. I love teaching as a profession, and in fact, I see it as even as a hobby, basically. Yes. When I see children who struggled during the course of their years, because I teach in the secondary school, they struggled, but by the time they get into, you know, the higher institution, you see them doing very well, and at the end of the day, they come back and say, Mrs. Sage, you were part of my success story. So it gives me joy, you know. So that's why this keeps me going and it helps me to do more. There was even a time a child sent me a text message and said, Mr. Sage, I'm now a medical doctor. I never thought in my years, because I teach biology, I never thought that in my years I could become a medical doctor because I struggled. But you kept me going, you helped me, you told me, don't give up, you can do this. And that inspired me to become a medical doctor, you know. And today she's a medical doctor and doing very well in the medical field.
I would rather say I am born to teach, because I derive pleasure seeing me instill value into people and seeing them carrying out, passing it to the next generation. It's most appealing to me as a teacher. And what you really make out of people, that's what really stands for me, and it has been a key point to me, that it's not about the finances. Like we know in our countries today, they don't really value the teacher, they look down on the teacher. But you being a person that you don't look down on yourself, you want to put in and create an avenue for people to explore in their giving God's talents. I don't see the need why many people should not venture into that profession. It's a cool profession, and it's not basically within the four walls of the classroom. You can go all the way. As I'm talking to you, I'm teaching you, and I learn from you. It's a give and take situation. So it's not just a one-way thing. We are far beyond the traditional system of teaching. And now even within the comfort of your home, you can be educated. You can receive education. Be it online teaching or offline teaching, education is just the key. But the core value is to instill in you the value which you need to carry on to the next generation.
My name is Mrs. Ifoma Okolo from Anambra State. Over 25 years. At the beginning, you know, like young lady, when I finished secondary school, my mind is not going to teaching. My mind was that, go to all those kind of courses, architecturing, pharmacy, and the rest. So I decided to now say, okay, let me go for architecturing. But then, will I say fortunately, my dad is, he's late now, learned. And then he had a friend in one of the college of education in Delta State. He said, instead of you to be waiting to take JAMB, because it's not like now that before you even do the WAEC, they are taking JAMB. So we now take WAEC before JAMB. So he said, you've done your WAEC. Instead of waiting to take JAMB, why not just come in the college of education? So I entered. So when I entered, I started with mathematics, physics, education. So after that, maybe that was what made me say, why will you now after this one now go to? So I continued with education courses. From there, went into my degree education courses. When I look at my students, I feel that this is my life. That I can't even imagine myself going to do something else, like something that doesn't have to do with human being. So I feel that I need to mold these ones, because when I will be talking to them, I will just be picturing them in my mind, their eyes and everything. I say, this is where I belong. I have to look at these girls, especially because that is where I am now. My students are what inspired me to really say, I don't need to leave this profession.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Inspire Her on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos. This is the space where women come to learn, grow, and be inspired to live with purpose, confidence, and intention. Today's episode is one every woman needs to hear. Building wealth in your prime earning years. These are the years when our energy, creativity, and opportunities are at their peak, but also when discipline and intentionality matter the most. We'll be exploring how to make your financial prime truly count, from knowing your worth and in negotiating better to investing wisely, diversifying income streams, and building wealth that creates freedom and not just comfort. And joining me in this empowering conversation are two phenomenal women who bring both wisdom and experience to the table. First, Esther Evodage, a finance professional, entrepreneur, and mentor who's passionate about helping women take charge of their money and their mindset. And Ngozi Ochuba, a pharmacist, wellness advocate, and midlife reinvention coach who believes true wealth is holistic, encompassing health, happiness, and financial independence. Together, we'll unpack how to use your most productive years to create the life and legacy you truly deserve. All right, so welcome to another episode here on Inspire Her, and today we are talking about money, building wealth, and the beautiful ladies I have in the studio here, they look like money and wealth. And they'll be teaching us how to build wealth today. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
You both look lovely.
Thank you, and you too.
Yeah. All right. So today we're talking about building wealth in your prime years. And when I heard the topic, the first thing that came to my mind was, I make money. But what is wealth, right? What do we understand when someone says build wealth? Okay, so let's start the conversation from there so that anyone who's listening to us right now understands what it means. Because I make money, but this time around, we want to understand what it means to build wealth. So, Madam Ngozi, you look like wealth. She looks like wealth as well, but your smile, let me start the conversation with you. What does it mean to build wealth?
I'll say building wealth means growing your financial resources. Not just any money, but increasing your money and multiplying your money for your financial freedom.
Interesting.
So that's what it takes to build wealth.
Interesting. Do you want to say something?
I think she captured it well. I mean, like she just said, I like the word intentional. I use it a lot because I think it captures how things should be done. Being intentional, growing your resources, your financial assets, growing it, keeping it, increasing what you keep at every point and multiplying it as you go on over time.
Okay, so we're talking about building wealth in our prime years. So my question will be, how do we understand our prime years and how do we make wealth in those years?
I'll say your prime years are your productive years. They are between the ages of 30 to 50 because that's when you are most productive.
Okay.
That's when you experience a spike in your salary. That's when you get promotions. That's when you can easily change job just at the snap of your fingers. So your financial prime is often between your 30s and 50s.
Okay.
Because that's the most productive years of your life. Those are the years where your income seems to be at its highest. Those are the years when you start settling. Those are the years when you get good jobs, and you can easily change job just at the snap of your fingers and step into something higher. Those are the time you are getting certification, acquiring tools, and so on. So those years of your life, they are very important. And what you do with them will determine whether you will walk into financial freedom or not. So those are not the years to toy with at all if you want to build wealth for the future. So you must be very careful at those seasons of your life. I know somebody may argue and say there are people who started late, maybe in their 60s, and yet they still built wealth. But my question to such a person would be, why would you want to wait till you are 50 or 60 before you build wealth? Why would you not take advantage of your prime? Because your prime period or prime years, they are very essential, they are very important. The yield that your investment will give you in your prime, you cannot compare it to what your investment will give you when you start to build wealth in your 50s or 60s. So that is why you must be very careful. The choices that you make at those years of your life, it will determine how your future will
turn
be.
out.
Yes. And that is when we say peak earning is equals to peak opportunity. Because those years of your life, they are very vital. That is when you experience a spike in your income. So you have to be very careful at those years of your life. I remember when I was in my prime, you know, I just had my son and my baby was 3 months old. And my husband said to me, go and do your master's. And I was like, I just had a baby. This is the time I want to rest. My husband insisted that you must go for your master's. And I'm happy I did at that time.
Yes.
You know, I would take my son to school with the driver and my helper. I will come out of the classroom, breastfeed my son, and go back. All the lecturers, they were so fond of me. They liked me because they saw the Z in me.
Yes.
And I was happy I did that because that was my prime. And at that place where I did my MBA, I met a gentleman who said to me, you know, he will always refer to me as woman. Woman, what are you doing in that old generation bank? That you shouldn't be there, that you need to move to a new generation bank. And I said to him, let me be done with this certification. And the moment we finished that program, he said, can I have your CV? Because he was already working in a new generation bank. And I went for that interview. I did very well. And I tell you, that was a turning point in my life.
Wow.
So that is why I say your prime years, they are the period you easily change jobs. So you don't joke with it. Now, for you to be able to make your prime years count, there are some things you need to know. You must avoid lifestyle creeps. It's very important. You don't say because you earn more, so you must spend more. You have to be very careful at those stages of your life. That is when you must know what your cash flow is. Know how much you earn, how much you spend. Then you must make sure you have a budget that will guide your spending. That will help you. And avoid emotional and impulse buying. Because those are the things that will distract you at those periods of your life. Then fight the urge to upgrade. I always say this particular conversation is very important for any woman who is between 30, 40, and 50, because don't joke with this season of your life. It's very key. When you see people who have probably retired and you see that they are living peacefully, a lot of them, they took care of their prime years.
Yes, lots of sacrifices involved.
Yes. And that period of your life is so important. Don't upgrade anything. Not when there's a little rise in your salary. That's when you decide that you need to change your car, You need to change your location where you are living. You need to go on vacation. There is time for everything. So you have to be very careful at that season of your life. That season of your life is also when you must learn to be consistent. You start early to save. Be consistent in your saving. It will help you. And at that period of your life, you must learn to diversify. Diversify your investment. Don't put all your investment in one portfolio. You must spread your risk. Every wise person knows that you don't put all your investment in one portfolio. Spread your investment across sectors, across geographies, across, invest in stocks, mutual funds, real estate, entrepreneurship. Be careful with your investments and make sure as much as you can, you review your performance on every 6 to 12 months
So you know how
so that you know how you are doing. This
Sure.
is very important. So people should not play with their prime years, because your prime years is your determining year. I don't know how to explain it better, but I'm stressing it because I know that if you miss that season of your life, before you recover from setback or market dips, it will take you time.
And some might never recover.
Some might never recover. I also say this because in my prime, I invested in stock and I lost money. I felt bad, but I was happy because I still had years ahead of me to work, to be able to recoup. So that is why you cannot compare your investments in your prime to that in your later years.
Yeah.
So that's what I'll say on that.
Okay. Ngozi, do you have anything to say?
Well, I think she's captured most of it. Investing in your prime, knowing that it is now. For peradventure, somebody is listening and you're already 50 and you've not been doing that. I think you shouldn't be deterred as well. Now could still be your time. It's better to start late than saying it's too late to start, because you don't even know how long you're going to live. If you don't start now and you happen to live up to 100, what happens? What are you going to fall back on for the next 50 years? And like she said, that is when you earn more. And it's not just about earning, it's also about what am I keeping, what am I saving, and this my savings, how am I going to multiply it? You understand? That is what building wealth is all about. And why are you doing that? Because you want financial freedom. That time when you will be weak, that time when you're not ready to run around, even if you are, you won't even be able to run around as much anymore. If you invest in mutual funds, for example, for 10 years, and somebody else invests in the same fund for 25 years, obviously, the person that has invested for 25 years is going to cash up much bigger than you. So the earlier you start, so it's easier when you're young, actually. She talked a lot about lifestyle inflation. Because you get a paycheck, you move from
it's time to upgrade.
You move from Sulere to Banana Island straight away. Then you start paying all the expenses, and you find out that you are even struggling with all you are earning. I hear of people who buy those range, and at the end of the day, they can't even buy fuel to put in the range. Meanwhile, that money, if you had invested it, how much yield you get every year from it.
Interesting. So while she was talking, she talked about salary upgrade, which you also mentioned. So my question is, for some individuals, they are asking, how then do I've not gotten a promotion, but how then do I ask my employer about a raise in my salary? You talked about that's the year, or those are the years that promotions come. But if for someone who's watching us right now, the person hasn't gotten a raise, they are still within that range, how then do they ask? How then do they make that move, knowing that this is my prime years and this is the time for me to ask for a raise?
What I would say on that is that strategic salary negotiation is not greed, it's not arrogance. Is being strategic. And if you are a young person, you must know how to negotiate strategically. If you are going for salary negotiation, for you to be strategic, you must know what people in your your role, your level, and industry are earning. You must do your homework, your research properly. You don't go into negotiating salary with emotion. You go fully armed with data. So you walk into that conversation armed with your data and speak with boldness, speak with confidence, and speak with power. You don't go there and be apologizing. But like I said, for you to speak with boldness and negotiate strategically, you must have done your research very well. It's very important to do your research. Then another thing is to prepare your value narrative. You don't go into negotiating salary without knowing your value narrative. You must be able to frame your value narrative around impact, initiative, and growth. So what you are telling your employer is that you know your worth. So on impact, you must be able to say how you helped save from how you helped the company, you know, move from X to Y. On initiative, you must be able to say how you led projects that saved the company XYZ amount. Let's say 50,000 US dollar, for instance. And on growth, what they want to hear is for you to state how you upskilled in areas that are tied to team performance. Those are the things the people want to hear. So you must be strategic. You must prepare yourself very well before you go for salary negotiation. That is very key. Then know the right time to negotiate. You don't go negotiating for salary during company-wide layoff. You don't negotiate for salary maybe when you have just received an offer letter. The right time to negotiate is when you have just be given before you accept your offer, when you are taking up a new role or responsibility, when your role or responsibility expands, during performance review, when there's a big win, or it could be maybe you have finished a successful project. Those are the right time to negotiate. You don't go when the company is having challenges to negotiate salary. Then, apart from that, you must negotiate the entire package. When you go for salary negotiation, don't be fixed on salary. There are areas to negotiate. If you are a young person and you are watching this program, please listen to this. When your employer says, I cannot move on salary, you must ask your employer which area of this compensation package are negotiable. Negotiate bonuses, negotiate stock and equity and stock options, negotiate your retirement benefits, negotiate your flex time or work option. Those are areas you can negotiate. So don't just go and be fixed on salary. There are other areas that you can negotiate. And above all, make sure that you upskill. It's very important. At every point of your life, get certification. Go for leadership training. Speak up at meetings. Don't go there and keep quiet. Speak up at high-stake conversation or discussion. So generally, by so doing, I think you are good. That's what I'll say on that.
Well said. Build yourself up so that you can get what you want at the table.
Okay. So, Madam Ngozi, how then do you advise individuals to invest? Now, talking about smart investing, because for some of them, it's the salary way, which she mentioned. But in terms of investment, how then do they go about it? Because someone is listening to us and that individual is a salary earner, and the person is asking, how then do I invest in other ways? Because she's talked about, mentioned so many things, but how then do they invest?
Okay, for a salary earner, your money comes in every month. So at least you're sure you're earning every month. As far as there's money coming in, you should always be able to. We've talked about living below your earnings. You don't eat up everything, you don't spend everything. So you begin to take out a percentage. And like we said, saving should be consistent. You begin to save. By the time you have this money saved up, you start investing this money so that this money can begin to earn as well. So you start growing your money. And there are so many things to invest in. You can decide to invest in the money market. The mutual funds are usually the easiest one can start with, because no matter how small your earnings are, with as low as 5,000, you can key into the mutual markets, mutual funds, the money markets. Then you must also think of diversifying your income. If you're just earning salary, that might not be enough, because we are talking about building wealth. Look at your income like a table. A table that is resting on just one leg, which is an income, is a very unstable table.
Very.
Any small thing happens, that table will give way. So you have to look how to diversify your income. So look at your income as like 4 tables, earn from 4 different areas of your life. You could have a side business or a side hustle, like they call it here. You go to work, but there are some other things people approach you to help them with. For example, your friends come to you for makeup because you're very good with it. You can start a weekend makeup business. Weekends are for weddings. So you can take advantage of that. People come to you to help them review their projects. So you can also begin to earn from things like that, consultation, and so many things. Then you could also earn digitally if you can make ebooks. Some of us have a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge, and we are not tapping into it. Do you know what it means to have a book online and on Amazon, and it means you're earning in foreign exchange every day? The simple things you do, even for those who cook. Do you know they make ebooks on menus and so many things, and they put it out there, and they are earning every day. And you know that when we talk about building wealth, we're talking about you even making money
while you sleep.
While you're sleeping. So if digital assets, it's one. We've talked about keying into the money market. Mutual funds is another. Then there are also other investment opportunities. Of course, I know that people can also decide to go into trading. You can work and still trade. A lot of people are trading online. When I mean trade, I mean even selling commodities, selling things, selling shoes, selling bags. A lot of young ladies, holidays, they don't just sit back. They go into the markets, they find out products, they put this thing online, and their friends buy from them. That way, they're able to have, more inflow. So the more money you get, then the more you can build your portfolio. You have more money to invest. So you don't just earn, and because you started earning more doesn't mean you should start eating more. Because the reason why you want to earn more is because you now want to build a portfolio. You want to build your wealth, so you're able to invest more.
All right. So we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation on building wealth. Don't go away.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
All right, so welcome back. We're still talking about building wealth. We were talking about smart investments, making money while you rest. And Madam Ngozi says so many things on that. I know Madam Esther has some things to say.
Ngozi has spoken so well on it. But just to add
to what she has said.
To what she has said. You see, investing smartly is ensuring that your money works for you while you sleep. And it's very important for you to understand that your money must appreciate in terms of dividend and also in a compounding way, because that's when you unlock the powers to work less, stress less, and live more. So that's why it's important to understand that you need to invest smartly. And the way to do that, or some of the ways you can do that, is to start early and be consistent. You know, we talked about that before, but just re-emphasizing that again. You must start early and you must be consistent, and you must think ownership over consumption. It's very important. Think long term over short term. Yes, and think consistency over complexity. These are the ways you can help guide, you know, how you invest your money smartly. And most importantly, it is good for you to ensure that you abide the habit of saving automatically. I said it in one of our episodes where we talked about money smart, hustle strong. You know, if you are somebody who is not disciplined, it's good for you to learn to invest your money automatically by setting up an automatic savings account where the system would credit you at the end of a particular month. Maybe you specify the time, you know, when your salary comes in, and you give a standing instruction that on so and so day, sweep the sum of XYZ into a designated account. And you have to be disciplined. Don't go there and start withdrawing. And if you know that you are the type who would, you know, be tempted to go there and make withdrawal, put a lien on that account. So that will help, you know, discipline you and guide your savings. So that's very important. And what that also automatic saving does is that it removes it removes pressure from making that decision to save from you, and it makes your wealth building process bulletproof.
Consistent as
yes,
well.
so that's what that automatic saving does. And you try and build emergency fund. I've said it before, emergency fund is important. Build it for 3 to 6 months to take care of your living expenses, so that in case there is a job loss or maybe salary drop in income, at least everybody around you don't know that you have a problem. You'll be able to cope before you pick up again. So that's why that emergency fund is very important. Then, as much as you can, try to have various income streams. It's very important for you to do that. Ngozi talked extensively on that. You can earn income in so many ways. You can do side hustle, freelance lancing. Then you can earn income through entrepreneurship, real estate,
digital opportunities.
Yes, digital opportunities are there. People are creating content and making money. Some are running courses online. You know, affiliate marketing is there. So there are so many ways. Take advantage of all that, you know. So that way you will be investing smartly. And don't forget, like I keep saying, review progress every 6 to 12 months. Review what you are doing and know when to make necessary adjustments. So with all this and what Ngozi has said, I believe you'll be able to invest smartly.
All right. So one final word for the woman out there talking about smart investing, talking about building wealth. Let's go with you.
Okay. For the woman out there, I would say, if you've not started, please start now. No matter what age it is, just assume it's still your prime.
Yes.
Little saving is better than no savings at all. And really, to everyone, especially we women, it takes discipline. You must be disciplined. You must have made up your mind where you want to end, how you want to end. You don't want to end in penury. You don't want to be waiting for, you know, what do you call it, handouts when you are in your weakest stage of life. You should have built over time, so you have something to fall back on. So you start now.
All right. Start now. What about you?
I'll say be consistent. Start early.
Be consistent. Start now. Start early. What an empowering conversation this has been. Wealth isn't built by chance. It is built by choice, by consistency, and by courage. Your prime earning years are your most powerful years. The time to make smart decisions, develop multiple streams of income, and invest not just in assets, but in yourself. To every woman watching, remember, financial freedom is not about having it all. It's about having enough to live on your terms, give generously, and sleep peacefully, knowing you have built wisely. A heartfelt thank you to my amazing co-hosts Esther Ebodage and Ngozi Ochuba for sharing their valuable insights today. Remember to follow us on all our platforms at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more inspiring content and updates. Don't forget to use our hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us.
Is Usayo Awoyebi. I'm an investment banker. Keep watching Achievement Channel.
My name is Mrs. Chinere Akabusi. I am CEO of GSAC Buhari. Keep watching Achievement Channel. It's a motivational channel. Thank you.
Solomon Oye said is my name. I'm the company secretary of Zikis Allied Industries PLC. Keep watching Achievement Channel. God bless you.
Your ideas are brilliant, but can you express them with power? In today's world, your voice is your edge. Whether it's that promotion, investor pitch, interview, or keynote, the difference is how you speak. Welcome to the School of Eloquence, Nigeria's premier public speaking academy. With over 20 years of experience and thousands trained, we've transformed shy minds into stage-ready leaders. Led by Abong Essien, CSP, West Africa's only globally certified speaking professional. From boardrooms to parliament, from NYSC to the C-suite, we've helped voices rise. Now it's your turn. Speak with power. Transform your career. The School of Eloquence. Ikoyi, Lagos, www.schoolofeloquence.org. Enrollment now open. Your voice. Your power. Your time is now.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make the most of their NYSC journey and beyond. I'm your host Priscilla, and you're watching us on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic is one we all feel: soft life, hard work, finding balance in the hustle. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does it really mean? Comfort, peace, or just vibes? In a world where hustle never sleeps, how do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy? Joining me today are two amazing guests who are finding that balance every day. Adeyola Nafisat Fumilayo is a passionate young woman serving at the School of Eloquence. She believes communication is power and continues to inspire others to use their voice with confidence and purpose. And Imafidon Abigail is a creative communicator and storyteller with a degree in mass communication from Redeemers University. She's passionate about using media and fame to inspire and educate, proof that creativity and hard work can truly coexist. Together, we'll explore what it means to chase success and still live softly without losing yourself in the process. Stay tuned. This is going to be a fun and inspiring conversation.
This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome, Abigail and Nafisa. Thank you
you.
for having us. Thank you for having me too. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does soft life really mean to you? Is it money, peace, or just vibes?
Well, thank you for that question. For me, I think soft life goes beyond money. Of course, everybody wants money. I want money.
Yeah.
That's why you have to work hard. To me, soft life is finding balance and peace of mind. So even when we are working hard, you are meant to rest. So if you are working so hard and you cannot rest, there's nothing soft life thing about that. So if you have that money and you are rich and you cannot even have the leverage of taking few hours break, to me that's not even soft life. It's as if no, you are just punishing yourself, because how can you be working for probably a very long time and you cannot even take few days off? So soft life goes beyond just money. It's about finding balance between making money and taking a break. That's what soft life means to me. When you are working hard, you have to at least take it, like take a deep breath and pause. So soft life is that for me. Money is actually very important.
Yeah.
There's no soft life without money. But at least you should be able to find balance between making money and taking a break. So without doing all the hard work and everything, you should be able to take a break. You should be able to pause. So to me, that's soft life. My definition of soft life is finding balance and having peace of mind. So when you are doing that hard labor, you should be able to take a break when necessary.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
So to me, soft life, as she said, it's just like finding balance between your comfort and then your productivity. That's like, as you are working, also like find time to like take breaks in between.
Yeah.
Just go outside, touch grass, ensure that you're having peace of mind.
Yeah.
And to me, soft life to me is also being able to afford the little things that I want. It's not like it's not about having the whole money in the whole world, but like being able to afford some little things. I think that's what soft life means to me.
Yeah, okay. That's great. Moving on, I have another question. These days, it feels like if you are not hustling, you are slacking. How do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy?
That's a very deep one.
Yeah.
Because to be very honest, the society we find ourselves, when you see other people hustling, and you at least, even when you are hustling, and you are not like meeting up to what like other people are doing in terms of hustling, you see yourself as, at times you ask yourself, are you sure I'm doing the right thing? Hope I'm not a failure. There are questions that you keep asking yourself. But the truth about hustling is that you should not compare what, for example, if you have a friend and you guys also together, start hustling together, and boom, the person just like rise and everything like that. I think everybody's journey is different from each other. So comparing journeys will only just drain you and make you feel very bad. And to start giving you a lot of thinking to do. At times you overthink. When you're hustling, you have to take a step back, as in relax. Look at where you start from and where you are presently. There's some things that I'm very sure that when you go down the memory lane, you're able to see that you actually tried your very best. You are not also like not slacking. But in society we find ourselves today, there's no way you will not find yourself comparing yourself to other people that is hustling. So not hustling does not necessarily means you are slacking off. But the society we have today make people believe that if they are not really hustling, that's like, in the sense that to be able to afford the little things of life, you have to hustle.
Yes.
You have to come out of that your peace, like your comfort zone. You have to do that. So you have, even if it's little, you just have to have something like up. You just have to be up and running. You have to have something that you're actually doing. Okay, for example, I said something about 9 to 5. So there are some people that their only source of income is 9 to 5. We have some people that they have other sources of income apart from 9 to 5. So at times, as a 9 to 5 person, if you see someone that has an entrepreneurship business apart from 9 to 5, you cannot compare the income the income of that person to you, that the only source of income is 9 to 5. And at times when you, for example, let's say, okay, the person just randomly said something about starting entrepreneurship or having a business. You were there when the person like just said the idea, and you were there when the person just started the business. And probably a year down the line or 6 months down the line, when you notice the growth of that person, for someone like you that you are just like the only source of income is just 9 to 5, you question yourself like, I should have just also, I should have just go into this entrepreneurship also. Because and one thing is that the reason because that person did business and the person, he or she, is able to succeed in it, does not mean that if you do the same you'll be able to succeed in it. That's just the point. So doing that does not mean you are slacking off. And I think also hustling, and put it that way, means different things to different people. So that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
I think I will go with the word finding balance again. In as much as the country we find ourselves, you have to like hustle hard to like buy the basic things. I feel like as much as you are working, I think you also find time to rest and all. I also like find time to like do little things for myself, be it like things that I enjoy. Like for me now, I really enjoy reading, like watching movies. So if I've worked hard for the day, even it's just reading a chapter or watching an episode, I try, because that's like, it helps me like settle down after that long day stress. Because if you are thinking about it, if you just keep thinking about surviving, I promise you are going to crash out so bad. So instead of overthinking, overworking yourself, also like find time to like balance. Create balance, like do things that you like. And she also mentioned the point that if you also like see others like maybe your age mates like doing better than you, I won't like that thoughts will always come up. But it's just you just have to like find a way to not like those thoughts like override your sense of this thing. And yes, exactly. So that's just
thank you so much.
Yeah,
we've listened to some insights from Abigail and Nafisat on how they find their own work-life balance, and we'll come back after this short break.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve. This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome to the Corporate Scan program, where we have Nafisat and Abigail share their insights on how you balance your work life and your free time. Nafisat here told us about not having peer pressure while you are working and how you balance the 9 to 5 and also your free time, and also talked about entrepreneurship. And Abigail also gave more insights on the questions. So moving on, do you ever feel bad for resting? Like taking a nap or chilling makes you unproductive? How do you handle that guilt?
Honestly, I won't lie. Like, yes, most time when I'm supposed to like be working, I know like maybe I have a task to do, and let's say I'm tired, but if I don't rest, I might not give that task my all. So it's just better for me to like just like take a break, maybe for some minutes, and then continue with the task. Because if I don't, I promise you, once I complete that task, even the outcome, you yourself, you are not going to like it. So it's very essential, no matter how busy, like definitely we'll be busy, no matter how busy we are, it's very essential we take breaks, because if you don't take breaks, you're going to crash out so bad.
Yeah.
So it's very, very essential
Yeah.
that you take break. And don't feel guilty about it, because once you break down, you still have yourself to blame. So it's just better, as much as you can, take breaks in between and then go back to do whatsoever you are doing.
Okay, what does taking break mean to you? Like, what do you do?
Taking breaks, for me, when I want to rest,
Yeah.
I most time like rest with maybe by listening to music. It just help me put my mind at ease, like not doing anything. Sometimes I even just like go off my phone, just keep my phone somewhere, just lie down somewhere, just rest. Not just like just to like for the meantime.
For me, I think you asked the question like, do I ever feel guilty?
Guilty, yeah.
Of course I do, but there are some breaks that I don't feel guilty for because
Yeah.
they're actually very much needed. In the sense that some people believe that being busy means being valuable, which is
Yeah.
not.
Not all the time.
Not all the time. At times, rest is also very productive
Mhm.
because when you rest, your mind works better.
Better, yeah.
Like your creativity come out much more better because you've taken. It's like you take a deep breath. I don't know. There's an exercise that I think medically you take. They say inhale and exhale. So at times when it's like taking a pause. Like, okay, everything is up. Just calm down, take a pause down. Then okay, fine. You can even if it's just 1 minute. That inhaling and exhaling. When you do that, when you finish it, you notice that you feel much better.
You get
So
more
rest
productive.
is also productive because after rest, the work you do after that rest, you cannot compare it to the one you do it before the rest.
Yeah.
But a lot of people has made us believe that the only valuable time is when being busy means being valuable, which is not. But to me, when you rest, you are much more productive after than even our body. Our body needs rest. Our body tells us when we need rest, but most of us are stubborn. Like I think I'm part of them.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe I've been working since morning. And probably I'm just about to finish whatever it is, like rounding up whatever it is. But at that time, I know that I meant to take a break. But I was like, this thing is almost done.
Let me just finish it
and rest. I do that a lot.
Yeah.
And at times, the body, even when the body say no, you just have to. But at times, the body will say no, I'm not doing anything. At this point, the body will just break down.
Yes.
That's where the problem begins.
Yeah.
So all these illness and everything start from all these small
signs
I think
that
rest
we
is very
ignore.
important. Taking a 30 seconds or 30 minutes nap goes a very long way. A lot of us do not even sleep up to 8 hours. Normal 8 hours you are meant to sleep. Because you get home very late in the night. And you are up early the following day. And that pattern rotates each other every day. So at times when I take a break, I don't feel guilty.
Yes.
At times I was like, see, there's nothing that I want to do. I'm not doing anything again. At this point, I'm resting.
Yeah.
So I think there's some break, but some people rest. Take too much rest and at times it leads to being lazy.
Yeah.
You see it as laziness. So they just take that break or rest, just use it to like as a shield for being lazy, which is not meant to be. But some parts, everybody needs rest. No matter how hardworking you are, you have to take a break. So that's it.
Yeah, I also wanted to chip in. But she already said like the ultimate rest should like be at night when you are back from work. Like sometimes the Lagos that we are in now, you might be like encounter traffic at time and be able to like meet up with your 8 hours of sleep. But I wanted to see that 8 hours of sleep is like also really, really essential. That's what I wanted to like say.
Okay, thank you so much, Anke. Also, if you had one soft life tip to give to other couples, something simple that makes you happy and sane, what would it be?
For couples, it's just the simple thing. I'll say, live your life. Keep that your peace.
Okay.
NYSC here can be very, 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 very stressful. It's not even can be. It is very stressful.
Yeah. Aside the camp life.
To me, a lot of people have all their life, all their whole life, they have never been stressed before.
Yeah.
The only time they are stressed is during their NYSC service. Because I think NYSC year, pushes everybody out of their
Comfort zone.
True.
So some people that are used to this soft life, no stress, everything. There's no way you'll be an NYSC member, a core member, you not stress.
Yeah.
There's no way. At one point in time, you will stress. So I think my own is live your life and protect your peace. So there are some things that you like. I would say, transform your challenges into opportunities. I used to say that you face challenges during NYSC, but make sure you transform that challenges
Make
into
sure you
opportunities.
learn as much as
Opportunities. Learn as much as you can. Gather all the experience you can ever get. Because there are some opportunities that after the whole NYSC stuff, you may not see it again.
Yeah.
Those experiences, these days, I think no employer wants to start from the very scratch, training an employee.
Yeah.
They want someone that has even little knowledge about what they are coming to do.
Yeah.
So imagine you just being employed into an organization and they just notice that you don't even know anything about even the job and anything, the job description. They are busy with other things. They have a lot of works to do. So to them, starting over and like taking a break and start teaching you from the basic is like pulling them back. There's a saying that say the only thing you need is just idea. Just have an idea.
Yeah.
So a lot of people just build their life on the ideas, and from there, that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nafisat.
So I believe what I'm about to say, I'm speaking for about, let me say 75 to 80% of corpers. I believe that this, our NYSC, this is the first time most of us are working in like an organization per se. We've never been like, we've never done 9 to 5 before. So it might really like take a big toll on us, although it is preparing us for real life per se. But like since it's our first time, we might find it hard. And so my babe, my guy, whenever you can rest, please do. And one soft life tip I would give, like, in as much as you are busy, find something you enjoy doing. Like, I know that we're all busy, but like, do not forget to like create things for, like, to create time for things you love. Don't forget to have fun. Definitely, we are hustling. There will always be bills to pay. But let me just say, once you collect that your 77K, if it's ice cream, you can buy for yourself. Buy ice cream. If it's shawarma, buy it for yourself, because there will definitely be bills to pay. So please, as much as frequent as you can, just make sure you just enjoy yourself. Buy something for yourself. That's just
I would like to add to what she said.
Okay.
I would say enjoy the little things. Even just a few moments of life in your life, make sure you enjoy it
as much as
NYSC
like
is
stressful.
If they pay your halawi, remove 5,000.
Guys, don't forget
exactly and invest.
It's the whole because it's very, very difficult. A lot of people use all their allowance on transport. Like there's practically nothing left, and that pattern will start from the first month of their service until they finish. Imagine finishing the whole 1 year, and you cannot even say, okay, fine. When you are now, you cannot create memories. You cannot gather anything. You cannot even say this is something I did for myself during my NYSC. Is that bad? So as much as you are catering, because you are working for someone. You are not a full-time employee of that organization. So it's like you are substituting in an organization. In as much as you are doing that, you are helping someone, you are working for, so you are catering for someone's job.
Also
cater for yourself. Cater for yourself. Take care of yourself. Even if it is just little things, it's very, very important.
Essential.
It matters. Yes.
Today's program is all about not just the camp experience, but also living outside camp, like having fun, getting more experiences. Also, it's not just having fun. You can also like register for online courses during your CDS, meet people, socialize. You know, you never know what happens after NYSC year. Also, as much as you have fun, please don't forget to save and invest. I mean, life after NYSC is not easy. You have to start hustling for jobs and all of that.
This is Corpers Camp, rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a refreshing conversation. Today, we've learned that soft life isn't about escaping work. It's about working smart, protecting your peace, and enjoying the journey. A big thank you to my guests, Nafisat Adeola and Imafidon Abigail, for reminding us that balance is the real flex. And to you watching, remember your hustle should build a life you actually love. Follow us on all social media platforms at Achievement Channel NG and keep the conversation going with the hashtag CorpusCan. Until next time, I'm Priscilla, reminding you deserve the soft life, but make sure your hard work makes it last. See you on the next episode of CorpusCan.
This is CorpusCan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
My name is Comfort Coleman. It's a very English name, but for a very African woman. I'm the managing consultant of Nekego Resources Limited. We're into training and learning and development. Success is about impact. How much impact? And so I often say to people in class that it goes beyond success. It goes to significance. You can be successful without being significant, but you cannot be significant without being successful. So the first step is to be successful. That is, you set a goal and you achieve the goal. The next set is to be significant. Make an impact in your environment, touch lives, and make a difference. Interestingly, I teach presentation skills. And I say to people, number one is to be yourself, but be yourself with class. So learn to be yourself, relax, then practice with feedback. So practice before an audience, create your own audience, and let them give you critical and honest feedback. And learn your subject well, know it well, so that when you stand up to speak, it can flow effortlessly. So practice, practice, practice. Practice with feedback. Be yourself. It's not the end of the world. Even if you make a mistake, you'll learn from it. And volunteer, volunteer, volunteer. Volunteer in your home, volunteer in your office, volunteer in your community. Because the more people you stand in front of them to speak, the better you are at it, and your confidence grows over time. Hello, Achievement Channel. Thank you so much for having me talk with you. Hello. Hooray, Achievement Channel. Lovely to meet you, folks. Keep the good work going. All the best.
My name is Alade Akinsonya. Begin to read. Begin to read. When you read and you have enough to say, then you have to start from somewhere. So begin to read. Thank you very much. Welcome.
I'm Dr. Fumi Akinyele. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Food Basket Foundation International, a nonprofit committed to nutrition and food security, poverty alleviation or eradication, and misery reduction. I would say that continuous learning, really. It's important to have a growth mindset and to give people the opportunity to learn, as well as identify the different ways that people learn, because everybody has a different learning style, but giving people and even talent the opportunity to even identify the gifts that they have, harness it, and then build on it. But I think that principle of continuous learning, personal growth and development, that's really key. Shout out to Achievement Channel. You guys have been fantastic. You've been here, you've been engaged. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
My name is Henry Onokoba. I'm a senior fellow and full-time faculty at Lagos Business School, and I spoke at this conference yesterday. First of all, it's about getting ready. How do you get ready? You have to learn what you are going to do. So you have to upskill yourself so that you have the competence to do what you are starting out to do. Fortunately for us, there are a lot of appliances out there that can help you to get a grasp of whatever you want to get into. And then also look for mentorship, because some people have gotten to where you are going to. And if you want to get there faster, you need some people to hold your hands and guide you on that journey. So learning, mentoring, and also attending conferences like this, where you can meet people and increase your net worth. Okay, network with people and make friends, professional friendship that will help you in your career. Hello, everybody. This is Achievement Channel, your best channel in Lagos. Make sure you tune in. Thank you.
My name is Maria Maliko Mohammed, and I'm a professional and personal development professional. I think what it means is that you must constantly be in the state of readiness to learn something new. There's just so much disruption everywhere else in the world. We're getting disrupted by, technologies. We're getting disrupted by people, new skills that we have to learn. So really, this is what we need to do as professionals, to look at what is best practice, what is happening all over the world, and for us to be able to learn it and leapfrog and hopefully teach it to other people as well. Is constantly reading, constantly interacting with people, constantly asking questions.
Success is a journey, not a destination. Every great story begins with a spark, a dream, a challenge, a purpose to rise higher. On Journey to the Top, I'm here to guide you through the inspiring stories of those who turned obstacles into stepping stones and setbacks into comebacks. Every week, we'll dive into lessons of grit, growth, and greatness, equipping you with the motivation to scale your own heights. This is Journey to the Top with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural episode of Journey to the Top on the Achievement Channel. Proudly brought to you from the School of Eloquence Studios here in Lagos. And I must say, happy and prosperous New Year to you today, as we embark on a journey of inspiration, determination, and empowerment, setting the tone for a phenomenal 2025. As we begin this year, remember this: the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. This is your year to dream boldly, act fearlessly, and achieve abundantly. And so, to help us kickstart this transformative journey on Journey to the Top, we have a truly remarkable guest whose life and times and achievements epitomize vision, resilience, and purposeful leadership. Mazi Sam Ohabunwa is a name that resonates with excellence and impact. From his foundational roots as a pharmacist to becoming an industry titan and a national advocate for ethical leadership, his journey is proof of his enduring truth that success is not a game of chance, but it is by effort and hard work. His accolade speaks volumes. Officer of the Federal Republic, Member of the Order of Niger, Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and a recipient of the National Productivity Order of Merit Award. In 1997, remarkably, Mazi led the first management buyout of Pfizer Incorporated shares from Pfizer Products PLC, transforming that company to what we now know today as Nimet International Pharmaceuticals, quoted on the stock exchange. And Mazi served meritoriously for nearly 2 decades with distinction as both CEO and chairman. But beyond these remarkable milestones, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa has won many hearts with grace and purpose. He is the former presidential aspirant on the platform of the PDP and is also the former president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a former chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, the NESG. And most importantly, and I think this is also dear to Mazi, is that he is the visionary founder of the Sam Ohabunwa Foundation for Economic Empowerment, SOFI. But for me, beyond the titles and achievements, he is simply the man I refer to as Uncle Sam, because he's been one of my closest mentors. And in my early days as a young publisher of the Achievers Manual, Uncle Sam not only granted me his time and wisdom through those interviews we had, but he also became one of the shoulders I proudly stood upon on my own journey to the top. So it's my pleasure to welcome as our very first guest on this live transforming motivational show, a trailblazer, a mentor, and a living inspiration, Mazi Sam Ohabua. Uncle Sam, you know, I probably would have to have written more than 5 volumes about you. It's truly a pleasure to have you on the Achievement Channel.
Thank you, Bong. You're almost making me blush. But I want to thank God for the privilege to be here and to see what you're doing. To God be the glory.
We're so thankful. I'm particularly so thankful. I think this is going to be like our round 3 of interviews.
Yeah.
I remember the first interview we had in 2001. And I remember how we met at Faith Foundation. You had come to deliver a lecture.
Yeah.
I was one of the participants in the Faith Foundation Aspiring Entrepreneurs Program, and you delivered a lecture on entrepreneurship. And I walked up to you, showing you my magazine. I remember how small it was then, as far back as 2001. And I said, I'd love to have an interview with you. And within weeks, you granted me that appointment, and we had that remarkable sit down that I think not only shaped the thinking of our readers, but I think, without a doubt, impacted me so significantly that I'm proud to say I have had you as a mentor for, going to 23 years now.
Thanks be to God.
Welcome, Uncle Sam.
I'm very proud of how far you've come.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to come back after this break. This was just for me to connect with Uncle Sam, having not had the time to sit down like this in over a decade to have a conversation about success and achievement. When we come back, I want you to make sure you have your notes and your pen, because this is a journey to the top. It's a university on its own, the University of Life. There's a lot you're going to learn from this truly remarkable human being. Journey to the Top. We'll be right back.
This is Journey to the Top with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Journey to the Top, where we engage with men and women who have truly undertaken the quest of life through their professions, navigating their way through to the pinnacle of life, and have thus become inspiring examples, lighting up the way as trailblazers for others to follow. And in this first episode of the year, and truly our maiden episode of the show, we have Mazi Sam Ohabua as our guest. So Mazi, let's talk.
Okay.
I know the story to a very large extent, at least in the past 23 years having known you. But I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who want to know how it started for you, the beginnings. Tell us, what were the things that shaped your values and shaped your approach, your principles, your vision about life? Because every journey to the top has got to start at the very beginning.
That's correct. Thank you, Ubong. Again, it's such a great pleasure to be here and to see that you have maintained consistent growth. You've innovated from the same early days of interaction you talked about 23 years ago. And I've watched you and watched the kind of things you did. And I must say that I'm very proud to be called your mentor.
Thank you, sir.
To be sincere to you, as you just said, every building has a foundation. Every success derives from some foundations that have been laid by you or your progenitors. I think that I strongly believe that my life have been impacted by a couple of factors. First is parenthood or parental influence. My parents taught me so many things. My father was a businessman, and my mother was a super businessman. Actually, it was my mother. Because way back in primary school, my mother had a chain of restaurants, and I was joining her in servicing those restaurants, in preparing the food, taking them to the points, and going to the markets to prepare for the next day. In fact, as a young person, eventually when I went to the secondary school, in those places my mother was working, her restaurants were situated because it was an industrial setup, the Shell residential area in Port Harcourt, Shell IA, the Trans-Amadi industrial layout. She had restaurants in many of those outlets. I remember my friends and I in secondary school taking a contract to do landscaping for some of the buildings that have been done by Micheletti, Taylor Woodrow, and all kinds of companies that were building those places. So we did landscaping, planting flowers as a young secondary school person. So I learned industry, I learned business from my parents, in addition to the other fundamental principles of life and responsibility. I was the first of 12 children, so I learned to be responsible for my younger ones. They were mostly boys, and so I learned a lot from my parents. The other area that impacted my life was, of course, school. I went to two wonderful secondary schools, Okere Grammar School, where my faith in God was built and where those Christian virtues were established. And I went to Government Secondary School, Owerri, where also I learned discipline, I learned respect, I learned, the finesse of presenting yourself and building confidence. When I was climbing here, I saw that you said one of the quotes there by somebody that one of the things that helps you to lose fear of the public or speaking, those kind of was first to know what you're going to talk about, to be confident in, have the knowledge on the subject. So I think that's what's something that I learned in the secondary schools, those two secondary schools. Those sets me on the path. And so when I got to start life, I already had these foundations that had been established, foundation of hard work, industry, diligence, honesty,